Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman of AfICTA and all its members, speakers and panelists, dignitaries, our sponsors, with emphasis to IBM, BCICAN, Galaxy Backbone, and all the attendees from Africa and across the whole wide world. I welcome you all to the 8th AfICTA Summit 2020. As you can see, this is our 8th installment as a summit that we have had. And just to give you an overview, we have had a couple of these summits happening, and they were having different focus areas. And as we all know about our current challenges and our current situation that we find ourselves at the point where we need to be innovative and to also address ICT business challenges given the COVID-19 and also looking at the post-pandemic world. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are transitioning into the post-COVID era, we have to discuss different ways to deal with the aftermath of this pandemic. And as the Secretariat has actually compiled that according to a report that is provided by the African Development Bank in its comprehensive socio-economic assessment of this pandemic's impact. The bank says that most of our country's growth will actually be impacted, and we will actually see some form of a negative growth befalling most of our countries. And this is basically a worst case scenario for most amongst the countries. 2020 will be a bleak year. However, our future outlook growth for 2021 and beyond basically depends largely on what actually the African governments effectiveness in flattening the curve of this outbreak, and also the policies that they are going to employ in reopening their economies. And this also extends to the part of innovation, technology, or any of the public infrastructures that one can speak of. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a very strong focus in this particular summit on matters of capacity development, matters of minimization of DNS abuse, looking a lot on infrastructure improvement and development, and closing that deficit that we've got in that era, in that space. We'll also look a lot on issues of security, cybersecurity issues. The more we have people who are actually coming in online, the more we our vision, which is the vision of getting Africa to realize the digital vision and goal, the more we are having our people getting into this cyber world. And that presents both the opportunity of having our people connected. However, it does present also the challenge of having them to be hacked and also exposing them to this world of cyber crime and all those challenges that comes with being online. Ladies and gentlemen, a COVID-19 pandemic in our view, not only highlighted the holes in the digital infrastructure in Africa. So just by going into this pandemic, we were presented with a myriad of challenges that has shown how divided and how marginalized some of the people that do not have access to the cyber world. As schools were disrupted, our lives were disrupted, and as such, this calls for us to put our heads together and deal with the issue. And as you have seen, this is also drastically affected the pandemic. It affected lots of economies and businesses. And for us, in order to properly address these issues that are plaguing our economies, we will have to look at the most prominent flaws, such as the digital divide amongst the masses in Africa, which are stemming basically from the issue of the lack of universal access and also the issue of affordability. The deep connectivity due to poor infrastructures that we have. This does not only result in us having the challenge of cyber threats. However, it extends to disruption in general, the disruption of the workings of people in living their lives, even though they could be doing their best to connect. That is the challenge. That's the challenges that we are having. And I think this is an item that one would experience. You have workings with your peers coming from other areas of the world. You find other corners of the world. You find people coming from the Americas, people coming from the EMEA, people coming from the Asia, and ourselves. And when we are looking at working together, we find that you can identify clearly when we have those sessions that some people are actually suffering, not only from Africa, even other countries. However, we in Africa need to deal with these challenges that we are having. And these challenges of digital infrastructure also needs to be properly managed for us to get to that point. Ladies and gentlemen, it is within that backdrop that Africa ICT Alliance, AfICTA, has organized the 8th annual summit, precisely to discuss some of these issues and also to get to a point that we propose and we also discussed amongst ourselves as professionals, as business people, as policymakers, as government representatives, and as well as academics and citizens in general, that we sit together, discuss these items, we outline and forge solutions that are both practical, that are Afrocentric, that could ensure that at the end of the day, when we actually put forth these solutions, these are solutions that are made within the context that is implementable. Ladies and gentlemen, precisely this particular summit has to discuss from you'll see from our comprehensive agenda that we have speakers and professionals and also advisors from government and academics that are going to actually look at these challenges. The challenges that are themed from the access to infrastructure issues, looking at the funding, cybersecurity, capacity development, looking at DNS abuse, and the likes. Ladies and gentlemen, I actually give a challenge to each and every that we participate as much as possible. We basically ensure that we ask as many questions as we can. We challenge each other on the issue of these themes. And we put forth our own experiences. As one might think a particular issue is a challenge, another person might not necessarily see it as such. So it is within this backdrop that I put that challenge to all the delegates, that this is not necessarily something that we want to position as a talk shop. We want to position this summit as a summit that is going to forge solutions, a summit that is going to forge collaborations, to forge networks amongst each other. It is a summit that is gravitated to ensure that where a particular problem has been addressed or is being addressed, we share the learnings as much as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we ought to challenge ourselves in ensuring that we put ourselves out there. In this summit, we need to as much as we can share our experiences and also ask difficult questions that might on a surface seem not to have answers. However, we can actually get to an answer if we deal with these items together. I would like to also, before I continue, to acknowledge all the companies that are actually participating in this particular summit. ICANN, in particular, BC ICANN, IBM, Galaxy Backbone, Main One Cable Company, Contemporary, Etisalat, Letaho Solutions, .ng, Affinoid, Digilexis, Hugo Host, the Institute of Tomorrow, Qualisys, EdCon, ICT Professionals Association of Namibia, Rated Artisa, IIT PSA, Chemitel, Axiom, Tech Law Dev Services, Afritex, International Center for Emerging Technology, DAPT, Araba Host, and all the others that are here in spirit and that are always, all the other organizations that are always in support of our efforts and our work as AfICTA. We'd like to extend gratitude to you. Before we continue, I would like to ask for a 20-second moment of silence to honor our departed before we get into the meat of our agenda. Just for 20 seconds. Amen. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize my chairman, AfICTA chairman, Osam El Gamal.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Abu. Thank you for all the effort of the committee organizing the summit. Very much appreciated your efforts and your time. I just want to thank every panelist participating on the summit and also participants, which we are looking forward to see many of them soon. Good day, Samuel. Thank you. I just want to reiterate on the fact that COVID-19 brought challenges and opportunities. And with our 8th summit, could be a good opportunity for us to check those challenges, to see the best practices applied, to understand what is needed to move forward. And for this, maybe this summit will bring, during the different panels and keynote speeches, the opportunity to see further how to move forward based on that. My personal opinion is that it showed that there are still inequality, especially in a continent like Africa, where it is only, where internet access is only for 39% of the community, and in many areas is much less than this. It is quite important for all of us to have the opportunity to check the NRI Network Readiness Index issued lately, and there will be a session on the 30th of November by ECA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, explaining further about the result of the report, especially for Africa. Still, it showed quite the need for access, content, and digital services to cater for such situation. Fortunately, some countries in Africa still did not face tough circumstances due to COVID, but others did, and lockdown happened in many countries. Schools closing, restaurants, stores closing, and it was only possible for the access, for the one having digital services, e-commerce, to provide still part of their economy and services to about this, how some countries did benefit from having better invested in it, benefited from having better content and better digital inclusion. I very much thank the keynote speakers that will be joining us today for this. Namely, I want to thank very much Engineer Hani Mahmoud, His Excellence, previous Minister of Communication and Information Technology in Egypt, and also previous Minister of
Administrative Affairs.
Yes, Engineer Hani is there. And he is currently the advisor to the Prime Minister, the Egyptian Prime Minister, for administrative reform. And we will learn a lot from hearing and listening to him. Experience, his wide experience will shed light on many best practices, whether related to capacity development or administrative reform or digital transformation. I would like also to thank Claudia Selli, for chairman of ICANN Business Constituency, for participating with us as a keynote speaker. Also, as stated before by my colleague Tabu, I would like to thank Melissa Sassi, the global head for IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator, for her participation as a keynote speaker, but also for sponsoring this event. And also I would like to thank Professor Mohammed Bello Abu Bakr, the Chief Executive Officer for Galaxy Backbone PLC, for sponsoring the event as well and participating as keynote speaker. I believe there is a real good opportunity to learn from the lessons during this non-conventional year 2020. I see a lot of opportunities coming for faster digital transformation within Africa. Many are more and more willing to invest in digital transformation. Many are more and more understanding the importance of having blended learning, of having connected healthcare system, of having better e-commerce opportunities, of having better infrastructure to serve all of that, whether from networking perspective or from data centers perspective as well, of having better content, localized content to serve all of that. AfICTA, as a representative of private business in Africa, have been advocating since 2012 for better access, for better content, have been advocating for better policies to help promoting digital transformation. We started in 2012 with the vision of Dr. Jameson Olivier with 6 countries. Now we have members from more than 32 countries in Africa, which is quite a success, and it was quite a journey. And we are happy to achieve this, and we are happy to have diversity representing those different countries and showcasing their best practices, their opportunities, and their challenges. So we would be having enough say to help policymakers around the region. As many of you know, we were having a few days ago our participation in the international IGF, the UN IGF, who took place this time virtually as well. And we were having, for the 2nd year in a row, our workshop, quite a successful workshop that was moderated by Dr. Jameson Olivier and many participants. And we were trying to highlight as much as possible the importance of better stable policies that would encourage and support swifter digital transformation in Africa. We will be also participating on Thursday on the African IGF, organized by the African Union on the high-level session. Myself and also Dr. Jensen will be organizing another session during the African IGF. So with this, I would like to say that let us consolidate our efforts. Let us better represent the African ICT private sector. Let us help our continent better be positioned, bringing more investment in, consolidating private sector efforts together, advising governments on better policies to help more industry, more ICT industry taking place in our beloved country. And by this, I thank you very much for being on this summit. And by this, I open our summit for the next phase. Tabu, it's your call again.
Thank you, Chairman. Much appreciated, Engineer Hossam Al-Gamal. We are energized by your statements. And as you have declared the summit open, I also have put challenge to all the delegates that we come out at the end of the day with the learnings. We also share experiences. Very critical that we do that. Much appreciated. Thank you. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Engineer Heni Mahmoud, who's the advisor to the Egyptian Prime Minister on digital transformation. Over to you, Engineer Heni Mahmoud. Are you ready? I can see you are here. Secretariat, can we get Honorable Heni Mahmoud to be unmuted and to be able to give us the keynote address?
Yes, I have been trying to ask for him to unmute. I think he has the gear from the side.
Okay, yeah. I think the Honorable Heni Mahmoud is here in the session. Is it possible just to unmute him so that he's able to come through? Maybe there's some technical challenges there.
Maybe Tabu, he is just not at the desk or something, as he thinks that still his speech would be in a few minutes later on. So I'll try to ping him to participate. Maybe he's far from you. He's now.
He's on now. Thank you.
I'm on now.
Thank you. You can go ahead, Engineer Heni Mahmoud. Welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank you for inviting me for such a great event. Digital transformation is now one of the most important discussion around the world, especially with the COVID-19, because COVID-19 actually highlighted the importance of moving to digital era much faster than it would be in the past. So we'll start with the big three challenges for Africa for actually digital transformation. I can summarize the challenges into 3 groups. Number 1 is invest in technology. African countries need actually to invest more in technology, because anything you are going to invest and any money you are going to put for technology now, the return for the economy and for the African people will be very fast and very valuable. The second challenge is building capacity. Building capacity, I mean building the human resources. We have seen a lot of youth in Africa actually doing very well in the digital environment. However, I think that building the capacity, and we'll have session later on building capacity, we can discuss it in more details. But this is the second challenge from my point of view. The third challenge is African applications. So we need to have some sort of tailored applications for the African need. And here I can give a very good example of the best African initiative from the digital point of view, which is the program called M-Pesa in Kenya. I think a lot of you knows M-Pesa. Kenya and Safaricom, the telecommunication company in Kenya, they invented the mobile payment platform that now is existing almost everywhere in the world, and they were very pioneer about mobile payment in 2007, where they launched this program. And the reason why it was actually started in Kenya, because there was a great need in Kenya because of the distance between cities and villages, and people wants to send the money to their families, and so the need actually created this M-Pesa program, and it's very much used in Kenya, and from Kenya was spreaded around the world. So what we need to do as an African nation is to focus on how can we use the technology, because we can import a lot of technology from other countries around the world, from Europe, from the States, from China, to help us in our day-to-day. But the good news is to create the technology application that is needed for African environment. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on defining what is digital transformation, but what I need to highlight quickly, the difference between digitalization and digitalization and digital transformation, because we used to mix those kind of 3 steps of digital transformation. So digitizing is just moving things from paper to the computer. So if you have a list of employees already written down in a book or in a sheet of paper, moving this list on the Excel sheet or whatever is digitizing. So you digitize the paperwork into the computer. Digitalizing is using this digital information, doing some analysis, getting some information. So digitalization is using the information that you have to get some information, not the data that you have, to get some information. As an example, if we went back to the example of list of employees in the company, if we put it on the computer, this is what we are calling digitization. If we get some information like what is the average age of the employees, what is the average tenure, how many years, average years people are staying with the company, percentage of female, those kind of things, is using the digital data to get some information. And then when you are ready with the digital data and the analytical tools, then you move to the digital transformation and start initiating some sort of digital applications. Okay, so those are the 3 steps of the digital transformation, because in some areas people are actually, when they put things from paper to computer, they said, okay, this is digital transformation. This is not digital transformation. This is a very basic step in digital transformation. Let me also focus on how because during the COVID-19, how the digital transformation saved a lot of countries from different aspects. The first aspect, and here I'm talking about Egypt, if we did not start the digital transformation process or journey 3 years ago, actually 2020 will be lost in all our schools and universities. So if we discuss how the digital transformation saved 1 year from our lives or from our children's life, because we were working on digital content, digital education, the infrastructure, the internet infrastructure for all schools. We are working on that for the last 3 years. So when COVID-19 started, we were very ready to conduct education in schools through the internet and through the digital channels. So this is how digital transformation can actually save a lot of things. The second application is healthcare. We are now in several countries using digital transformation in healthcare, connecting hospitals with labs and X-rays laboratories, and moving things on the internet in zero time instead of waiting until we go and print it and get it and send it to the doctor. So a lot of hospitals now can receive any results from labs, from X-rays, from whatever, CAT scans on the internet at the same time while it's already done. So it saves lives and saves time as well. So, and in the near future, the whole healthcare system around the world will be connected together through the communication channels and through the digital data and digital environment. On the other hand, government and municipalities can really get a lot of benefits out of digital transformation, because we are now using a lot of technology like cloud storage, big data, IoT, and artificial intelligence. Those kind of things can actually help a lot the government in different platforms, education, e-government, so providing most of the public service through internet. So as an example, while I'm sitting in my house or my office, I can get my ID replaced, or I can get my birth certificate, or things like that, without the need to go and queue in front of a government office and use your car or your bus or whatever. You can do it now with just one click or couple of clicks on your laptop or computer. Same now is traffic management. So traffic management is actually in most of the countries now are really monitored and managed through the technology. So they can actually save a lot of lives. It can help a lot of people when they have a problem or accident. They can even stop people from doing bad things by recognizing their cars or their faces through the system, and actually catch them before doing any terrorism or something really can hurt the community. And one thing that really benefited a lot from the digital transformation is the finance and banking. During COVID-19, starting from March until May, so almost 3 months, I did not need to go to the bank. I was doing everything through my mobile and banking mobile application. So I was transferring money, I was getting cash, I was buying some funds and some loans. Everything I did it through the iPhone, so through the mobile phone, without the need to go and visit physically the bank. Only when I need cash, I go to the ATM and get the cash, but not really going to the bank. So this is how things will be different when we are ready with the digital transformation, and we are ready with the three challenges that we have, like, building the capacity for our youth and our people, and number two, actually build or invent new applications for our African needs, and number three, invest in technology and really get the benefit out of it. The last couple of things that I need to talk about is IoT and smart cards. IoT, as you know now, became everywhere. So devices in the past, to be connected to the internet, you need actually a terminal, what we are calling terminal, like, either a laptop or a smartphone or whatever. Now, in the very in the very near future, most of our equipment will be connected to the internet. So in 2020, as an example, we have 5 billion devices already connected to the internet worldwide. 5 billion. When I say device, I mean air condition, refrigerator, washing machine, a lot of those kind of things, smart car, smart reader, So 5 billion in 2020 already installed, and we are expecting 7 billion to be installed in the near future. So most of our equipment, new equipment in the future, will be connected to the internet to get the benefit of going around. One of the most important thing is cars. Now cars is already connected to the internet, and you can have GPS in your car. You can have a lot of benefits from being connected to the internet. And I can give you another example, the smart readers, smart electricity readers, and as an example now, can do miracles. So especially in African countries. So if you have a over usage in one of the regions in your country, you can send a message to all the electricity smart readers in the region, telling them that we have an overcapacity problem, please reduce the usage. So the electricity smart reader can already go to connected automatically through the IoT to devices in some houses, or even to talk to the smart readers in normal houses, asking them to reduce load, and those smart readers can automatically, without any human interference, can go and switch off some equipment until the electricity network is balanced, and after a while they can actually operate the game. This is how can digital transformation help, and IoT can help us a lot in other things. The last thing that I need to talk about is smart cards. The smart cards now is moving to another era, which is multi-purpose cards, because if you can notice, people now are having in their wallet a lot of cards. I have in my wallet at least 15 cards, smart cards. In the near future, you will need one card, what we are calling multi-application cards. So the multi-application card, you can have one card, and this card can be used as a credit card, can be used as a club entrance card, it can be used as a syndicate membership card, it can be used in a lot of things. So instead of holding 100 cards or tens of cards in your bucket, you can have in the future a one multi-application cards, and you can program this card into different type of usage, so you can use it for different reasons. I need to close my remarks by what are the 6 building blocks of digital transformation. So what we have now is 5 important building blocks. One, create the right mindset and shared understanding. So you need to make sure that everybody has the same mindset and understanding of the importance of digital transformation and the value added that this digital journey can add to our lives. Put the right leaders in place, especially it comes from the top. So leaders in our African countries should believe on the importance and the need for the digital transformation, so they can put the investment, they can push it down, they can invest in building capacity. And the third building block is formulate digital strategy to respond to opportunities and threats. Every country needs to have a digital strategy because the need of every country is different. You cannot, it's not one size fits all. You need to build and to design your digital strategy based on on your needs in your country. And then you need to find and develop or acquire digital business skills and roles. So either you develop, and until you develop, you can buy these digital business skills until you develop what you need from your local people. And the last one is create new digital business capabilities in both technology, equipment and application, and human resources. You need to have those kind of capabilities. So when you start building your digital transformation journey, you can have all the resources that you need for the future. So I would like to stop here and enjoy the rest of your conference. And we'll come back in the panel discussion about building capacity. Until then, we'll be on the call just enjoying and benefit from such important conference. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated, Engineer Hani Mohammed. Your presentation was very enlightening. It highlighted the challenges that are there, the three challenges on investment, capacity building, and also applications that are Afrocentric. Very key in having us to move forward. You highlighted in terms of digital transformation, differences of digitization, building up into digital transformation, very key for policymakers, business people, and also academics to understand when they are doing this, what is it that they're doing. I liked the framework, so the framework, government framework, which had pace layering being put for the digital capabilities, systems of engagement, systems of innovation, systems of record, systems of differentiation, very, very well articulated, much appreciated. Thanks. I hope our attendees got as much value that I've got in this, and we'll probably discuss as we go ahead with the panelists. And so I'm looking forward to hearing on the capacity building as you spoke earlier on. Thank you very much. Much appreciated for that.
Thank you for your invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Our next speaker is Claudia Sely. Claudia Sely is the chairman or chairperson of ICANN Business Constituency and executive director for legislative and political affairs head, AT&T. Claudia, can you come through?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, as loud and clear. Much
okay,
appreciated.
That's perfect. And thank you very much, first of all, for this kind invitation. I'm really honored to be part of this important conference and great panel. I appreciated as well the insight that were given up to now. Just very shortly, as you said, I'm indeed chairing the business constituency within ICANN, and the business constituency and AfICTA have been collaborating since 2012. And the BC is really proud to recognize AfICTA contribution in the policy engagement effort of the business constituency in ICANN towards particularly a safe, secure, and resilient internet that serves really business. As you know, the business constituency represents a variety of companies that include small and medium-sized enterprises as well as larger business, and we all together try to shape the process and the policy making within ICANN. And of course, it's a lot of volunteer work. I see a lot of members that participate very in ICANN, very committed to that process, starting from Jimson to Roberto Wale and Lawrence and many others. So basically, we are a group of varied regional businesses that include Africa, include Asian, Europe, as well as America, of course. And we are also very diverse in terms of representation from, there's a lot of gender balance as well. I would start my remarks by highlighting that certainly one lesson that the health pandemic has taught us, as also the previous speaker has been saying, is that the digital technologies are key in our life and in our future. In few months, businesses, school, and the social life had to move completely online. During the height of the lockdowns in America, for example, we could witness in AT&T core network traffic spiking and an increase on an average of 20% if you take similar dates a month before. We're carrying more data than ever before. In fact, in AT&T Global, nearly 20% with if you compare those to pre-pandemic figures. Even prior to COVID anyway, digital services were growing rapidly around the world, and our industry is transitioning as data and video consumption have exploded among consumer. Only on our network, basically the data have grown around 580,000% since 2007, when the first iPhone was launched. And between 2015 and 2019, AT&T invested also more than 135 billion in our wireless and wireline network, including capital investment and wireless spectrum acquisitions and operations. For new technologies to be also deployed, mobile networks will need to deliver complex network management capabilities to enhance quality, performance, bandwidth, latency, as well as coverage. We will need all of the features of 5G to meet the growing demand for video streaming and other high bandwidth services. By 2022, we estimate that basically our video consumption will be up 75% for AT&T mobile traffic only. And if you think that this year only, a lot of Americans had their first probably virtual medical visit, and certainly also, many other features were utilized. But in order for also companies to deliver such services to consumer, we certainly need policy framework that encourage investment and that help innovation. And certainly we need a secure, stable network. And the other thing that we have been witnessing is that with everyone working from home, there has been a surge as well in security attacks, DNS abuses, copyright infringement, which can certainly endanger business operations. Within ICANN, we engage strongly to maintain one stable and reliable internet and avoid fragmentation that is detrimental for us and to our operation. And certainly, for example, we have seen an increase in phishing and malware, and hence we are advocating certainly to find practical solution for DNS abuses. Another tool that has been critical for businesses is the access to the WHIS, and we are very strongly advocating and trying to restore access to the WHIS that is not any further available due to the implementation of the General Data Protection Directive that came into force, a couple of years ago. And we are still trying to find a solution and working very hard with the community in that respect, because this tool has been critical, first of all, to, for example, discover cybersecurity attack and basically stop them in the first place, and to avoid a spreading of those cybersecurity. And secondly, also for IP infringement and abuse of brand names. I really welcome and would like to commend the AfICTA engagement in the business constituency, and I hope that you will continue to do the great work that you have been doing in working all together with us and helping us steer that process. So with that, I will stop here, and I will be happy to engage in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Much appreciated. Had some of the takeaways with regards to the fact that the more we have our people going into being online, the more you have the risk of them being exposed and them being infringed upon. And cybersecurity is something that is very much important for us going forward. We have had a turning point with COVID. COVID coming in, it had actually made lots and lots of changes, and it changed our lives. And with that, it's very critical that we marry the number of people going online with protecting them from all these challenges that are there. Thank you. I'm seeing you now. Yeah, much appreciated for that. Thanks a lot, Claudia. I think we are looking forward to hearing the panel as we are discussing later on to get the insights, and also to have that engagement, to have the question and answer later on, and to actually really go into the detail, to deep dive, if I may use the word. Much appreciated. Your keynote is appreciated. Thank you. On moving with our program, we will move next to Melissa. Melissa Sassi. She's a global head in IBM Hyperprotect Accelerator. Works a lot with the youth. I think is very, very passionate about the youth, and she highlighted lots about having this challenge, which is having Africa having an International Code Day, or Africa Code Day, if I may put it in that manner. But she seemed to be very much passionate about that. Her focus in the work is basically empowering your early stage entrepreneurs through technology, and with business acceleration and technology credits, core marketing and going to market strategy, and access to IBM ecosystem. Melissa, she has driven a couple of initiatives, such as Call for Code, an initiative that is aimed at partnering for and responding to disaster scenarios with technology innovation. But prior to that, I think she was with Microsoft Airband initiative, where she was an impact investor focused on the internet and energy access. She is currently a chair of IEEE's Digital Intelligence Working Group, and is on the steering committee of the Coalition for Digital Intelligence with the World Economic Forum, OECD, IEEE, and the DQ Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we are going to have, Melissa sent us a recorded message. I'm not sure if maybe she joined us later, but I don't think she had joined. So we will play the recorded message in the meantime. Thank you. Can we have a full picture there? Can you make it a full screen, Secretariat? So that thank you. And see, thank you. We have a full picture there. Can you make it a
Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa Sassy from IBM. I am incredibly excited to be sponsoring today's conference and also serving. Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa Sassy from IBM. I am incredibly excited to be sponsoring today's conference and also serving as a panelist and a keynote speaker, where I talk about three main topics. Number one, the startup program that I run globally. It's called IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator. I focus on early stage startups, less than $1 million in revenue, less than 5 years old. I focus on three main verticals: fintech, health tech, and insurtech. If you know any startups, please send them my way. You can find me at Mentor Africa with a K. So please hit me up. Please encourage your startups to check out our IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator class of 2020.
So sorry about that. I think we have a challenge of having two videos that are playing.
3% of our startups have at least one female founder. The other main topic that I cover
one and play one
is digital skill building. I have an amazing opportunity for young people. It's called the IBMC for Good Ideathon. There's an opportunity to win prizes and the whole concept. Hello, it's called the IBMC for Good Ideathon. There's an opportunity to win prizes and the whole concept. Hello, it's called the IBMC for Good Ideathon. There's an opportunity to win prizes and the whole concept. Hello, it's called the IBMC for Good.
I have to apologize about that glitch. I think we have more than one.
My name is Melissa Sassy from IBM. I am incredibly excited to be sponsoring today's conference and also serving as a panelist and a keynote speaker, where I talk about three main topics. Number one, the startup program that I run globally. It's called IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator. I focus on early stage startups, less than $1 million in revenue, less than 5 years old. I focus on three main verticals: fintech, health tech, and insurtech. If you know any startups, please send them my way. You can find me at Mentor Africa with a K. So please hit me up. Please encourage your startups to check out our IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator class of 2020. 34% of our startups are from the continent. 53% of our startups have at least one female founder. The other main topic that I covered today is digital skill building. I have an amazing opportunity for young people. It's called the IBMC for Good Ideathon. There's an opportunity to win prizes. And the whole concept is, how do we skill young people? And how do we encourage young people to go out and share their skills forward in their communities? The last thing I'm going to share is what I consider to be a call to action for you, a call to action for me. In Cape Verde, we created a National Day of Code. We received shout outs from the Prime Minister, from the Vice Prime Minister, from the Secretary of State, all about this National Day of Code. We even had famous musicians join us to explore computer science for the first time. What can we do to create National Days of Code across the continent? What can we do to create African Days of Code? What can we do to inspire the world, all from the continent, to create an International Day of Code where everyone explores the basic building blocks of what it means to code, to demystify that scary digital transformation thing and encourage everyone everywhere to learn the digital skills necessary to prepare for the future of work. Again, you can find me at Mentor Africa with a K. I encourage you to reach out. If you're open to collaboration on the Ideathon or anything else, feel free to reach out to me. I've also included my email address. Thank you, and on behalf of IBM, have an absolutely wonderful summit. Take care.
Thank you for that. Much appreciated. And I have to apologize for the glitches that happened when we started. I think with technology, it always happens as such. I think Melissa, her passion, very passionate around startups and also the youth, coding, making sure that coding is actually advanced. It's something that if you are very much sharing that passion, and you also are in the space, just reach out. You can reach out, and I think she will also come through later on into one of our sessions and the panelist as being a panelist. I have to move on with the program of today. The program, now we are at a point, we've got Dauda Oyele, who's a head of corporate strategy. He is going to represent Professor Mohamed Bello Abubakar from Galaxy Backbone PLC. Can we have Dauda Oyele? Secretary, can we have maybe?
Yes, can you hear me?
Scott, thank you. Oh. Welcome. Welcome, Dauda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, we can hear you.
For the invitation of Galaxy Backbone. Yes, I am speaking already. Are you hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I am here to represent my boss. I'm here representing my boss, as we have rightly introduced, Professor Mohamed Bello Abubakar, the MD CEO of Galaxy Backbone. Okay. Who is unavoidably absent because of the emergency that happened yesterday to the Honorable Minister. Being part of a family, he has to also be available for the funeral rite today. And that is why at the last minute, he could not make it to this program and asked me to represent him. So the first thing is to appreciate and thank you, AfICTA, for the recognition accorded to Galaxy Backbone to also be part of this program. Without delaying and wasting much time, I will go straight to the point of the discussion, which is how we address the ICT business challenges in the COVID-19 and post-pandemic world. Well, the first thing is that the COVID-19 pandemic came at a time that no business can claim to have envisaged. It came at a time that nobody was really fully prepared. Why businesses with a good business continuity strategy may have been able to respond better, no business actually expect the extent of the impact of COVID-19 in our normal life and our businesses and social life. The couple of challenges that I will enumerate here have been mentioned. Some of them have been mentioned by the previous speakers. The ICT business challenges that are occasioned by or caused by COVID-19 could be summarized as follows. The first one is the changing business priorities of organizations. Business priorities are changing. What is so important before, every organization in responding to the reality on ground are not necessarily what is important now. So the priorities are changing. And as we all know, ICT doesn't stand on its own. Technology doesn't stand on its own. Technology is an enabler of business processes. So when business processes are changing, technology has to move in the same pace and change. And the ability to change is what determines the ability to respond to this number one challenges of changing business priorities. So the challenge here is, how do we keep ICT in alignment with the changing business priorities that are occasioned by these new realities? And the second one is the business strategy itself. So the priorities are the external, what the business want to do to the environment, how it impacts the environment, how it creates value. But the strategy, the approach by which it is also done has changed tremendously and is still changing. So how do we, with the business going more digital to create value and delivery and to deliver value, the workforce needs to, they are adopting digital approach to keep to work. So how do we meet up, or how do we enable the strategy, the new strategy to be able to do business? How do we position IT or technology to meet with that changing approach to work? Is the second highlighted challenges that COVID-19 has brought. Then also the technology resources. There is now increased requirement for technology resources. Now we are having this this workshop or this seminar on video conferencing that is using technology resources. This is an unprecedented use of technology before. If it was last year, perhaps we would all be located in a particular location or in a particular place that will be having this discussion. But the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic has made this to happen. And every organization that is still keeping the same bandwidth that they have before will definitely experience challenges. As we have also seen here that technology resources is a major thing. And that is why the ability for you to hear me clearly and see me clearly, and for me to also do otherwise, is based on the resources of technology. So part of the challenge is that we need to rise up to and address is the increased business need for technology resources. How do we keep up or meet up with the increased resources by businesses in cost-effective manner? Because you don't always, every business is not always able to have what it wants. It is about what it can afford. So, but when technology resources becomes key component of your ability to deliver, it becomes a challenge, and it also becomes the responsibility of ICT provider to see how to do this cost effectively. The number 4 is the pandemic emergency itself. And the question here, the challenge here is how do we optimize the processes and the business continuity plan to address the pandemic emergencies, like the coronavirus infection itself, which can lead to serious sickness and even death of staff, of key human resources that you have in creating and delivering value. So this is another major emergency that all businesses need to see the best way of addressing. And then on the number 5 item on my list here is the supply chain challenges. And with the disruptions occasioned by the lockdown and other logistic challenges, how do we manage the supply chain to sustain operations and to ensure values are delivered? Knowing that we use technology to deliver value, to create value, and with the sudden issues of lockdown, and that is why preparation is always very key. Many organizations who are able to respond very well to this issue of COVID-19 are those who are prepared or who have very dynamic processes in place to respond to challenges. So part of the challenges the organization have faced and we continue to face is about the supply chain management and the disruptions that could affect your supply chain. The workforce challenges, the new capacity requirements for the workforce, the issue of knowledge, the knowledge gap, how do we meet up with these challenges of closing the needs, the capacity requirements of the ICT, of the people that are going to be using technology to deliver value. So workforce challenge is one other major challenge occasioned by this COVID-19. The last but not the least is what I lump up as increased information security needs, which is about addressing the influx of cyber criminal attacks. People sit down at home more now, and I think probably the cyber criminals also have more time to practice what they know best. So the organizations must rise up to address this need and continue to do that. So how do we address the security risk from remote working also of staff? And then how do we strengthen security defenses of organization? So these are a few of business challenges that are occasioned by this pandemic, and the businesses must continue to rise up against and address. Using Galaxy as a case study, briefly, we were able to respond to the challenges in a very unique way that not only ensure that Galaxy remain a reliable organization or a reliable service provider to our customers, but also to ensure that governance in Nigeria continue to run despite the challenges of COVID-19. Our interventions help the Nigerian economy in no small ways, as we were able to stimulate and keep going government-to-government collaborations, government to citizens, and government to business collaborations and communications. We were able to use our network, our capability and capacity to support this. In terms of preparation, as I mentioned earlier, that opportunities can only be leveraged upon if there are some level of preparations. And the level of different businesses, the level of preparations of businesses before the COVID is at different level. But thank God, Nigerian government has seen the need to position itself or to enable itself, empower itself with ICT, and a lot of investment has been made through Galaxy Backbone. So prior to COVID-19 pandemic, government has made huge investment through Galaxy in building out infrastructure, which includes world-class Tier 3 certified data center, a nationwide optical fiber backbone limited that provides terrestrial connectivity, and then these infrastructures. The infrastructure is connecting all of government into a single network, which we named onegov.net. And the network provides a common platform for government agencies to have access and consume IT services like email, web hosting, IP telephony, video conferencing, and telepresence. So at a time like this, when the physical contact is limited due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our platform was able to rise to the occasion by providing the ability for government to continue to function remotely through virtual meetings, including the federal executive meetings. We're able to facilitate the meetings using the deployed infrastructure with the ability to share e-memos. We continue to scale up our capacity and bring on-stream services that will further enable government to deliver on its mandates and expectations. So when the pandemic struck and it entered Nigeria, the first thing we did was to review our business continuity plan to ensure that we were able to work effectively and deliver value to our stakeholders, despite the potential impacts of COVID-19. The continuity plan addresses how our staff will sustain operation, either from home or from offices and our other points of presence. We made arrangements for logistics required for our personnel to work effectively. We also planned for necessary supplies required to sustain operations, most especially diesels, to power data centers and maintain high level of availability in case of power outages. Our plan also addressed how we respond if any staff is affected or infected by the coronavirus, or even in case of loss of life. We look at our processes and we review them in line with the new with the business continuity plan. So from operation point of view, we quickly moved to ensure that our MDA customers are aware of how to optimize the system already deployed to them, because many people, for some reasons, are not so friendly with ICT, apart from what they are able to do with their smartphone. There are gadgets in MDAs that many people were not optimizing its use until the COVID-19 came. And one of the things we did was to actually do awareness campaign by whatever means, using social media, communicating with our customers on how they can make better use of the ICT devices that they already have, so that they can work better in the new normal. We also created awareness on information security to ensure vigilance and preventive actions against security attacks. We repositioned our services to facilitate the weekly FEC meetings and conducted several tests that revealed the need to increase the hardware and software resources of our infrastructure. This we were able to do within a short period of time. We optimized our infrastructure, we upscaled where we could do that, and with all that in place, we were able to support federal government to keep the governance going on INDAT, and also by implication, keep the economy running. So going forward, organization generally needs to accept the reality of the new normal and position their businesses and operations to adapt quickly to the new reality. Organizations need to ensure continuity of critical business functions and improved information security status. In order to do this, since they will be leveraging on technology, there is need to prioritize investment in ICT to ensure that business can adapt to different situations. And since financial resources are required in many areas, prioritization has to do with business case and value analysis to ensure that we can get the best out of where we deploy our hard-earned financial resources. So as a lot of things have changed during the pandemic, and it will remain to do so even when the pandemic has passed, organization needs to adopt the positive impacts of the pandemic by building on the progress already made. Many people have already done so many things. Processes have been updated. Investment has been made in technology. New ways of doing things have been found. We need to keep all those good
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we might have, I don't know whether it's only from my side, but I think we've got the message. It was loud and clear. We heard the message. As organizations, we need to be resilient. For us to be sustainable and resilient, we need to be prepared. It is very critical that we are prepared. We need to have ourselves in such a manner that we put our strategies to align with what is happening, to get our workers to align
I lost my connection. I don't know whether I was able to, people were able to hear me clearly, but as I was trying to round up, I lost connection.
Yes, you can go ahead and round off. Sorry for that. You can go ahead. You can go ahead and round up. Go ahead.
Okay, I was actually rounding up already. I didn't know how clearly my presentation was, so I've rounded up. You can go ahead. I hope my message was well delivered.
Much appreciated. Yes, it was clear. I was just also just trying to summarize that as a businesses, for us to be, for a business to be sustainable and be resilient, business needs to be prepared. It needs to be dynamic, have dynamic processes, be flexible for it to be able to survive. I think it was a key of the message, and as such, thank you, Dauda, for that great presentation and a key. We highly appreciate it. Thank you. We will move on with our session, and I would like to extend and say thanks for those wonderful keynote speeches that we just heard. The speeches actually were very much all-encompassing, and they were comprehensive. They started off with speaking about the challenges that we've got, with putting more emphasis on Africanizing our solutions, putting investment into technology, and if you want to have a big return on your back, you have to do that. We highlighted the issue of a need to protect, not only IP and brands, but to also protect from a cybersecurity perspective, to protect privacy of people, and also to try and avoid all these abuses that are happening with the advent of a digital space or digital adoption of these technologies. We also saw from a perspective of startups and also a promotion of code, looking more on trying to demystify this thing called coding, removing the fear of coding. We saw a presentation on that, and also for us as a business, if we are to continue and conduct ourselves as a going concern, it is very imperative for businesses to be flexible, to be adaptive, for businesses to be prepared. They need to be prepared both from a perspective of risk, which are the issues that are happening in their space, and also from a perspective of being innovative. Must be innovative, be in a space that they are able to respond to any of these disruptions that are happening. Before further ado, I would like, before we go into vote of thanks, to invite the ICANN Vice President for a goodwill message, Mr. Pierre Dangino. I don't know if he's here. I would like to have him.
Yes, yes, Chair, I'm here.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. For what has really started as a very interesting sort of forum, because I've been following from the beginning, and I really thank all of you for this opportunity. Of course, ICANN is always, ready to support. ICANN is ready to participate and contribute, and then also happy to see that our colleague from the business constituency, was able to present, kind of keynote address. Well, as far as we are concerned in Africa, and especially, in ICANN, and especially in Africa, of course, we are here to provide capacity building, for instance. And as far as the business is concerned, because what we are trying to do here is make sure that Africa also has its own share, when we talk about the digital economy. These also have different channels. And one of the channels, could be, domain names and the IP addresses, and the way we also operate those so that we are able to generate, some resources. So definitely what we do is to provide this capacity building in different, arena, but also make sure that, the marketing part of it is there for managing, our CCTLDs, which is a country code top level domain like .ng and the rest. And also knowing that this comes also with security. We need to secure our DNS, domain name system. It's important that we really are conversant with those realities. Because when you embrace the digital economy, there are a few realities. There is a culture there. So it's quite important to make sure that we in Africa understand those things. Well, my small team in Africa, which is partly based in Kenya, also Benin, and also we do have our hub, in Istanbul, is here to support, with many functions, be there about compliance, be there about, a technical aspect, of securing your zone file. All of those things are quite important. So yeah, thank you again for inviting us, and then I wish you all, fruitful exchanges. And yeah, back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, much appreciated. Thanks for those warm words and words of wisdom. It's much appreciated to be affiliated with ICANN. I would like to on our founder and also ex-chairperson of AfICTA, Dr. Jameson Olufuye, for the vote of thanks. Doctor, are you here? Yes, you are here.
Yes, thank you very much, Tabo. Greetings, everyone. It's really a great joy to see everyone here today. It has been a great experience thus far. We have gotten great keynote speeches, transformative speeches that has illuminated our understanding of the revolution happening worldwide. And so we really thank beloved engineer Hani Mahmoud for this wonderful presentation. Well, permit me to begin where I should really begin, and that is appreciating our chair, the chair of Africa City Alliance, Engineer Uzam El-Gamal. Engineer Uzam El-Gamal, the CEO of ICANN Technologies, and is also been a great leader from Egypt, connecting with the rest of Africa positively. So thank you, Dynamic Chair, for all that you have been doing and for keeping the flag flying. We really appreciate you. Yes, I was talking about Engineer Hani Mahmoud. That presentation was really great. And as the chair recommended, it would be posted to all members afresh, because there are a lot of content therein. Thank you so much for what you're doing. We trust that over some times to come, we'll get more Egyptian activities down the sub-Saharan Africa, and we see it momentum rising. So thank you so much, Engineer Mahmoud, the IT advisor to the Egyptian Prime Minister, and your former ICT minister yourself. Next, I would like to thank my dear Claudia Selly. Claudia Selly, the chair of the ICANN BC, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Number Business Constituency chair. Claudia Selly, that was a great speech. Thank you for recognizing the role of AfICTA in the BC and ICANN generally. We trust that we'll continue the engagement, and we appreciate the collaboration and the support we've received from BC over the years. So again, I'll use opportunity on behalf of all of us to thank the BC for the collaboration since we became the first African organization to join the BC way back 20 12. Thank you very much. Yes, Melissa Sassi, the Global Head IBM, thank you so much for your recorded message. That was really great. Telling us, yes, we need to really dedicate to build the capacity, a way of coding to really transform Africa digitally. Thank you very much for that. Professor Mahmoud Bello, the MDC of Galaxy Backbone, ably represented by Mr. Dauda Yeleye. Thank you so much. We appreciate the message. It was well delivered by his loss, and our hearts are with him and his family. And we very much understand that, yes, Professor Mahmoud needs to be by his side at this moment. We very much understand. And so, and for that you could still come, we're grateful, we appreciate it. We appreciate what you are doing, Galaxy. You have streamlined the work of government. There's no doubt about that. Before Galaxy came on board, government activity has been haphazard. Resources were not well used. But today, resources are being much better used and utilized. Talking about one government initiative is a very sound initiative, and we see a lot of virtual activity happening thanks to Galaxy Backbone. We are proud of you. Thank you for your sponsorship. We appreciate it. And to my good friend, Pierre D'Angelo, on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you for enduring partnership. You've always been there with us. Anyway, we are your constituency, Africa. So I want to say thank you for being with us, the Vice President Africa for ICANN. And we look forward to more of your engagement going forward, as we usually have. Well, the person that's been speaking to us is none other than the Vice Chair of AfICTA. That's our beloved Mr. Thabo. Mr. Thabo Masegone is the president of the IT Institute of IT Professionals of South Africa. The Institute of IT Professionals of South Africa is formerly the Computer Society of South Africa. Mr. Thabo has been very articulate and has been very responsive. We want to really thank you for moderating this session so excellently. We appreciate the role the ITPSA has played in the formation of AfICTA, and we continue to rely on your positive and strong role as a foundation member. Anyway, you are co-founder along with Etesa. Etesa are also founders of AfICTA. Thank you so much. Excellent moderation. Well, there are some other people that I would like to recognize, board members that are on the call. We want to appreciate board members. Paul Roney. Paul Roney is the president of the IT Professionals of Namibia, IT Professional Association of Namibia. Mr. Paul Roney is also an IT specialist, technologist specialist, and is being a representative at the IGF MAG, that is Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, for the past 3 years, and he has done excellent work. He has done so well. We are very proud of you, Mr. Paul Roney. In fact, but for you, there will have been no workshop. You engineered the workshop that we started in at IGF, so we thank you for your initiative and your commitment. Yes, recognize the board member present, Laikana Coulibaly, CEO of Diamond Security. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for the inspiration from the Francophone area of Africa, West Africa in particular, and for all your input. Thank you so much, Mr. Laikana Coulibaly. And also appreciating Mr. Tola Shobeson, CEO, Chase System. Thank you for your leadership and for your vision. You are there, right there at the beginning, the founding, so thank you so much. And recognizing also Mr. Hashem Wabli, Engineer Hashem Wabli, a CEO ACT representing the TISA. Thank you, Engineer Hashem Wabli. And of course, thanking Mr. Timile Yambali, CEO of Dotenji. You're also there right at the beginning. Thank you so much for your vision and your commitment to service. Thank you, Mr. Wada Fadul. Mr. Wada Fadul, so board member of AfICTA, is our representative at the A4AI, Alliance for Affordable Internet. Thank you so much, Mr. Wada, for your support. And I would like to, before I round off, recognize some Amazons in our midst, like Mrs. Wumi Hassan, CEO of iTech Center. Thank you, you're always there at our event. And also thanking former board member, also with us, Amazon, Ariola Kiyemi, who is also a board member of, who is also a member of ICANN BC. And then one of our new leaders, I cannot stop but recognize one of our new leaders in the BC, very articulate and highly committed to the issue of putting Africa forward. And is going to be my successor in the BC as the Vice Chair, Finance and Operation. Now I've been Vice Chair, Finance and Operation since 2014. That is 7 years now. So I'm handing over to this gentleman. Is with us. Is Mr. Lawrence Robert, Olawale Robert. Mr. Lawrence Olawale Robert, the CEO of Microbus. And he has been the most consistent IGF hub host in Africa that I know. So thank you, Lawrence, for your commitment, to dissemination of information and to technology propagation. So on this note, I want to thank everyone that has tuned in to this plenary. I hope I've not missed anyone, but if I miss you, please take note that you are well recognized. We appreciate you. The Secretariat, yes, Secretariat, thank you for your hard work. Secretariat have been working very, very hard. Thank you, AfICTA Secretariat, keep the flag flying. Once again, thanks to our sponsors, BC ICANN, Galaxy Backbone, and IBM, and all our members are co-sponsors. Yes, once again, the Vice Chair, AfICTA, thank you. Back to you. I think you just tell us about when the next event is happening. Maybe you have a break time. Back to you, Mr. Tabo. Thank you all very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Dr. Jimson, for that. I'm looking at my time. I can see we are having the luxury of taking a comfort break at this point in time. We are about a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, and I would like to propose that we come back in 15 minutes time. So we come back in 15 minutes time. I will give you bonus of 3 minutes on that. So the time it's going to be on my time, on my clock here, which is GMT +2. It says you must come back at 12:05. GMT -1 plus 1, it's 11. It will be 11:05. GMT, it will be 10:05. So that is the time that we can come back for the next, our first panelist session. It will happen at 5 past. Thank you. So you can take a comfort break, go to get something to refresh yourselves. Until then, thank you.
Sahib.
here today with Claudia Selly and Steve Del Bianco, members of ICANN's Commercial and Business Users Constituency. This is a group that sits within the commercial stakeholder group of the Generic Name Supporting Organization. And you're going to tell us a little bit about what the BC is about, your members, as well as the policy topics that you focus on, I think. So welcome. And I think the first thing we should cover is what is the BC? What is the role of the BC, your mission within the GNSO and ICANN?
The business constituency's mission is to look after the interests of businesses who register domain names and business customers and users who rely upon the domain name system to reach the websites and email addresses of the businesses that have created them. And we really look at three priorities. We want the domain name system to be so trustworthy that businesses and their customers can be confident that they're getting to the domain name they were actually seeking. We also want to be sure that there's competition amongst all the different suppliers who provide domain name registration and registry services. And finally, we look for a domain name system where the unique identifiers are secure, stable, and reliable.
Thank you, Steve. And I can imagine that that must span quite a lot of interests, countries, and topics. Perhaps we can talk a little bit about your membership, who your members are, what your membership criteria is. So Claudia, would you mind telling us a little bit about those topics?
Of course. So BC members, as Steve has been saying, are usually internet business users that really use the internet to conduct their businesses. And we have small and large enterprises, and we are a very diverse group. In fact, we have, first of all, we have 76 members of the business constituency, and we have 13 members who are from Africa, 8 members who are from Asia, 10 members that are from Europe, and then 4 from Latin America, and the rest is North American businesses. So it's also, we are really diverse also in terms of gender. In fact, we have 32% of the business constituency enterprises are represented by women. And believe it or not, but in the leadership nowadays, we have 4 women out of 6 officers. So this is very encouraging to see that there are more women stepping up. And I'm very happy, as you can imagine, about that. But also in terms of criteria, you have to be eligible to be a BC member. You need to be a business that is conducted business over the internet. And I mean, non-eligible members would be typically an NGO or a political organization or a registrant that would have more than 30% of their revenues in their business. And so we have a credential committee that actually is looking at the applications, and then they would, if they need more information, they would reach out to the people, talk with the people, and but we do all we can to get diversity, to get new members in, and we are a very welcoming group of people that try to engage these newcomers.
That's very encouraging, and clearly congratulations on enrolling a number of increasing members from across the globe, and obviously diversity is very critical to us here at ICANN. Steve, you outlined earlier the mission and the role of the business constituency. Maybe you could elaborate on that and tell us about the policy topics and issues that the business constituency tends to focus on at ICANN.
Yeah, one category of our focus is the governance of ICANN itself. And the BC was proud to have been the designer of most of the new mechanisms by which the ICANN community of registrants and users holds the ICANN organization and board accountable to that community as part of the transition out of the US government oversight in 2016. And when we turn to policies that are cooking within the ICANN kitchen, we almost always are looking from the perspective of availability and integrity. The availability of registrations and resolutions in any language, 24/7, in any corner of the world. They need to be there for the business community to reach its customers. When it comes to the integrity of registrations and resolutions, we want to be sure that when you reach a domain name through an email or a website, that you're really reaching the website that you want it to. We want to be sure that there's integrity, that if promises were made about what you might experience within a given domain, we want to be sure that ICANN holds those parties to the promises they made. So it's about availability and the integrity of both registrations and resolutions.
And that seems to be a very important mission given the nature of business on the internet. Since we actually do want to have more newcomers and participants join the ICANN community, including within the generic name supporting organization, I was wondering if from the both of you, if you have any words of advice to newcomers who may be thinking of participating in ICANN policymaking or possibly even joining the BC.
Well, I would start by saying don't be shy and don't be scared about the ICANN community. We know that it can be intimidating, but actually, if you recognize our face around an ICANN meeting that you're joining, please come to us, ask questions, and engage with the community. Every point of view counts. Every questions is legitimate and it's important. So we really value new ideas. We really value new points of view, and we would be really happy to engage with newcomers.
Thank you. That generates a lot of other questions that I'm sure you'll be having people come up to you at ICANN meetings or reaching out to ask more about the business constituency and how to join. Steve, what do you think?
One of the most complex ways of entering ICANN is to walk into a meeting where you're encountering acronyms that mean nothing to you, or you're trying to understand arcane processes that you've never seen before. And the only antidote for that is to hook up early with another BC member that speaks your language, shares your culture. And I can promise you the BC member that's there to help you will explain some of these intricacies and complexities so that you can better appreciate why it's relevant to your business.
Thank you so much. Certainly, this is a very welcoming community, and there are plenty of mentors, including the two of you, I should think. And so thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for telling us a little bit about the business constituency.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you for that. Very much insightful. I hope you are well rested. You have recouped from the earlier presentations, and you have managed to actually reflect on what you have heard. Most probably also forged a way forward on what one will do given the information that has been put at our disposal. We will actually, without further ado, we will continue with the program of the day. And in the program of the day, we are going now into a panel discussion. It's our session, the first session. It will be moderated by Yusuf Kilio. It's on cybersecurity. I think Claudia did touch a little bit on this subject, on cybersecurity, mitigating DNS abuse and cybercrime. It is very important as a subject for us to actually get to hear from the experts on this particular subject, on how to deal with it, including the issue of capacity itself, which is skills in that particular space. How to avoid and stop these abuses that are happening in DNS. We're going to one side, you find ourselves in a very interesting space in the cyber world. Let's hear from our experts on how to navigate this space. I think our moderator, Yusuf Kilio, are you on? Can you confirm? Can we help? Can we help Kilio to be on? Yusuf? Yusuf, on? Can we confirm? Can we confirm? Okay. I think in the interest of time, because I think if I'm not mistaken, he had a co-moderator. If we can confirm the co-moderator, we have a co-moderator in that space to assist with this particular session. We are on session 1. Do we?
Unfortunately, Chairman, the co-moderator is not online with us now, but I'm trying to get across to Kileo for the session moderation.
Okay, do we have Mr. Ajijola?
Can we, in the meantime, acknowledge the panelists?
Okay, I think it's Chair. If Secretariat, while we are still trying to get a hold of the people to come through, I think within this space we are going to in this panel discussion. This is a panel discussion on cybersecurity. It is mitigating DNS abuse and cybercrime. We are going to deal with data breaches, the top cyber threats, as well as looking at cybersecurity skill gap. We'll go also to look at this, the impact of these DNS abuses on economics, We'll look at the mitigation of the cyber threats in post-COVID era. And I think what is very important is to look at the landscape. The landscape as to where were we before. You could see that in terms of usage of both internet and this type of platforms, such as your video conferencing, teleconferencing platforms, it was not necessarily at the level that it is at this point in time. Will this trend persist? And if it persists, because we've got lots of people who are cyber novices, they just came into the space. They have never used internet before. All of a sudden, they are starting to use the WhatsApp of the world and all these other things, all the other tools. So it's an interesting environment to be in. And with that, we have to engage. Let us engage. I've got our moderator has come through. What is very critical for us is to engage. This is not a one-way session. It's a session that we need to engage. We've got a question and answer tab that is available to you. So just post your questions there, and let's have the engagement going, and let us share our experiences. Yusuf Kidio, can I give the powers to you? Are you ready then? Kidio? Okay.
Greetings, everyone. This is Yusuf Kileo speaking. I'm not sure whether you can hear me properly.
We can hear you properly. Go ahead, Kileo.
Yes. Allow me to welcome my colleagues, my other panelists, to join on board so that we can discuss the very important panel discussion on cybersecurity, which we are going to talk about the mitigation of DNS abuse and cybercrime. Also, allow me to introduce the panel discussions, my fellow panelists. We have Mason Kole, who is Internet Governance Advisor. And then we have the Marka Sek, who is also Economics Affair Officer. And also we have Toba, who is a CEO for Hugast. And Laikana, who is also a CEO for Diamond Security Consulting. Actually, I have my co-moderator, who is Abdul. And I don't see him online currently, but I think he'll be joining. And I guess it's because of a little miscommunication of the timing. Even myself, I thought we were going to start at 2 East African time. So starting from now, allow me to call upon Laikana, whom I believe you are ready. Laikana, can you hear me? Laikana, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. Now I can hear properly. Allow me to welcome Laikana to start up. I think he has something to present on how these companies should understand that we have there is a need for us to secure our organization, and also how we can fight cybercrime so that we can protect our customers and consumers' data. So basically, Laikana, if it is okay with you, kindly please start up the presentation, a small presentation that we have, and then I'll join back later to continue with moderation. Please go ahead, Laikana.
Okay, I have to share my screen.
Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so as Kileo said, I'm Laikana Coulibaly, CEO of Diamond Security Consulting. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm also board member of AfICTA. So thank you, Kileo, for the introduction. So I made a little change on my presentation. I will a little bit talk about cyber threat mitigation in post-COVID era. Okay, but it's also linked to company and other organization. Okay, so as we all know, the novel coronavirus has changed the way we work, okay, and how we work. And as we can see, many organizations use now collaborative solution like Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, and Zoom to be able to work in this critical period, right? And such fast-paced digital transformation has also exposed several shortcomings associated with our remote workforce, home network, and router. I made some research, and FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center has seen a 400% spike in coronavirus-related cyber attacks within the last the last 6 months, right? And based on that, we have to consider some proactive measures to safeguard their infrastructure. So my proposal, the proposal number 1 is to implement secure VPN and firewall management initiative. Okay, despite having encryption in place, threat actor can still exploit VPN and access an organization network. And prior to COVID-19, large organizations had minimal VPN traffic due to employee being on site. Okay, and the environment that we have from home is different from the environment that we have inside the company. Inside the company, we have some assets, we have some security infrastructure, all the firewall and all those things. So if we have to connect from home to the company, some measure must be taken. So company and all the user must implement secure VPN, okay, for remote connection. Number 2 would be meeting audit and compliance requirement during rapid digital transformation. Okay, so embracing digital transformation is no simple feat, as organizations must audit which software complement their infrastructure. It's very important for CISO to determine which is the best solution for the organization and consult with their respective teams on how and if those selections can be implemented securely and in compliance. And to avoid non-compliance, organizations must have visibility on their entire infrastructure, which includes computer assets, network, security control, and vulnerabilities. Proposal number 3 will be securing cloud environment and managing cloud native security controls. Okay, cloud-based service are a major component of digital transformation. So as in other technology, there are some risk using cloud services. Okay, and certain cyber agent practice, there are certain cyber agent practice that can limit the risk to cloud service, so critical to business continuity during this time. So it will be good to utilize encryption to protect data transfer at all touch points is one. Continuously monitoring for new vulnerability, threats, and change in exposure is another. And the last proposal to let another panelist to make some presentation. The proposal number 4 is outlining cyber risk management strategies to counteract COVID-19 and other cyber threats. At this point, the first phase begins with leadership as CISO, IT director, and other experts determining which assets are most critical to the business and how vulnerable they are to cyber attack, malware, and other threats. And the final phase has IT teams taking inventory of all applicable equipment, helping employees that experience issues with either hardware or software efficiently to keep business running smoothly. So this is my little presentation I have to do is we can continue. I think that during the panel we will have some questions so that we can respond to that. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
You can go ahead. You wanted to say something?
No. No. I'm finished. I'm done with my presentation. So we have another panelist.
Okay. Yusuf, are you there?
Okay. Maybe this is Jameson, if I may come in.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I think we have a challenge. And that is the timing challenge. You know, we're all getting used gradually to timing that beyond our local environment. So, and as it is, as you noted, Mr. Moderator, we started very much early. And I think like Mr. Ajijola, for example, and others, we're looking at it that the timing is maybe in an hour's time, 1 hour from now. So it's a major challenge. So I don't know what to think, whether we should take a pause or, so that we'll get to that time, so that people that have already seen the timing we have advertised, which is in UTC, and they want to benefit from a panel can, then come in. So Lakana's presentation was very good, and I'm sure Lakana will be happy to represent it once we get to the exact time. So as professional group, I think we need to respect that time. It won't be good that they will come in and say, and then hear that, oh, we have done the panel. Wow, what is going on? So I want to plead with us to maybe pause a little, if possible, to get to our timing, exact timing. And I believe Lakana will be happy to represent that beautiful presentation. I don't know what you think.
Thank you, Doctor, for that.
I think that Kilio is back.
Yeah, I think I see that there is some communication that is going on in the comments, and it will only be prudent that we give the other panelists a chance for them to come through at the time that we had committed. The error has been on my side. I thought here it was GMT +1, and I'm looking at the time. Our first presentation, I thought it was 15 minutes. It's actually 1 hour, 15 minutes. And from there, that's where we actually gained an hour advantage. So I will actually humbly ask that we can take a recess. It can be lunch, or it can be what we call a brunch, until we come back at the time when everybody is supposed to come through. Is that acceptable to you? I will definitely want you to experience all the aspects. Cybersecurity is a very important topic. We can't just touch it on top. It needs to have all the invited experts to come through. We've got about 4 experts, including the moderator himself. And we only have Laikana at this point available. Can I so humbly ask that we take a branch break at this point until the time, because I think the time has to be 11:15 GMT. So it means the 45 minute lunch or brunch, depending on where you are. Can I ask that we do that? I have to apologize. In the meantime, we can also do a networking. Secretariat, if you can play those videos. I think the other video was very useful. If you can just continue doing that. I have to apologize for you to be getting so much of time in between. but we also want you to get all the quality from the experts. We do not want to get to a point where we are actually discounting what the panelists would have come in to say. And like Anna, we appreciate that you're here, but I sorry for having to delay you for the next session. Yeah, at this point, I would like to just ask that we do that. Let us congregate at 11:15 GMT. It's 45 minutes from now. I thank you. My humblest apologies again. Thank you.
Thank you.
So tell me a little bit about the new IBM HyperProtect Accelerator Program.
I'm really excited to be here today as well and launch our IBM HyperProtect Accelerator Program. We're focusing on fintech and health tech startups, less than $1 million in revenue, less than 5 years old, so early stage founders. And it's all about keeping your sensitive data safe. We know that there are often security breaches that we see in our social media, we hear about every day, and we think that instead of managing your data protection and privacy through policy, having technology that does it for you.
So what benefits then will startups see if they apply and get accepted into this program?
I would categorize it into 3 components. One being technology, so cloud credits, up to $120,000 in cloud credits over a 1-year period. Access to mentorship, so we'll provide both technical and business mentorship for 1 year virtual. So regardless of where you live in the world, this is available to you. And up to 2 years of technical mentorship from expert IBM engineers that can help you with your cloud storage, can help you with the HyperProtect product, blockchain, AI, all of the cool stuff that IBM has to offer.
So tell me a little bit about the selection process then and who you're targeting specifically.
Yeah, perfect. So I think the selection process is really all about choosing the best and brightest and most innovative solutions that are fintech and or health tech. And then I think the interesting opportunity for these partners, in addition to the stuff that I talked about previously, is co-marketing. Bringing IBM to the table when you're having, your conversations as a startup, whether that's with the VC community, angel investors. Our application process is pretty straightforward. You'll see that we only have a handful of questions, and we've really tried to streamline the process. A lot of startups are often applying to a lot of different programs, and there's a lot of stuff available out there, and hopefully ours, sets itself apart. And on behalf of the IBM Linux One team, we look forward to reviewing your applications.
So tell me a little bit about the new IBM HyperProtect Accelerator Program.
I'm really excited to be here today as well and launch our IBM HyperProtect Accelerator Program. We're focusing on fintech and health tech startups, less than $1 million in revenue, less than 5 years old, so early stage founders. And it's all about keeping your sensitive data safe. We know that there are often security breaches that we see in our social media, we hear about every day, and we think that instead of managing your data protection and privacy through policy, having technology that does it for you.
So what benefits then will startups see if they apply and get accepted into this program?
I would categorize it into 3 components. One being technology, so cloud credits, up to $120,000 in cloud credits over a 1-year period. Access to mentorship, so we'll provide both technical and business mentorship business mentorship for 1 year virtual. So regardless of where you live in the world, this is available to you. And up to 2 years of technical mentorship from expert IBM engineers that can help you with your cloud storage, can help you with the HyperProtect product, blockchain, AI, all of the cool stuff that IBM has to offer.
So tell me a little bit about the selection process then and who you're targeting specifically.
Yeah, perfect. So I think the selection process is really all about choosing the best and brightest and most innovative solutions that are fintech and or health tech. And then I think the interesting opportunity for these partners, in addition to the stuff that I talked about previously, is co-marketing. Bringing IBM to the table when you're having, your conversations as a startup, whether that's with the VC community, angel investors. Our application process is pretty straightforward. You'll see that we only have a handful of questions, and we've really tried to streamline the process. A lot of startups are often applying to a lot of different programs, and there's a lot of stuff available out there, and hopefully ours, sets itself apart. And on behalf of the IBM Linux One team, we look forward to reviewing your applications.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Ask the CEO with Avraham Gatile. Today, I'd like to introduce a very special guest. She is a startup program manager at IBM who is focused on empowering early-stage entrepreneurs to transform their lives through technology and business mentorship. She is a division-level lead for IBM's Call for Code initiative, which involves preparing for and responding to natural disasters with technical innovation. Prior to joining IBM, she spent several years in Microsoft's Airband initiative, where she was an impact investor focused on internet and energy access. She is currently co-chair of IEEE's Digital Skills Working Group and is a founding member of the Coalition for Digital Intelligence with the World Economic Forum, OECD, IEEE, and the DQ Institute. She is the founder and CEO of Mentor Nations, a youth-led digital literacy movement which aims to inspire underserved communities via access, skills, and utilization of technology. She holds 2 master's degrees in supply chain and finance and is working towards her PhD in international business. Her research focus is the digital inclusion of indigenous communities. It is my pleasure to welcome the one and only Melissa Sassy. Welcome, Melissa.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always interesting having someone read your bio to you.
For sure. It's the same thing with me. When they read the bio, I'm like, wow. Yeah,
that's me.
Well, it's awesome. I love the backdrop. Looks like you're outside in beautiful California.
That's exactly right. I was sitting inside in a conference room, and I got kicked out of the conference room, and right now we have the joys of being outside, where we've got some big carts going behind us. So hopefully it's not too noisy for everyone. But I looked outside and I thought, what a better place to have a conversation with you, sitting outside.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of technology, where we can just be anywhere and be productive at work.
My office now is in San Jose, California, and I'm on IBM's campus.
Fantastic. So let's talk about that. Melissa, I think it's an amazing initiative that you're involved with. With the onset of the gig economy, many people are turning to entrepreneurship in order to go after their dreams or make an impact in the world. But as you know, many small businesses fail within the first year of business. What kinds of resources does IBM offer to help startups become viable during that critical first year in business and beyond?
Yeah, so we've got a number of different programs within the family of IBM. My particular focus is on a program that's called IBM HyperProtect Accelerator, and it's geared toward focusing on both fintech and health tech. And we just launched it on the middle of the month, middle of June,
wow,
which
so it's brand new.
It's brand new. It's hot off the press. We are just going through the application phase now. Applications close on July 31st. We'll make decisions in September. And what they'll receive will be, first off, an in-person accelerator that will focus on both technical mentorship, so cloud onboarding. It'll focus on IBM products like HyperProtect. It'll focus on AI and then blockchain. And we'll have experts from throughout IBM that will help have a tailored approach to each of these startups when it comes to their technology roadmap and what they're looking to achieve. And then we'll also have a kind of more business focused kind of set of curriculum that's catered toward, the many reasons why startups fail, whether that's, lack of market focus or market viability or the problem statement or, their mission statement or many other things like access to capital. So we'll focus on that. We'll have an in-person demo day where VCs, IBM partners, customers, stakeholders will be present. And this is all about how do we help this cohort gain access to capital? How do we help to evolve them? They'll have 1 year of business mentorship, 2 years of technical mentorship. Those will happen virtually because we want a diverse cohort that is quite geographically dispersed. I'm really hoping that we have a good set of applicants come in and those that are kind of fit for purpose in terms of what we're looking for. And what we're looking for will be fintech and health tech startups, less than $1 million in revenue, less than 5 years old, legal entity, website, matching email address.
I love what you're saying because, as you know, entrepreneurs wear many different hats and they sort of have to become a jack of all trades. But in order to succeed in anything, you have to focus, which means you have to double down on what you're good at and sort of farm out the things that you're not good at.
That's exactly right.
So it's wonderful that IBM has all these resources because it's pretty much like a business in a box that you're offering them.
Yeah. This is why I joined IBM. I see this as launching my baby, if you will. I'm very passionate personally about technology entrepreneurship and the role that being an entrepreneur can play in terms of really advancing your career and giving you opportunities that you might not have thought were possible otherwise. We've got partners in place with Queen City FinTech, Medici, and IBM AlphaZone, which is a Tel Aviv-based accelerator. And from all of the curriculum they have available, the mentors, we're really looking forward to, even co-marketing with this cohort and helping to tell their stories. I'm also hoping that we have some really great social stuff that comes out of this. And what I mean by that is doing well while doing good. Is it increasing healthcare outcomes? Is it increasing financial health or intelligence? What role can IBM play to not just think about cool technology and innovation, but what can we do to think about solving the sustainable development goals and, alleviating poverty or, creating a more balanced economy.
Yeah, and that's so much more, like you said, more than just the technology. It's actually making an impact in the world.
Yeah.
But let's focus on the technology just a little bit. And let's talk about what kind of technology does IBM offer these startups as part of the IBM HyperProtect Accelerator?
Yeah, so the first thing is cloud credits, so $120,000 in cloud credits, and it's $10,000 a month per startup, use it or lose it, and that can be put toward our suite of products. That could be put toward cloud storage, so we'll help with cloud onboarding. We believe in a hybrid cloud approach, so if they are working on other clouds, whether that's any of our competitive set, okay, fine. But we've got a really interesting product that's called IBM Cloud HyperProtect Services. And it's all about encrypting all of your data versus bits and pieces of it. And it also involves our client or the startup managing their keys instead of us, the cloud administrator, managing them on their behalf. This is super relevant for highly regulated industries like financial services, like healthcare, insurance, etc. And so that's why we're focused on those industries, because we believe that this product really, sets itself apart from our competitors. And it's, I kind of like to say, encryption on steroids.
I almost fell out of my chair when I heard you mention that you're giving them $100,000 in credit.
$120,000
in credit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable. And if you think about how entrepreneurs run their businesses on a shoestring budget, and all these expenses are what contributes to the stress and pressures that they're under, this is an unbelievable opportunity that you're providing them with.
Yeah, it's my hope and my dream that we, identify some really game-changing startups that, can not just, make use of our technology, but we can help to turn them into the next unicorn through, our network of partners. I mean, imagine the opportunity that these startups have, especially in fintech and health tech, where we've got very strong relationships in the financial services industry with, the largest financial services institutions on the planet. Same thing on the healthcare side of things. So introducing their products and these startups to our customers is all part of the program.
Now, you mentioned security and encryption. Can you elaborate a little bit about some of these unique challenges that are specific to fintech and health tech?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, gosh, you just have to open up your, your Twitter feed or your Facebook or whatever social media channels you're on, and we see a data breach here, whether it's on purpose or on accident. And
it's like, what time of day is it?
That's exactly right. There are all these, studies out there that talk about, the average cost of a breach, or and again, whether that's accidental or on purpose. And we, how many times do you get notifications in your email that, your password has been, stolen, or an accidental blah, blah, blah has been, discovered?
Like at least 6 times a year, I get a letter from some company I've never heard of saying how a laptop was stolen with personal information unencrypted on the hard drive, and my personal information happened to be on there. Even though they never got it from me, but they got it through another business that they're partnered with that I did business.
Exactly. And so we believe that you shouldn't be managing, data protection through policy. So through a written document that says, do this, don't do that. It should be managed through technology. And HyperProtect is really that technology.
One of the things that's really important to emphasize is that IBM has more resources to handle encryption and security than any startup will for the foreseeable future.
And that's why we think the mentorship is really important. And that's why we think the credits are really important. It's kind of like, try it, see how it is. We'll teach you everything that we know will empower you to be as successful as possible, whether that's on the business side or the technical side. But let's hand over the tools that you need to run your business and protect your data. And again, instead of trying to figure out, should I protect this? Should I protect that? Let's protect the whole lot and give you a product that, really encrypts everything.
Now, Melissa, thinking about the IBM HyperProtect Accelerator, I'm sure many businesses out there that are watching this video are thinking, yeah, let's sign up right away. Others might not be so sure. What do you think is holding them back, and what might you say to these ambivalent entrepreneurs?
There's a lot of noise out there. There are a lot of programs out there. I'd love to say that we're the only, program on the planet, but there's, lots of different accelerators, there's incubators, corporate programs. There are, technology programs that are, somewhat similar in nature, to ours, that have a credit component. They might have a mentorship component. But I think for this particular accelerator, if you're dealing in high levels of personally identifiable information, or PII, this is really a game-changing product and a game-changing opportunity that is quite different than other products on the market. And imagine having a team of resources at your side to, help you through your journey, whether that's onboarding into the cloud, utilization of this product, or even saying, wow, I'd like to check out what you're doing with Watson, or I'd like to check out what you're doing with blockchain, having a named group of individuals. So it's not like a help desk model where you're, a one-to-many kind of engagement. It's one-to-one, and these are real people, real engineers, named mentors for you. And in many cases, that's quite different, from our competitive set. And then I think the other piece too is the longer term mentorship. So it's not like you come in for 12 weeks and then see you later. It's come in for 4 days, do a demo day, and we're going to stick around for a year doing the business mentorship. We're going to stick around for 2 years doing the technical mentorship. It's a much more longer term, engagement, and we much more strategic and one-on-one versus one-to-many. And this is such a paradigm shift from the perception that people had about IBM with regards to smaller companies and startups. A lot of the people that I talk to, whether it's the VC community, the startup community, whether it's here in Silicon Valley or Tel Aviv or anywhere else, I hear a lot about, well, okay, what is this Linux One product? And isn't that something that's relevant for, an enterprise client or, a credit card processing or an airline? How is this relevant to my business? And, we think that there are really interesting opportunities with IBM Cloud HyperProtect services that, again, sets itself apart. But I think it's also something that's quite relevant for startups. Startups don't have access to a lot of capital. And in some cases, they're, might not have access to any. So what are you going to spend your money on? Are you going to spend it on a cloud solution when you've got an opportunity to try something out before you move into a paying customer? For me, I'm just excited that we have this available for any startups that don't fall into, my category for my particular program. We do have a broader program that's called Startup with IBM, and it essentially gives startups access to similar amount of credits. It's less one-on-one, it's more, online tutorials and information. But any startup can apply as long as you are less than $1 million in revenue, less than 5 years old, working website, legal entity, and matching email address. Yeah, that matching email address, that's it. I can't tell you how many startups I work with that have a Gmail email address. It's true, it's true. And I think it's just one of those perception things that just ups your game a little bit when it comes to, how do you communicate? It's not just about, is your product awesome? Do you have the right technical roadmap? Did you get your problem statement down? Do you have your business model together? It's some of these little things that, it is important to, show how you're thinking about the long term. So Melissa, how can people participate in the IBM HyperProtect Accelerator program, and where can people go to connect with you? Perfect. So if I'm not mistaken, keep me honest, you're gonna put a link on the screen, which I hope you will. I will, and I'll also post that to the show notes so people can just click on that and get right to it. Awesome, awesome. You know how sometimes URLs are a little bit long, and this one's a little bit wordy. So I would say, look on the screen, look on the call notes, click on that link, and it'll take you to a blog post. So it's a blog post that I wrote. Thankfully, I have a great team of editors to help me make it much better than I would be able to do on my own. It takes an army, similar to our partnership model. It's not just about what can IBM do, but how can we work with our partners? And it'll share a little bit more information. There will be a link to learn more about IBM Cloud HyperProtect services. There will also be a link to the application page. Application page is really straightforward and simple. Key dates to remember: application is already live. We close the application process the end of July. We'll make decisions in September, and then we'll have our in-person cohort that will be in Charlotte, North Carolina in November. And then we'll start the mentorship, the virtual mentorship in December. Wow, that's exciting. I'm looking forward to that. Me too. Me too. I've already started reviewing applications. I'm doing it on a week-by-week basis, and we've already got a couple handfuls of applications in already, which I'm very excited about. We within 24 hours, we already had one handful. So whatever we did at our launch event, we said the right thing, or whatever we did to get it out there. It's I think things are looking interesting, but I'm more concerned with quality over quantity. How do we have the right startups join, and how do we choose an amazing cohort? It's going to be hard, I think.
Melissa, do you have any parting words of wisdom that you'd like to share with the audience?
Yeah, I think for me, I don't know if this is so much related to the startup program specifically, but I'll just say something that is kind of in my head right now. I joined to create this program, and it's been a really interesting and fun journey. And I think that where we've gotten now, as of today, it couldn't have happened without a great team of people, both internally and externally. And I would just I don't know, ask maybe as my word of wisdom, I don't know, maybe keep me in your thoughts, because I want this to go really well. And I personally want to see it succeed, not, because I want to make sure that I have my job tomorrow, but but I think that it can really change the lives and experiences of early stage startups, and help them to evolve from an economic perspective.
Love that. Melissa, thank you so much for sharing your time and your wisdom. I really enjoyed having you on the show.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I think on my watch it's 11:15 GMT. I hope you had a good break. And we can start. We're good to go. We are back on schedule now with regards to our agenda. I think we do have Kilio is now fully fleshed back. We just had a glitch in terms of time and the alignment thereof. As we have made that introduction earlier, we're going now into the panel discussions. Our session 1 is on cybersecurity, mitigating DNS abuse and cybercrime. I'll give the powers over to Yusuf Kilio. Yusuf, you can come in.
Yusuf might not be quite ready. I don't know, maybe you can give him a few minutes.
Yusuf is
Hello.
Is
Can you hear me now?
You can hear you.
Oh, he's there.
Okay. Now I think, is it, am I audible? You can all hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. You can go ahead, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Thabo, for the opportunity to lead this panel discussion. So I was actually going through some of the issues that probably we are supposed to discuss here, and I can see my co-moderator, who is Abdul, is not with us. I want to start with a little starting point that actually now cybersecurity is not something that we should joke about. It's something very serious that troubles a lot of organizations, a lot of countries. We have reached a point where we are seeing things like cyber warfare. We are seeing things like people can murder other people through internet. We have seen a lot of challenges. Big companies happen to fall victim to cyber attacks. Things like companies like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and many other big companies falling victim to cyber attacks. So it's not something that we should take it lightly. It's something very serious. It's troubles in many countries and organizations. So I would like to introduce my panel. We have, I think I have four. Is it four? Yes, I have four panel members that will be able to talk about these matters at length when we discuss about these cyber-related issues and DNS abuse. With me, I have Laikana, who is a CEO for Diamond Security. Also, I have Toba from Nigeria, and also Toba. Let me look at. I have Laikana, I have Toba, and then 1 minute. Trying to have a look at my panelists here. Apologies, I can only remember two, but also I have a Kole, and also I have Mark. So these are four panelists that will join me to this very important discussion, this panel discussion, as we discuss the story of DNS abuse and cyber crime investigations. So let me start with Laikana. Laikana, I know you have a presentation that you're going to speak about post-COVID. How are we going to combat cyber-related issues after COVID era? But before that, if Laikana, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, but before that, I wanted to, I know we sit together at ICANN, and ICANN is really pioneering the story of DNS abuse and so on, etc. I want you to tell me, how do you think?
There is a lot of noise from your side. I cannot hear you properly.
You cannot hear me properly?
Yeah, it's a little bit okay now. So can you repeat, please?
Okay. I'm saying, I know that like kind of we are sitting together at ICANN, and ICANN is playing a major or significant role when it comes to DNS abuse and so on to try to make sure that things are in good position. So before you get into post-COVID era, how this cybercrime will get into will be impacting and so on, how we can mitigate challenges after this COVID era. I would like you to tell our audience on what you think it constitutes a DNS abuse.
Can you repeat who? A lot of noise, sorry.
I said, what you think constitutes DNS abuse, and also who is primarily responsible for addressing DNS abuse.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you, Kileo. So, in fact, DNS abuse is composed of 5 broad categories of harmful activity insofar as they intersect with the DNS. So it consists of malware, botnet, phishing, farming, and also spam. About spam, spam is included when it serves as a delivery mechanism for the other form of DNS abuse. Okay, so who is responsible to address it? I think it's all the stakeholder, like the registry, and also the registrar, but each one has some powers. Okay, some of them have limited power, from one side, and on another side, some has more power. Okay, so when it's related, can you hear me? Oh, a lot of noise. Oh my God.
No, I can hear you properly.
Hello.
I can hear you properly.
Okay. So what I can hide is that registries and registrars don't have the ability to surgically target the abusive part of a domain name or a particular page on that domain. Okay, and what we notice is that the only mitigation tool a registry or registrar possesses is to disable the entire domain. Okay, and unfortunately, disabling a domain name is as powerful as its imprecise, especially when the DNS abuse occurs on a broader platform, forum, marketplace, or other domain shared by large audiences. This is my point of view regarding that. I don't know if I'm clear.
Yes. Thank you, Laikana. But actually, I want to understand one thing. Do you have an examples of DNS threats and the impact on occurrence on these threats?
Can you repeat?
I said, do you have any examples of DNS threats and how these things impact on occurrences of the threats?
DNS threat, we can talk about farming. Okay. So farming is the redirection of unknowing users to fraudulent sites or services, typically through DNS hijacking and poisoning. Okay. And DNS hijacking occurs when attackers use malware to redirect a victim to the attacker side instead of the one initially requested. Okay, so DNS poisoning causes a DNS server to respond with a false IP address bearing malicious code. Okay, so with this explanation, you can see the kind of impact or these threats can have for user, but also for the administrator managing DNS. Hello.
Thank you, Lakan. I understand also you have short presentation that you wish to share with us on how we can how we can mitigate the challenges of cybercrime after or post-COVID era. So if you don't mind, please put it on so that you can take us through that. I believe we can take only 4 to 5 minutes before we continue to the next panelist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can do it.
Okay, no problem. So as I said, I will talk about cyber threat mitigation in post-COVID era. Okay, as I was saying, the coronavirus has changed the way we work and where we work, and many organizations now adopt new solutions and collaboration tools like Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and so on and so forth, so that they can be able to have meetings, they can be able to still work, even if they work from home. Okay. And such a fast-paced digital transformation has also exposed several shortcomings associated with our remote workforce. The FBI, after some research, the FBI Internet Crime Compliance Center has seen a 400% spike in coronavirus-related cyber attack within the last 6 months. And based on that, some proactive measure has to be taken to safeguard the infrastructure. The proposal number 1 is to implement secure VPN and firewall management initiative. Okay, and despite having encryption in place, threat actors can still exploit VPN and access on organization network. Prior to COVID-19, large organization had minimum VPN traffic due to employees being on site. And given the risk, organization must carefully consider which VPN is best suited to accommodate the remote workforce, and also ensure bandwidth and connectivity are evenly distributed. Limiting VPN profiles to company devices also helps protect organization as it decreases the likelihood of unauthorized access. Point number 2 is meeting audit and compliance requirement during rapid digital transformation. And embracing digital transformation is no a simple feat, as organizations must audit which software complement the infrastructure. In digital transformation greatly expand the technology stacks and can include a wide swath of software for artificial intelligence, cloud technology, in industrial Internet of Things, and etc. So it's important for CISO to determine which is the best solution for the organization and consult with the respective team on how and if those selections can be implemented securely and in compliance. To avoid non-compliance, organizations must have visibility on their entire infrastructure, which include the computer assets, network, security control, and also vulnerabilities. The point number 2 is the securing cloud environments and managing cloud native security control. Cloud-based services are a major component of digital transformation, as everybody here knows. While valued for security from the cloud service provider, the management of these services by customer organization can lead to security and compliance risk, just like in any other technology. Okay, there are certain cyber agent practice that can limit the risk to cloud services, so critical to business continuity during these times. Utilizing encryption, okay, to protect data transfer at all touch point is one. Continuously monitoring for new vulnerability, threats, and change in exposure is another. Proposal number 4, it's outlining cyber risk management strategies to counteract COVID-19 and other cyber threats. While there is no pandemic playbook for cybersecurity professional, there are best practices that CISO can utilize to manage through the uncharted waters ahead. The first phase began with leadership as CISO, IT director, and other experts determining which assets are most critical to the business and how vulnerable they are to cyber attacks, malware, and other threats. The final phase is IT teams taking inventory of all applicable equipment, helping employees that experience issue with either hardware or software efficiently to keep business running smoothly. So this is the letter for the presentation I had. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laikana, for that very good presentation. And I just want to remind you again on my panelists. Sorry that I was having a little troubles earlier looking into them. I have also Maktar, who is a secretary of UNESCO. I also have Mason Kohli, who is incoming chair for BC ICANN. And the one who just spoke was Laikana Kolibai. And also I have Toba Obanini, who is a CEO of Wobus Limited. I believe, Mason, you are there?
Yes, I am, Kaleo. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. How big is this DNS abuse problem on your view?
Well, it's very big. I have a few slides if you'd like me to present that, or we can talk about the issue in general. How would you like me to proceed?
You can put on the presentation that you have.
Okay, one moment while I share my screen.
All right, excellent.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much to my friends for inviting me to the summit today. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. The DNS abuse issue has been talked about for quite some time now within the cybersecurity community and within ICANN. And the ICANN business constituency, which is the organization that represents businesses around the world in terms of their participation on the internet, has been concerned about DNS abuse for a very long time. So, to your question, Cleo, the abuse problem persists terribly much so. It occurs year after year, and it's periodically magnified by outside events. For example, we see DNS abuse increasing as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic.
You also see DNS abuse occurring when there are natural disasters, or in the case of civil unrest in the United States, we see DNS abuse increasing as bad actors try to find a way to leverage the DNS to take advantage of others. The common theme in all of this is that the DNS is leveraged for illicit purposes. So to your question about how big the problem really is, there was a study by the Inter-Isle Consulting Group in October, excuse me, which is just last month. And during the study period, which was May 1st to July 31st of this year, phishing reports, this study dealt mainly with phishing. Phishing reports impacted over 99,000 unique domain names in 439 TLDs at 414 registrars. So of that total, Inter-Isle identified over 60,000 maliciously registered domain names. 60,000 maliciously registered domain names. So the phishing problem is bigger than reported, although the exact size really is unknown. Part of the problem that we have is the over-redaction of the WHOIS data due to GDPR is contributing to under-detection of the problem. So the ICANN's Security and Stability Advisory Committee has advised ICANN that if DNS abuse is left unchecked, meaning it's not addressed, abuse and the cybercrime that results from it continues to victimize millions annually and reduces the trust in the internet, including the DNS. And this is the problem that we're all facing. How do we keep trust in the DNS in a way that promotes the use of the internet without victimizing others? Now, progress has been made. There's a voluntary framework that you may have heard about by registrars and registries who are proactively taking up the issue of DNS abuse and trying to rid their namespaces of abusive actors. And it's had a measurable impact, and it should be applauded, but unfortunately it's not quite enough to deal with the problem as it exists. So as I mentioned, voluntary frameworks are helpful, but they're not fully inclusive. If you've attended any of the ICANN meetings in the last year, you may have heard that ICANN is aware that there are 8 to 10 bad actor contracted parties that ICANN says they know about, and that's where the abusive registrations tend to hide, is within those registrars and registries. So what do we do about this? There are opportunities here for ICANN to act based on their contracts. And we can do things like clean up what's called the low-hanging fruit, these 8 to 10 known bad actors that create the biggest problems in the namespace. And they can do so now with the tools that they have under their contracts. There is an ongoing argument about a definition of DNS abuse. And I don't think that we should get bogged down in understanding what DNS abuse, what a definition really is, because it's something that we all know exists and we can deal with it. So let's not argue concurrently now or over, over what the definition of DNS abuse really is. Let's deal with the problem. We should consider incentives for those who are running clean registries and registrars, meaning financial incentives within ICANN for a break on registry and registrar fees. ICANN needs to be more proactive with its compliance function by using the tools that it has to go after the bad actors. Contracted parties, meaning registries and registrars, should be proactive with their mitigation and prevention efforts, meaning they shouldn't only mitigate DNS abuse after it happens, they should try to prevent it before it happens. And then we should equip ICANN with the tools it needs to enforce anti-abuse obligations. So there are lots of things that we need to do, and the DNS abuse problem is significant. And I hope that we can all cooperate in a way to help ICANN and others in the international community combat DNS abuse. That's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Marcin Tole, the incoming chair for ICANN, GC ICANN. I wanted also to ask you a little bit. You mentioned very good point towards the end of the presentation, that we need to think of preventing rather than waiting for the problem to happen then to fight about it. So what do you think, or on your view, what do you advise? What would be the best way to prevent it? Not only DNS abuse, but cybercrime at large. Some few points that we can try to advance it so that we can be able to be on the safe path. Do you have any points that you can be able to share with us?
Well, I think I understood your question. There's a bit of background noise, but if the question is, what do we do to prevent DNS abuse? The biggest thing that we can do is take action against known bad actors. There are known registries and registrars that contribute to DNS abuse, and if we're able to enforce terms of contracts against those registries and registrars, then we have a big jump on the DNS abuse problem. Part of the problem that we have is that ICANN is not willing to enforce their contracts proactively, and that's unfortunate because it really would do a lot to help with the DNS abuse problem. So I'm hoping that we can persuade ICANN to go after the bad actors on the registry and registrar side, so that the bad actors who perpetrate DNS abuse don't have an opportunity to leverage the DNS for abusive purposes. I hope that helps with your question.
Yes, thank you. Let me move on to Mokhtar. I believe, Mokhtar, you are with us.
Hello, Yusuf.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
When will we have a chance to ask questions of Mr. Cole?
Yes, we will.
Later on, eh? Okay.
Yes. Okay, Mokhtar, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Yeah.
Very good. Good to
morning,
know
good
you.
afternoon, everybody. And thank you for inviting me to this
Okay.
AfICTA Summit. Let me share with my screen.
Yes, before you go to the sharing of your screen, Mokhtar, who is Economic Affairs Officer for UNECA, I would like to ask you one little question. In Africa, we've been having, people are saying that we are very vulnerable when it comes to cyber attacks. We've been having a lot of challenges when it comes to cyber crimes. People are causing a lot of trouble in Africa because we are not well prepared. So what do you think contribute to this situation where we are not well prepared? As a result, we've been happen to be easy victims to these cyber threats, cyber attacks.
Yes, you are right. We are facing a lot of challenges in cybersecurity in Africa for several reasons. First, we have a lot of issues regarding the technology side, the skill development, as well as on the regulatory side. In Africa now, one country, one continent more exposed to the cybersecurity threat. And I'm going to highlight some in my presentation.
Okay. As I've said, before you get into your presentation, I just wanted to know what do you think contributes to this, us in Africa being in a serious problem when it comes to cyber attacks and cyber threats, being victims to cyber attacks?
Come again, please, because the line is not very...
Yes, I said, in your opinion,
yes,
what do you think we as an African country happen to be victims of these cyber threats and cyber attacks easily compared to other countries across the globe?
You know, fighting cybercrime is not just for one country. It is something we can deal together at the regional level and the continental level. And when you look at the situation in Africa, we have this Convention on Cybersecurity, AU Convention on Cybersecurity. And when you look at it, few countries have ratified this convention. Means the country would like to go alone. If cybersecurity, we can't sort out the issue without enhancing this digital cooperation. Digital cooperation is needed to fight cyber crime in Africa. We need to develop this cooperation as well as to look at how countries can work together to develop the critical issue of cybersecurity, such as infrastructure to harmonize the regulatory, as well as to develop a common vision of cybersecurity in the whole continent. That's it. Hello?
Oh, okay, I can hear you. Actually, one thing that I wanted also, I know that you have a presentation you prepared on the challenges facing African countries to secure a digital era. But we normally speak of these challenges, and unfortunately, we don't come up with solutions on how now we can do things in a better way, so that at least we can be in a position where we resolve problems and we end up having not fully or not 100% secure, but at least we keep the threats tolerable. So after you, I believe when you present your challenges that face African countries, you could also add a little bit of what do you think should be done so that at least we can be in a better position to protect our African continent when it comes to this securing digital era.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I will.
Please go ahead.
Did you have my screen?
Yes, yes, I have it.
You have it. Okay, let me go quickly to that because we don't have enough time. Now, what is the issue of cybersecurity now? First, I think we are in the current crisis of this pandemic, who has caused a huge strain in the global economy, and Africa also is among this country where the crisis is a negative impact on the whole economic area. Also, in Africa, when we note it during this crisis, the COVID pandemic has a cybersecurity relevance, something very important to note. And in this regard, cybersecurity become a major concern across the continent. During this crisis, we have people working on remote working and also on e-learning. They work from home, and this one also creates a lot of issue of cybersecurity because you remember there is one conference of minister and people hacked the network. It was, I think, on one of the platforms. Yeah, and during this conference, they send out pornographic image during this conference of minister. Also, everybody use a computer, and it's more easy now to access to the confidential information from enterprise, information also from personal data personal information. Donc, with this COVID, also the cybersecurity has a big relevance. Also, there is another issue people ignore. It is this creates an incentive for state to intensify cyber espionage. A lot of countries use this COVID issue to have a better control on what the citizens do. It is something very important. Also, the growth of cyber criminal. Why we do the growth of cyber criminal? We have two issues. First, during the COVID period, a lot of people lost their job, and now they focused on the cyber crime. Yeah, because the cyber crime is created by some engineers, some people who have a skill on this area. And in Africa, the number of attacks increased. So, such as attack when we have a website, some bank, some financial institution website, and now we have some statistic in March. We have an increase of 66% in March, and now I think it is more. And the question is now how to stay online in the time of the COVID and also post-COVID, because we have a lot of issues during this period. And what the challenge, we talk about the challenge. There are several challenges in Africa. Why is cybercrime, cyber security become a big issue? The challenge. Despite we have some increase of awareness of cybersecurity issue in the continent, a lot of continent now take into consideration, a lot of countries take into consideration the importance of the issue of cybersecurity. But the real challenge exists because look at now the internet penetration is growing. If it is growing, it is people have more access to the digital device, to the digital service. And this one also is a creator another challenge for cybersecurity. Is facilitate cybersecurity issue because we have now a lot of access. The mobile telecommunication also, as well as the e-service like this mobile money service, this e-application, this fintech, this e-learning platform, e-health platform, e-commerce platform. They are growing, and this when they grow also with the rate of cybersecurity. In Africa, we have a lot of challenges regarding the legal. Which country has a provision of legal provision to fight cybercrime? Few countries, few countries. And also, you have a lot of system implemented in the continent. And this one is from outside, from as a company outside. We don't have the sovereignty to control the data around this system. Generally, some data of the continent are exported for other issue in the other continent. Also, we have the issue of the skill. It's become very important because we are facing on this issue of cybercrime because we don't have enough skill to fight this problem. And let me give you a global picture on the situation of data protection. When you look at African country, each of these have requested to develop this cybersecurity convention for Africa. It was adopted since I think 5 years, and now you have only six countries who ratify this convention. It become a serious problem, political problem. How each of states recommend to develop this AU convention on cybercrime, and few countries now adopted this, ratify this. It is a problem, and people prefer to use a Budapest Convention or another convention, and they don't want to use this African convention. It is a problem, and we are in Africa. The second is when you look at this map, out of 54 countries, 28 countries have only protection legislation on data. It's very few. And we have only 11% drafting now their legislation. When you look at you see, we have no data protection. Look at there is some countries. When you look at Algeria, Libya, Sudan, South Sudan, DRC, and others, Zambia, you don't have any law on data protection. And it is a great big problem also for this cybersecurity issue in Africa. Now, to come to your last question, how we can fight the issue of cybercrime or cybersecurity issue in Africa. I can talk about what we did at UNECA. First, I talked about this Convention of Cybersecurity and Guideline for Data Protection, adopted since 2018. Yeah. ECA also create a digital team to support African countries. The digital team is within a digital center of excellence on digital ID, digital trade, digital economy, established in 2018 to support Africa, to build the capacity to support generally African country for this digital technology for their development. But there is one focus on on cybersecurity. There is a team working on cybersecurity, how to build the capacity of African country to mitigate the issue of the cybercrime. Yeah, and also to develop a focus on regulatory framework. What kind of regulation we should have put in the country, and also at the regional level and at the continental to harmonize the several framework. Also, we have the good news is we adopted the digital the digital transformation, Africa digital transformation strategy in January for the last summit of state in Addis Ababa. And this digital transformation strategy, one important component is how country can fight cybercrime. And it was adopted. Now we are in the implementation phase. And ECA is supporting a country to implement this digital transformation strategy in several areas. One of the areas is cybersecurity. Now we are working now with 10 countries to look at how we can review the law in place, how we can harmonize also at the sub-regional level, and how we can align with this African Convention for Cybercrime, and also how to build their capacity and how to build also some center of cybersecurity in the continent. Also how they can preserve their data, the sovereignty of the data. Yeah. But you know, the big issue now for the cybersecurity in Africa is the issue of data. Yeah. How data is used, how they use data in the country and outside the country, and who use the data and for what purpose. It is a big issue now. Yeah, yeah, and we are working on the member state to help them to answer all these questions and to put in place the right application. Yeah, to save their sovereignty. It is something very important. Also, we encourage African countries to work together, because the issue of cybersecurity is not limited at the country level. We have this issue of cybersecurity at the border, at the sub-regional level, and at the continental level, and at the world level. Yeah, why we will this implementation in every African threat area, cybersecurity is very important, because we want to increase the intra-commerce with intra-trade between African countries. And it's very important to make sure the use of digital service is safe. Yeah. And to be safe, we need to put the legal provision on cybersecurity, the right infrastructure on cybersecurity, and build the capacity for the right skill on cybersecurity. And building capacity will also, will create another opportunity for the youth to work on the cybersecurity issue, because we are going to build the skill as there are new threat anytime, new challenge, and people can respond to the challenge. It is why I think your session today is very, very important for Africa and also for the world, to see how African countries think about the issue of cybersecurity, how we can sort it out, this problem of cybersecurity, because now we have a lot of challenges when we talk about this for revolution and Internet of Things, the issue of big data, the issue of artificial intelligence, and all
Maktar,
without the right policy on cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maktar. Thank you very much for your good insights. Although I have a few questions for you that I'll bring them later on. But before that, let me go to Toba. Toba, are you with us?
Yes,
Toba,
I am. I'm
good.
here. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very properly. So I just want first to ask you one little question. We have seen organizations falling victim to these cyber threats, cyber attacks. We have seen organizations from telecom companies, banks, to other institutions across the globe falling victims. But few of them spoke of these challenges that they're facing. As a result, customers are not aware that, for example, their data happen to be in trouble. So we do have this, one of the very serious challenges that we currently see. So what do you think should be the solution to these organizations to be able to provide details of the challenges that they're facing without any fear? What should be done, or what do you think we should be able to, how we can convince these people to understand that they should be able to tell if anything happens to their organization, so that at least we as the final users should be aware and be able to take measures to protect our data?
Thank you so much for that question. The truth is that as more and more African countries begin to embrace data privacy acts and laws, one of the requirements for most of this is that when there's some sort of breach, or when there's some sort of illegal access to the data of any entity, the entity has a responsibility by law to make this information known. I'm sure that we are aware of several global companies that have announced that they were victims of cyber attacks over the past few years. That's because they were required by law to actually state whenever this kind of breaches happen. So I would expect that as more African countries begin to embrace data privacy laws, I think that these entities will have no choice but to reveal when they do have some kind of breaches and attacks. However, I can imagine that many organizations and companies are naturally a bit concerned because for many African countries, there's already very low trust in these organizations. And whenever breaches like this happen, if it's not handled properly, it could actually lead to loss of revenue and loss of trust from the customers to the organizations. And so I can imagine that many organizations may want to manage that information to ensure that customers don't get to know what exactly is going on. But of course, customers have the right to know what's going on, especially if these organizations are responsible for keeping their data, their information, and other things like that. I also have a presentation. I don't know if I can proceed to give my presentation. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you anymore.
I said, I know that you have presentation, and which you're going to talk about cybersecurity and the responsibilities of service provider, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I know that you have that. That's why I wanted to ask you these particular questions, because I think the major problem, personally, I've been in the field and trying to help many organizations resolve cybercrime related issues. But these happen to be one of the problems that most of these organizations fear to talk about their challenges, thinking that probably they may lose customers, thinking probably their reputation may go down, thinking probably many other reasons that may have. So how do we manage to convince these people to be able to understand that they are responsible to tell us that they have issues and they need to take action, so that at least we can be able to have faith in them that they can be able to protect our data and information that we trust them with?
Well, I still feel that the most effective way is by governing laws. I think that once we have laws that require that organizations review when there are data breaches or when they have some kind of cyber attacks, once this is in place, these organizations will have no choice but to do that. I think that generally most organizations will only make decisions that favor them from a financial point of view or from a legal perspective. So I think that's the most effective way. But aside that, I think it's a bit more difficult to convince organizations on the way they handle and manage this information if they are not required by law, because, like you rightly said, many would see this as giving too much information about what's going on, especially when there's an attack, could actually lead to a loss of trust from their customers and also loss of trust from their brand as well. I mean, even in the case of several organizations globally, like Yahoo, when Yahoo reported, the massive data breaches that happened, it led to a lot of lack of trust, and a lot of conversations were going on about if Yahoo can ever be trusted to be a top organization when it comes to emails. And of course, that loss came by because they had to review the data breaches. In fact, from some of the news I gathered, they actually reviewed the data breaches actually some years after it actually happened. I can imagine, because we're trying to manage the information, especially because of the large-scale attack that they experienced. So it's a bit tricky convincing businesses to make this call. I think the most effective way is governments doing that. I also think that as we generally get to understand that every organization is facing one kind of cyber attack or the other, right? And every organization is doing everything that they can to continue to stay on top of it. And I think that when organizations learn how to communicate, especially the efforts that they put into to avoid this kind of data breaches, and also they can manage the conversation, because obviously it is much better if the organization talks about these data breaches than if a different party is the one that reviews that there was a data breach. I think once organizations understand that it's better that you manage the narrative, I think maybe that could also help to encourage businesses to be more open and more transparent about their processes and how they manage data breaches when they do occur.
Thank you very much. Now, please, if you don't mind, proceed to the presentation that we have, which is cybersecurity and the responsibility of service provider.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to confirm, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I don't have many slides, and I'll try to make this very brief. But as my slide really talks about, cybersecurity is cyber crimes really is definitely growing, especially as more and more businesses begin to embrace getting digital services. The company that I actually manage, Google Host, is one of the largest shared hosting providers in West African region. And of course, as a shared hosting company, what that means is that we offer hosting services to customers who want to get websites, email services, and the likes online. And these kind of services are amongst the most popular services that are actually attacked, especially when we're talking about cybercrime. But just to put a little perspective, for cybercrime or threats in the cyberspace, and these are the top 4. There are many others, obviously, but these are some of the more common kind of threats and cyber attacks that we get, and that is increasing as we go on. Phishing, for example, really refers to when an entity or a website or anyone pretends to be someone they are not, especially when they pretend to be a reputable organization. And so you can imagine when a reputable bank has someone who pretends to be them and also has the exact login page and encourages people to go there to log in, or to reset their passwords. This is a very, very common thing that happens, especially here in Nigeria. And you get a text message telling you something like, that your ATM card is about to be delisted. But before, to prevent that, you should log into this portal and enter your PIN code and several other things that you should naturally not reveal to anyone, right? Or in some cases, these websites look exactly like the bank's website, and you log in not knowing that you're actually providing the bad actors your login details. And so that happens a lot. And in many cases, these attackers use, they hack into regular websites. So even the owner of the website may not be aware that his website is actually hosting phishing content. And what they do is that they hack several websites. So even if one is taken down, they just move on to the next one. And that makes it even much more difficult to manage. And then we also have malwares, which are basically infections on websites, for example. And these infections are then used to commit additional crimes or additional cyber attacks on other resources. So imagine when you have, say, 1,000 websites that have the same malware on them, and maybe the purpose of that malware is to attack another resource. And so what that means is that they could actually all be activated from a remote location, attacking a single device or a single network equipment or a website, as the case may be. In some cases to take them down, in some cases to perform something called a brute force attack to try to gain access by guessing possible passwords. And so these are some of the other things that bad actors also do, compromising websites. And in many cases, the owners of the website are even unaware that this is happening. Another very popular threat is what is called distributed denial of service, which is becoming very common, even for either small or even large digital enterprises in the space. So what that basically means is some bad actors basically, after compromising several thousands, or in some cases even millions of computer or network devices, that they now activate all of them to attack a single network with the purpose of ensuring that that network can no longer handle legitimate traffic. So you imagine a scenario where you have, say, let's assume Google as an example. Now, Google has the capacity to manage quite a number of users, right? But now imagine if by estimate, Google has estimated the average number of users they get per day, but then due to these DDoS attacks, they get like ×5 of those numbers. Of course, if they don't have necessary protection in place, for example, what that simply means is that Google would not be able to take in more traffic. And of course, you can imagine for a service like Google how expensive or costly that kind of attack can be. And these kind of attacks are targeted towards banks, targeted towards any major enterprise or business, and even small websites as well. And of course, the last one on my list is ransomware. In this case, the attacker gains access to your resource and then scrambles or encrypts all your very, very important files. And then they tell you that, for you to gain access to this file, you have to pay some amount of money. So these are some of the attacks that happen. And in the space where we are, we find ourselves in a unique position where sometimes we have some of our customers being a part of the problem. And in some cases, some of our customers are unaware, but they are actually, their websites or their resources are compromised and then become a part of this issue. And so the question is, what should providers like ourselves do? So these are just a few, but not an exhaustive list, or some of the reactive response systems that I would recommend that providers like ourselves should build. And I'm using our company Wugos as an example, as a case study of some of the things we've had to do over the years. And the first one is building a 24/7 abuse team. So over the years, attacks have become very, very prevalent, and the internet, as as it is, it's very, very open. And that openness makes it easy for just everyone to get online and to do business. But unfortunately, that openness also leaves room for a lot of bad actors to, commit a lot of crimes and to do a lot of things. And if not checked, it can become very disastrous. So it's very important that providers have a very strong, responsive abuse team that can respond to reports that are sent in immediately. So we have several agencies and organizations, many NGOs around the world that have developed a system where they can either automatically find when there are some of these abuses are happening, and also identify the provider who hosts some of this content, and then they then contact them. But that can only be effective if the providers also has a team in place to take those responses, investigate, and respond very, very promptly. Because the faster we shut this kind of websites, the quicker we stop this kind of attacks, and we make it less interesting for these bad actors. And the second is that developing very robust policies and legal frameworks that obviously discourage this kind of services from being hosted on platforms. Over the years, we've seen service providers, data centers, ISPs, and the likes have become even stricter when it comes to content being hosted on their site, on their services, and being used to commit cyber attacks and cyber crimes. And so before now, things were a bit more lax, but now they are very, very severe, and they are very, very, there's an expectation that even though you may not be the one responsible for the attack, as long as the attack is coming from you, you are responsible for it. So you are given a very short time to respond and act, otherwise the service may be disconnected. So once we start having robust policies like this, what that means is that everybody understands that they should be responsible to secure their own devices, secure their own networks, secure their own, network of things, or their scripts or their applications. And also another reactive system is also very important, having automatic trigger systems. Of course, this depends on the kind of provider or service provider, but once we have automated trigger systems, it makes it easier. Once we're able to track certain matrices, some attacks are very similar, and so once we have systems in place that can, watch out for certain kind of packets or certain kind of activities, and based on that can probably send a warning or stop the system from continuing to attack. Once we have things like that, it becomes a little much more difficult for these actors to get away with these things. And of course, having active manual monitoring systems, ensuring that, we don't just let everything happen. We have a team set up in place that can monitor what's happening with networks. I think that once we start taking cyber attacks more seriously, especially from service providers, and if we can see a general response like this all around the world, I think that cyber attacks may not necessarily stop, but we'll see a reduction generally. But besides reactive measures, I also think it's very important that we have proactive measures. Proactive measures mean we don't wait for these attacks to happen. We don't wait till when the compromises happen before we react. We try to create systems to try to reduce them from even starting off in the first place. The first is investing in security and encryption systems. This is a bit more difficult, especially for shared hosting providers like myself, because providers like us, our services are basically very, very affordable. And of course, investing in security solutions basically increases our costs. And of course, transferring those costs to the customers makes it difficult for us to do business. But it's becoming more and more important for us to invest in security solutions that protect our users by default, instead of waiting for the users to pay additional for these things, especially since we're in the world that we are. So it's very important that we should protect our users, protect our networks. We should also even force, where possible, automatic updates, because we've also realized that many attacks happen because users either because they don't know they should, or they don't know how to go about it, don't update their applications, don't update their scripts, don't update their OSs and the likes. So I think that developers and even service providers can start creating systems that make it more automated, so that users don't even have to do anything, and certain things are updated, because once they're updated, they're also patched as well. Also, building robust verification and logging systems. One of the things that we've seen in African countries, Nigeria inclusive, is that some of these bad actors, they actually are not afraid of being caught because they feel that nothing will be done because our cyber laws are not being enforced strongly enough. And so I think that once service providers are able to keep logs, especially logs that can help to track, how, some systems are compromised, or, there are people who are registering with them, getting valid information like IP addresses, like verified phone numbers, like payment details, things that are trackable, right? If there's a need to investigate those kind of attacks, it becomes easier to bring people to book, because I think that also it's important that these bad actors are caught and that they are, punished for these things. I think the more we do that, the more we discourage, especially these kiddie coders from, trying out these things. We should also be involved in the continuous education program of customers, letting them understand, because like someone said in this session, the internet is such that everybody's getting on board, but not everybody's on very knowledgeable on the fact that there are certain things you need to do to protect yourself and to protect your resources. So we need to continue to encourage people, very, very basic things like using very strong passwords, updating all your scripts, and making sure that, you are careful when where you download things from basic things to even more advanced things. I think that the more we educate users, the lesser the chance that they fall victims to some of these attacks. And of course, the final point here is that I think that service providers need to engage and collaborate more with relevant legal law enforcement agencies, because I think that it's something that we all need to be a part of. It's a conversation we all need to be part of, because if cyber attacks continue, it's going to affect businesses, it's going to affect countries, and can become very, very disastrous. I think that we really need to invest time, effort, money, and education in ensuring that we protect the cyberspace for all. So thank you so much. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Toba, for very good presentation. Actually, I really liked it because we spoke about being proactive, which is something we have always found a lot of ways to push to organizations that we need to be proactive, not to wait for problem to happen, then we think of how we can resolve the problem. Now, before we wind up our session, I would like to pose at least 2 questions. And then I hear before that Siganga was having a question as well to Mason. So probably we can bring it to us. And then we can have a closing remark, because we don't have much time left. So Laikana, I'm sure you can hear me. Laikana?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, Laikana, I want to ask you a quick question. We have seen now one among the bigger problems that we are having, we have child abuse materials online. And, during this COVID period, many students decided to, many schools decided to close, and many children are at home. And I remember IT was having COP, Child Online Protection. We have a lot of initiatives to protect our children online, but very unfortunately, we still have a lot of troubles when it comes to protecting our children when they make use of these digital platforms. So now my question is it possible to use AI for the detection of these new child abuse materials? And if there is any possibilities, to what extent?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, regarding child abuse, in fact, yes, AI can help. Okay, some solution can help, but solution is not only not the unique solution. Using technology is not the unique solution that we have to use. Okay, with AI, we have to be focused also on security awareness. Okay, security awareness to the parent of this child, but also we have to educate this child also in a less technical way, okay, with some cartoon and all those things. This is a kind of project that actually from my side in my company we are working on that for child abuse, to educate them, to educate child about the all the, okay, I think in English we can say danger, right? All the risk regarding internet, okay, all the risk online, and we can educate them with some video, some cartoon, some image, okay. So security awareness, we can target them, and also their parents, okay, because if the parents are not educated, it will be also difficult to for the child to get this information regarding this risk. Okay, so AI can help, but we have to we need to have security awareness too.
Okay, thank you very much, Laikana. So you think AI cannot support us because we are trying to see whether AI or artificial intelligence can be able to simplify our work. Do you think it cannot support us?
Can you repeat, please, your question?
I'm saying that we are trying our level best to see if artificial intelligence may help us to remove or to reduce the challenge. So do you think it cannot really add value in supporting our initiatives?
Yeah, it can. Of course, AI can help, but for me, we have to go beyond it.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, Mukhtar, I believe you're there. Mukhtar? Is it Mukhtar? Mukhtar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. I just want to quick, I was listening to your presentation. In Africa, we have a lot of initiatives. We've been trying our level best to see how we can mitigate, we can come up with solutions to cyber related issues. But
my connection is very bad. Can you come again, please?
Okay, I'm saying that in Africa, we've been trying our level best to come up with different solutions to problems so that at least we can reduce cyber threats and cyber attacks in our country. And from your presentation, you spoke about capacity building because we have less skill sets, and also the story of awareness being one of the major problems, including the legal framework and so on and so on. My question is, when it comes to capacity building, UNECA, what have you done and what do you think should be done so that at least we can have a good number of people or in the field of cybersecurity that they can help us or they can support us, making sure that things are well done when it comes to fight cybercrime in our country?
Okay, I think it's capacity building is a very important to fight issue of cybersecurity. You know, as a previous presentation touched upon several issues regarding cybersecurity, regarding capacity building, because you know we don't have skills on the development of the network readiness and also in the network management. We don't have enough skill. How the flow of data vehicle around the networks. It is something very important. On what to call it, on the cryptographic also, we don't have enough skill for that. How to protect our data. Yeah. If somewhere where we need to build the capacity building, as well as also the management of the infrastructure, of the critical infrastructure as well, is something very important on the cyber security. And why we have several activity on this, and also to strengthen the skill, also the issue of organization, how to organize also at the government level to fight cybersecurity, what kind of action we should put in place. Because several countries you have this, what call it, National Informatic Agency or governance of IT, and also you have the Minister of IT, and you have several institutions. This institute talk about cybersecurity, but there is no harmonization of the intervention of the state for that. And when we talk about capacity building, it's not just for the government, because we have a capacity building for the government, for the private sector.
Okay, so Mike.
Yeah,
okay.
We focus on
So
the
what?
three: private sector and civil society.
Okay, now what I want to know is, do you have any initiative when it comes to capacity building? Maybe any program, anything that probably people can be able to understand, that probably UNECA, we experience with AU and so on, that there is there any initiatives on capacity building when it comes to cybersecurity?
Now, when you come to cybersecurity, we have the Digital Center has initiated several activities on cybersecurity. We have this capacity building. We have one platform for decision maker to discuss about the issue of cybersecurity. This is for the decision makers, they can discuss, and also we can build their capacity on this. It is one we can have at the ECA level. Also, at the government level, we can work we can build the capacity of the people working on the emerging response. Yeah, we have we support some country for that. Yeah, and there's a third one. It is for the civil society. It's just awareness campaign, how they use the social network. Yeah, and how they also control
Thank you.
their key on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maktar. Dr. Siganga, are you there? You had a question before, and I asked you to pose. I think we can allow you to bring it on board. Are you there? Dr. Siganga? I think he's not there. So I want us to quickly wind up a closing remark for all four panelists. Let me start with Toba. Toba, do you have any closing remark before we wind up the panel discussion?
Yes, sorry, you can also respond to the question to him. There's a question to him.
Hello? Comment ça va? Hey, j'étais en réunion là. Ça va?
Yes, thank you so much. So there's a question here for me that says, should intermediate... Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was muted. So the question here is, should intermediaries like Google's be held liable for client vulnerabilities? I don't think that is I don't think that is a fair expectation. It's just like holding, say, the Android OS responsible for a vulnerability that was due to the fact that a user who bought an Android phone refused to update his OS and it got compromised. It's a bit tricky. Cyber attacks are now a major thing that require both the users and providers to work together. I think that what should be encouraged instead is service providers should encourage and educate users on what they can do to keep themselves protected and keep themselves safe. I think it's just like saying that banks should be held liable when somebody within the banking system actually commits fraud. What will be expected from a bank is that they have certain processes in place to try to identify and stop it when they do and report to relevant authorities. I think that should be what should be encouraged. I think we should encourage cyber service providers, working hand in hand with law enforcement and building processes and systems to help users to stay safe and to also report attacks and report, those who are found within the system, which is the thing I recommended about working closely with law enforcement agencies. In summary, I would like to say that cyber attacks, cyber crimes, DNS attacks, things like this will continue because it's just like life, you know. I mean, even before the internet came, we still had, you know, armed robbers, and we still have armed robbers. We still have people who defraud people and commit crimes. So crimes will continue to stay. Cyber crimes are just, you know, the normal human nature of, you know, taking advantage of every system. I think what we need to do is to continue to build systems and processes that will continue to make it more difficult for people to commit crimes. What is really sad at the moment is that it's becoming so easy for even a newbie to actually compromise, you know, some resources simply because the owners of those resources did not take very, very basic and simple steps to protect themselves. And these are the things we need to keep encouraging and educating and informing users that you need to keep yourself safe, you need to keep yourself protected. You know, and some of these very basic steps are very, very simple and easy to do. I mean, as long as we, and as we continue to encourage and educate people to keep themselves safe, I think it will become more and more difficult for attackers, you know, to take advantage of users. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toba. I think that was very good, and I believe that was a closing remark, which is excellent. Let me go to Mason Kole. I believe you are still with us.
I am still with you. Thank you. Yes. I don't have anything to close with except just to say thank you for the opportunity to be with you today, and I've enjoyed the presentation and the conversation, and I look forward to more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kole, the incoming chair for BC ICANN. Now let me go to Laikana. Any closing remark?
Okay, thank you. What I have to say is only be secured. Thank you very much.
Maktar, any closing remark? Maktar, I think probably he's a little bit, the connection or something is not doing well. So on my side, I wanted to close up like this. Cybercrime is real. It's not something that we should think like it may not happen to some of us. It's just a matter of time. Everyone will be attacked at some point. So what should be done is to make sure that we put a lot of effort to make sure that we fight cybercrime as much as we can. And among the things that we should consider, make sure that we raise awareness to our people, so that at least they'll be able to understand the threats around us and how they can be able to be the first responder to those threats. Number two, the story of capacity building is very, very important. We have a lot of initiatives. We have an online platform nowadays that are providing technical skills and other skills related to cybersecurity. I encourage people to have a look at it. And also the story of collaboration, because one of the big problems that we have seen among different countries is that we lack collaboration. You find that a company falls victim today and another company falls victim to the similar attack that a previous company falls victim to, simply because they never share intelligence, information, and collaborate. Also, we need to think about legal frameworks. I work with cybercrime unit in Tanzania, and during my time at cybercrime unit, we had a bigger challenge when it comes to legal framework. How do we prosecute an individual who committed cybercrime? So the story of legal become a bigger challenge, and I believe most of African countries have a lot of problem when it comes to legal framework. If they are there, then they don't really follow them. And some of them, they don't even have them. So I think this is something also we should have a look at. And lastly, but not in least, we should be able to make sure that we invest as much as we can when it comes to different detecting tools. We have a lot of tools when it comes to detecting, preventing, and the like, so that at least those tools will be able to simplify our job of detecting and preventing these cyber attacks. After saying so, allow me to close this particular panel discussion. I believe I don't know whether we are still on time. Kayode?
Kayode? Or any other secretariat on that end?
Yeah, I think we're on time. Maybe since you're through with this, we can just go ahead with the next session. The vice chairman is there. The chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So after saying so, allow me to close this particular panel discussion. Again, thank you very much, Masan Pole, the incoming chair for ICANN. Thank you very much, Maktari, from INECA, and also Laikana from Diamond Security, and Toba Obanini from the CEO of Wogos Limited in Nigeria. My name is Yusuf Kileo. It was very good having you, and it was wonderful discussion. I really learned a lot from you. Thank you very much, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Kilio. It was a very enlightening panel on cybersecurity and a lot of insights that came out and expert advice talking about the threats that are there and us having to be prepared and also to acknowledge the fact that when it comes to data protection, laws are very important as something that actually stops those who wants to commit the crime in the first place, and also to put measures. It's also imperative from ourselves, given the fact that in one way or another, everyone will be impacted by this at any point in time. We will get to be impacted, and we will be impacted by cyber crime at one point or another. But what is imperative is that we are both ready from a law perspective, as well as ourselves as businesses and individuals to put measures in place. I like the point about ensuring that the leadership itself actually is at the forefront, and also it puts in some business impact assessment on assets and all the inventory and applicable equipment. Very critical point that is there, and also to put in some of the key encryption in all the data that we've got end to end. It was such an insightful discussion that we went in. I think without necessarily a further ado, I think this was a very engaging session, and we highly appreciate what we got from all the panelists. We can at this point move over to the next session. I see that we actually, Kilo, thanks, you gave us a 1 minute to spare. I do not know if all the questions were actually answered, but however, I think we did have a question, and maybe it came late, which asked about AI. I don't know whether it's a question or it's just a comment. It's saying AI can be developed to use the picture of the view to determine age and disable view of harmful content. I think it's a comment. So it's a comment about the capabilities of what AI can do in security going forward. I will at this point go to the next session, which is our panelist number 2. But given the marathon we've gone through, I think we've gone through a marathon. With that marathon, I will just give you 5 minutes. Can you stretch your legs for 5 minutes? Just stretch your legs, get some water. I know we were very attentively listening to the session, and we are to absorb this information. We need to absorb it, to get it into our bones, and also to be able to act on it. I will give you just 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Come back at 10 to. So it's going to be 12:50. 12:50, let's come back. 12:50, let's come back. Thank you. 12:50 GMT, just to be specific and precise. 12:50 GMT. 13:50 GMT plus 1, that's Nigerian time. 13:50, that is Nigerian time. 14:50, that is, I think, Cairo and Johannesburg time. GMT plus 2. Thank you. You've got 5 minutes. Our next panelists can just be ready. Let them ready themselves. Secretariat, make sure all the presentations, they are handy so that as they come through, they come in smoothly. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you managed to have a stretch and have water for those who needed some quenching. Let us start with the business of the day. We are now moving into the next panel. This is panel number 2. The moderator is Marwan El-Mesiri. It's on IT capacity development. You would have heard, as we were discussing earlier from the panelists, Claudia, I think she also mentioned this item. Melissa on her video, she also mentioned the issue of capacity development. We also heard, as we were talking on cybersecurity, there was a mention of capacity development, skilling up our youth, skilling up our people, so as to get to a point where we are able to have enough capacity for us to move forward. I think it is something which lies at the center of everything that we ought to do. It is a principle, I think, that is resonating a lot with most of the African governments, which is a people-centered approach to doing things, where people are at the center. And everything that we do, we ought to take our people along with them. And the only way for us to move across a social stratum is to ensure that we have got education disseminated, both education and training disseminated to the people. It is a very hot and a very important topic that has to be taken. And at this particular point in time, I would like to hand over the reins to Marwan El-Mesiri to take over and moderate for us this next session. Thank you, Marwan.
Thank you, Tao, for this introduction, and welcome you all to this very important and very insightful panel. I'm Marwan El-Mesiri. I'm the marketing manager of ICANN Technologies, and would have the pleasure to introduce my fellow members of the panel, starting with Mr. Hassan Omni, President and CEO, High Tech Center for Women and Youth, who will also give us an insights about this part of this segment of the market, of course. And let me welcome also Engineer Hani Mahmoud. He is the advisor to the Egyptian Prime Minister on digital transformation, with vast experience on the topic, both on digital transformation and on capacity building. Melissa Sassi, with the global head of IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator. Hello, Melissa, welcome. And also we have Kofi Fabrice, the board member of International Center of Emerging Technologies, Federal University of Technology, MENA. Hello, Kofi. Welcome all to the panel. Today we're having a very critical topic, and in my opinion, it is an enabler of so many technologies and so many developments. I'll hand over with a very important question to Engineer Hani. Hello, Engineer Hani. What do you think the importance, or shed lights, please, with your vast experience on the capacity building importance in the area? Please.
Thank you, Marwan. Actually, capacity building, especially for African countries, is the top priority now to facilitate digital transformation and moving to the digital era as per the rest of the world. Actually, I divide the capacity building into 3 pillars. The first pillar is for everybody, for public, which is awareness of digital transformation and why you are focusing on digital transformation and what is the importance of digital transformation in the day-to-day life for every person living in this planet. So the digital revolution now is moving very fast, especially after having COVID-19 disaster, and we found that digital transformation saved us from a lot of things and facilitate our life while we are sitting at home. So the first pillar for the digital transformation, for capacity building, is an awareness campaign, actually explaining to the public, and either if they are specialists or not, on how to really facilitate the digital transformation and understand the importance of the digital transformation. So for them to really give some sort of push to the government and the specialized organization in moving everything into digital. So this is the first pillar. The second pillar is about users. So in Africa, not everybody can use technology. So we have public, first pillar, we need to have an awareness campaign about digital transformation. And number two is to work on the users, how to help users of technology to be ready to the new era, and how we can actually develop programs to help them using the technology in different areas. So in the past, it was only using PowerPoint and Microsoft Office and things like that. Now, the usage moved on to a lot of applications and a lot of internet sessions that needs to be understood by everybody on how to use it and how to get the maximum out of it. Everybody's using internet, but very few knows how to get the maximum and how to get benefits of the digital transformation. How can you use technology to facilitate your life? So second pillar is users, and how can we help them getting the maximum out of technology and out of digitalization. The third one is the professional people. How can we develop programmers? How can we develop cybersecurity, as we talked in the last panel? How can we develop cybersecurity that became now very important for every country and for every organization using technology, because you can lose everything if you don't have the right cybersecurity. So building the experience and building the knowledge on very professional way for those kind of people who are going to help us in programming, in cybersecurity, in infrastructure. So this is the third type of building capacity. To summarize my opinion about building capacity has three pillars. One is for everybody. I mean, cascading the awareness for normal people, even if they don't really read and write. So they need to understand what is digital transformation, why digital era is important, why it's very good for everybody, even if you are not using this technology yourself. Second pillar, users of technology, which is more or less maybe 40% of the population in Africa. They can use technology in a way. How can we accelerate their experience in using the technology and get the benefit out of it and facilitate their lives? And the third pillar is talking about professional people, and this is maybe 5 to 10% of the population. People are working as a professional. Their profession is technology, and how can we develop their experience and to develop their skills and competencies for different technology areas like software, cybersecurity, infrastructure, and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Hani. It seems that there is a lot of integration between the three types and the three pillars Engineer Hani just mentioned, like that they have to work together in order to develop the entire platform or the entire industry itself. I'll move on to Wunmi. Please, would like to have your feedback about this issue, about the value and the importance of the development. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be a part of this discussion. I've been listening since morning. Thanks to the last speaker, I think he has actually brought out quite a little bit of this different groups that we should be looking at. For me, I think, yes, we've had quite a lot of capacity building around the areas he has mentioned, software. A lot of people are getting interested in cybersecurity. So we are getting so much interest. But of late, we deliberately in our own organization, we begin to see the challenge of so many people know what they think they know in cybersecurity, in software. And the question is, after they have known that, after they have developed the software, who is buying it? Even in Africa, in different countries, who is patronizing the made in Nigeria, for instance, made in Ghana, made in whatever software? That's a big issue. So it is not just enough for us to become graduates and we come out of many universities or tertiary institutions. Many of our people don't have the capabilities they need to manage the industry. So we still have us receiving from Western words, as it were. We still have us having things being dropped on us. And then question is, how long are we going to continue in that space, becoming the users of technology and not producers? So one of the things we have deliberately done is to look into hardware, because I realize that nobody talks about hardware in Africa. And that's unfortunate, really, because we really need to become producers. Even if it's a part of some of the hardware we use, we think it's going to be a better opportunity to produce and then become at least users. Even if we are using it for ourselves, then we think about exports. We should have the technical skills we need to be producers of these technologies here in Africa. And so for now, we have started engaging in reverse engineering and deliberately doing that because we realize that many of us being graduates in IT, in science, in technology, we still have a whole lot of challenge in understanding many of the things that even make up the components of technologies we carry about. You'll be surprised that any graduate of computer science cannot identify the parts of the computer. That's a big issue. That's part of the digital literacy that we need to begin to teach. It's part of the knowledge for everybody to use, because you see people who are Africans, who are from different places, who would go out to be cheating others because they know they don't understand what it is they need. So in terms of capacity building, like the last speaker said, the first level is the digital literacy, which includes both hardware and software. We need to be deliberate, we need to be intentional, and then going forward to begin to harness all our technology skills, all the design skills, all the instrumentation skills that we have as graduates, either in electrical engineering, either in computer engineering. And it's not just software that makes technology. A lot of things are there, embedded systems. We need to begin to harness knowledge in embedded systems. Now we are talking about artificial intelligence. Are we just going to sit back and begin to learn the simple Lego things that we teach in schools? No, we need to aspire to become producers of robots that will do things in IoT for us. So we need to build capabilities in each of all of these areas. So for me and what we are doing in our NGO is to ensure that we begin to relearn. Many of us are graduates. We've heard about artificial intelligence all my years in the university as a computer science student, but I've never seen it happen. None of us, most of us didn't see these things happen. So we need to bring our graduates out of school and raise kind of internship for them where they can do skill learning. where they can practice, where they can understand how to work the machines to work. And because of that, that would help us to look forward to an African nations that are producers of technology. In other words, we can see the front end and the back end of processes that we just take software and then just cybersecurity. I'm into cybersecurity training, and I realized that it is in different phases. But one important notion that Nigerians or Africans have is that we just want to do software and everybody is just in the software space. But the question is, if we want the change that we are looking for, we need to see hardware. We need to understand the back-end processes. We need to understand the synchronization. We need to be able to know the skills. So these are the kind of skills that we are trying to learn and we are offering to people to learn with us. So that in the next 5 years, we want to see us produce. And we'll be proud that this is proudly made in Nigeria, made in Africa. And then very soon we can begin, because we need to solve our problems. And the local problems don't have to come from international all the time. We can come on. This corona, the lockdown period, gave us an opportunity to see local challenges. And the fact that the borders were closed, that's part of the issue. We need to begin to think inward. Some of the things we import, some of the things we think we can't do. I am beginning to see engineers who are working with us now to say we know what to do, just we need a space to do it. So as our hub, we are bringing in different researchers, different engineers, different informal sector people who didn't go to school, but they learned how to do one thing or the other. And in that collaboration, there must be collaboration. So we are working on different areas. Now we are producing solar panels here in Nigeria by ourselves. We are producing biogas digesters by ourselves. We are beginning to put together how to produce some of the parts of mobile phones. We can do it. We just need to try it out and then bring the right people to the right table. Technology in IT is not about all of us direct computer science. There is a what we call the opportunity to bring in all of the generic technologists into the discussion. Engineers that are our colleagues, the Korean engineers, the electrical engineers, we must all come together. And then we must make a difference for Africa. We need to have products that are made in Africa. We can't continue to import. What we spend as economists buying components on mobile phones alone, it's so huge. You need to look at that across the countries. And that means that we are only responding to what is coming from outside. We are not daring to produce locally. It doesn't matter how it starts from. We are ready to bear the shame as it is, not even a shameful thing. Once it is working, it doesn't matter if the technology is not looking good, we can perfect on the, on the physics at the end of the day. So this is the area of skills I want us to push at and see partnerships and see opportunities. We are looking at a lot of devices already and things are happening. We are bringing even the welders who know how to weld. They are trying to work with us to say, this is the design. Can we put things together? Can we have it done and proudly say it is done from us? And that is the way we are looking at capacity building. If the universities are doing their little bits with the little funding, we can come out as NGOs, as organizations, as private sector, investors, and begin to invest locally into the brain drain, not a drain. Many of us will leave African countries, we go abroad, we get them, we learn what we learn, we don't come back home again, and we are not ready to develop Africa. But for a few of us that are interested, we must be passionate. We not just go.
One me. Seems that
I don't think that is doable to. So that is a thank you for this time.
Thank you, Mia. And additionally to what there is a lot of insights that have been said here, starting from producing of technology, not just being consumers of technology. And I just want to add cannot help myself. I want to add a little piece that the integration between Egyptian nations, between African nations, is very critical here at this part. And the knowledge transfer and having a unified vision for the continent unified technology vision is one of the things that I think is very integral with what we said. Melissa, I'd like you to add here your point of view, and also to shed a bit of light on the responsibility of developing the public, the users, and the professionals, part of target audience set by Engineer Hani and confirmed with me. Please, Melissa, share with us your insights.
Absolutely. And I love the words that Wunmi just shared with us. One of the things that, I try to do in my role at IBM, and I'll introduce myself first. My name is Melissa Sassy, and I'm responsible for entrepreneur and student experience within the IBM Z division of IBM. And I focus on empowering early stage startups and students to not just be consumers of technology, but creators, makers, and doers. I watch a lot of times startups come to me from Silicon Valley. And the first time that I ran my accelerator last year, the second day, I had video call after video call after video call with entrepreneurs. And my team said to me, "How did that go?" And I might have used a few colorful words. And I said, "It went awful." And they said, they were all very shocked. These looked like great companies. I said, "Yes, how many female entrepreneurs did you see? And how many Black entrepreneurs did you see? How many African entrepreneurs did you see?" And everyone was quiet. This year, I'm excited that we now have 34% of our startups from the continent.
That's good. That's
We have
definitely good.
53% of our startups with at least one female founder. I know that I was supposed to do a keynote this morning. By the way, it's 5:12 in the morning for me. And according to Jimson, he said it was okay for me to pull up my presentation and kind of zip you through the keynote, which is very relevant to what we're talking about. So Marwan, if it's okay with you,
Please.
I'd like to share my screen.
Please.
Awesome.
Please,
And
our
what I'm going to
pleasure.
talk about is what can we do? What is IBM doing? And what can we empower young people to do? And these are real opportunities that are sitting right in front of us. And I'm going to also make an announcement of something that has not officially launched yet. For this presentation today, I went ahead and launched it early. And I'm giving you all insight into something that was supposed to launch on the 7th, but I hurried up and posted it yesterday with no social media around it yet. That starts on the 7th. So let me just share my screen. Give me 1 second.
So that's an exclusive part, Melissa.
Yeah.
So we have lots of exclusives in this panel. Please.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yes.
my wish.
Yes.
Okay. It should be coming up soon. Hopefully my computer will cooperate, and let me know, is it coming up now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I've included my contact details for anyone who would like to reach out, and my Twitter handle. So you've got my email and my Twitter handle. And yes, I am IBM Z's chief penguin. Apparently at IBM, I was able to create my own animal title, and I even changed it in our corporate directory. So if you are an IBM employee and you look me up in the directory, it says chief penguin. And you thought IBM was boring. All right, so I am very fortunate to have had an opportunity to spend time with your team in Berlin last year, and also spend time with the AfICTA team in during Internet Governance Forum. So I'm very pleased to be here today and have an opportunity to share a few different things that IBM is doing specifically in the area of capacity building. This is not just a job for me. I actually have 3 companies. One of them is based out of Tunisia. And when I say my company, I am the one who came up with the concept, but I'm not on any of the paperwork, and I don't need to be. It's all youth-led and youth-run out of Tunisia. We have now taught tens of thousands of young people to code in 12 countries. We have a robotics lab, we have an IoT lab, a partnership with the U.S. Department of State, and it's all about empowering young people to learn technical skills and become entrepreneurs. My last name is Sassi, which is Tunisian, and a very big piece of my heart is on the continent. My 3 children live in Tunisia, Zahra, Zahran, and Yumna. I have not seen them in almost a year because of COVID. And for me, digital inclusion is not just about getting a good job. It's not just about getting a good education or having access to healthcare. For me, it's access to my children because my children live in Tunisia with their father. And everything that I do is about how do I build a better future and a better continent for my children and for everyone on the planet who is lacking access to the internet, because we know that 48% of the world lacks access to the internet. And as we all talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning, we still have significant populations of the world and the continent that can't even access a device or can't even access the internet. So there are many things that all of us need to do to figure out, how do we build affordable solutions for access to the internet, but also empowering everyone on the planet to be safe online, as we heard from some of the panelists today. I'm going to talk to you about 3 topics. One is a specific program where I'm looking for 55 new startups next year. And if 34% of my startups now are from the continent, let's see what we can do to have more startups coming from the continent to be part of my IBM program. I'm going to talk to you about an ideathon, which is all about capacity building and empowering young people to share their skills forward in their communities. There's also prizes and scholarship money. And then finally, a call to action for all of us to create national days of code, an African day of code, and inspire the world to create an international day of code. So I'm going to first start off with the IBM HyperProtect Accelerator, which is the program that I run globally. It's my baby. I left Microsoft after being there for 5 years to create the program. And by the way, in my role at Microsoft, I built energy access solutions. We built solutions in Malawi, in South Africa, in Kenya, in partnership with local entrepreneurs. Because in my role, I knew that capacity building needs to come from the local community in terms of, again, being creators, makers, and doers, and not sending something in from Redmond, Washington, or New York, or Silicon Valley, but how can we share knowledge and enable locally relevant solutions to be created? Because at the end of the day, no matter how much I say, wow, my children live in Tunisia, I'm not Tunisian. And I may miss all of the intricacies of what it means to be Tunisian, or Egyptian, or Nigerian, or Kenyan, no matter how much time I spend on the continent. I've got 15 startups in the program from 2019, 30 startups this year, and I'm recruiting 55. Application process opens in April, and I'll talk a little bit about what startups are able to receive. But again, at least, more than 53% of our startups have at least one female founder. Application process opens in April, closes in July. We start mentorship in September, ends in November. It is one of the first fully virtual startup accelerators before that was a thing. So we started doing virtual mentorship and a virtual accelerator well before COVID-19. So we were ready for the pandemic without realizing that we were ready for the pandemic. What do startups get? 2 years of technical mentorship to help them build and scale. These are real people, actual one-on-ones. I have a number of different startups in Nigeria, in Kenya, and I'm looking to grow the number of startups that I have across the continent. I have many startups that are doing other activities, on the continent, but I'm very, very focused on what can we do to capacity build when it comes to local entrepreneurs. We also provide 1 year of business mentorship that's all about investment readiness. We have a wonderful board of directors and advisory, folks, But you can't do that without access to cloud credits. So our startups get $120,000 in cloud credits. And it's not about how does IBM become a cloud vendor? Anybody can become a cloud vendor, but how do we go to market together? How do we invest in one another and gain access to the IBM network so that startups can gain access to larger customers that might sit within the IBM portfolio that might not normally, be open to hearing from a new startup. So what can a large tech company do to capacity build? What can a large tech company do to help empower startups? Go-to-market activities, co-marketing. I think for anyone who knows me, I don't tell stories about, wow, IBM's so great, look what IBM did. It's more from the voice of the founder. Look what the founder did. Look at the impact that this has had on a local woman in Kenya. For example, one of our startups just got $1.5 million in funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which we're really excited about. We have another one that's in the process of rolling out a Pan-Africa contract. I can't release it yet, but there's some really exciting things that are happening. And I also feel that these startups are also helping to teach me and helping to teach us. So it's not just about, what are we doing as big tech and big IBM? We have a lot to learn from local startups. We have a lot to learn from the continent and the local challenges that are happening, across the continent. You can read more here. I've included a link to the page. So if you know any local entrepreneurs who would like to apply, you can read here. We'll be sharing more. The best place right now to check out everything going on is my Twitter handle, which I'll share that in a second. I do a lot of just outreach and activities from my personal handle because I have a lot more freedom and leeway to share what I want to share versus going through the big PR engine of a large company. All right, now let's jump into a platform, and this is all about capacity building. It's a skills platform, an innovation platform, and a jobs platform. And it's aligned to people who are exploring technology, people who are already innovating in technology, and new collar workers. There's badges, courses, and also a job search. It doesn't just look at, what are the technical skills that somebody might need to have to be a cloud solution architect, for example, a web developer, a blockchain developer. It also looks at the soft skills that are required to be prepared for the future of work, whether that's presentation skills, agile working environments.
And Melissa, just wanna ask a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
This platform is focusing more on the public, or on the users, or on the professional, or it covers sort of percentages.
All of them. So it's for young people, it's for early professionals. I typically see that people in kind of either latter stage of high school, university, or young professionals using it is what I see, but there's no reason why it has to be young professionals. This is something that's kind of owned, if you will, within IBM by our Middle East Africa division. And this is something especially for Africa. It's free in Africa. Actually, me sitting here in Texas, I can't even access it if I wanted to. It was specifically designed for the continent and as a free solution for young people to get skilled, but also for new collar workers to think about a potential job shift. It's all there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm actually
Okay.
jealous of it because I don't have access to it and I like it and I would love to use it in other countries. So it's something very specific for Africa. You can find it at digitalnationafrica.com. For anyone who would like to talk about this specifically, again, you can reach out. I can get you connected to the right people in each of your individual countries. Again, it's free and virtual and anyone on the continent can access it.
Okay, Melissa, I have to refer back to Mr. Kofi and get back to you. So if you can,
yep,
so
ask me, come back to me again because I've got my special announcement.
Sure.
All right, so let me stop sharing.
Yeah,
thank you.
Kofi, please, would you reflect? So I have another question for Engineer Hani and would like to have your feedback first.
Okay, thank you very much, Marwan, for the opportunity to speak.
Yes.
Well, what I want to say specifically is that capacity building is a keystone for digital transformation. So it must be properly planned, acquired, and maintained. So I wanted to give you just a small background information, because with a recognizable effort by many African countries to drive a digital transformation, let me inform you that e-learning systems have not been properly implemented in the education system because they have not met the success it was supposed to be. It was supposed to happen. So I think at this stage, what we need to think of is a strategic planning for ICT capacity building, which should start at the very beginning stage of policy design. I want us to stress the need for African communities to properly tailor capacity building, ICT adaptation of digital goods according to the national environment. Let me just give you an example, specifically when we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, particularly advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, just to name a few. They are far from universally available because they were not packed or packaged to meet most African ICT or digital needs. So as for me, there's a need to frame or to tailor the capacity building in developing digital Africa, actually to redress digital inequality and to contribute to social and economic inclusion. So what is needed at this stage? A multi-stakeholder participatory mechanism where the research and education community should team up with other stakeholders such as government and industry to build actually a specific framework in order to develop an analytical, critical, and conceptual approach on skills development in the digital era. What we found
for the entire continent, you mean?
Exactly. Okay. For the entire continent. Because, you know, Africa is a very diverse continent. What is available, what is happening, what is feasible in the southern region or even in South Africa is not the same in Nigeria, in Botswana, in Gambia, just to tell. So we really need to understand the local context. That's why we need to think about the local digital goods, local digital needs for the continent. That's why I said on the local perspective, there's a need for that multi-stakeholder participatory mechanism where the research and education community should meet the industry, the government, to use the outputs of a capacity building mechanism to build the socio-economic or to address the socio-economic development issues. Okay. I wanted to finish by informing you or by telling you the following, that especially as we navigate 2020 with COVID-19 and many outbreak lockdowns, African countries need to be better prepared to face the next inevitable pandemic, and there's a need to wider inclusion in post-COVID-19 economic recovery, as this platform is private initiative led. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kofi. It's very insightful and very important points also to the integration between African countries and having a unified technical vision. I'd like to shift to Engineer Hani and like to ask you, Engineer Hani, about the key challenges and the integration of these challenges across Africa for such important topic, please.
Thank you, Marwan. Actually, there is a lot of challenges in Africa about capacity building. So I can put it into 3 or 4 items. Number one is the infrastructure. So we're still far behind the rest of the world in terms of infrastructure. So the fiber optics, the modern switchboards and things like that. So I think we need as African countries to invest more on infrastructure. The second challenge is accessibility to the internet. So my colleagues from Texas was saying that 40-something% of people around the world doesn't have access to internet, and definitely when it comes to Africa, it's even more than 40%. So access to internet now became not largely. It's essential now for everybody to be able to access the internet and use the information and use services that can be provided by the internet. Number 3 is this is for capacity building. Number 3 is really the old generation in Africa, like the rest of the world, they are not very keen to, at a certain age, to really be acquainted to the modern technology and be part of the digital transformation. So our big challenge is how can we really simplify things for them to help them actually to bring them into the digital transformation era, and also focus on the youth to make sure that the new generation in Africa are really coming very acquainted and very equipped with everything to help them to be part of the new technology era, and help them by providing them with the tools, training, and everything to make sure that they can really change Africa from analog to digital and to facilitate the new services of the digital transformation. So I think those are the 3 big challenges: infrastructure, access to internet, and having 2 programs for the old people and for the youth to prepare them for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Annie. That was really insightful with the 3 challenges. And I'll go to Womany, please. Would you add to our challenge list? Now we're making a critical challenge list for developing the capacity, the IT capacity within Africa. Womany?
So hard to, hello. I think listening to the last speaker, Hani, I think he has done a good job in identifying the major challenges that we have. But one of the things that we'll probably want to ask how hard to hit, more importantly, is retraining of teachers. Retraining of teachers. We need to do that. You cannot, as even if we have all the infrastructure, we need all of those things he has said, and the people to deliver don't know what to do. That's a big challenge.
So the educational sector is critical from your
educational sector. I listened in the morning when, for Nigeria, Galaxy Backbone was talking about what they have done and what they have in place. And I'm very happy that Dr. Olufuye agreed with them, obviously seeing what he had known. But the question is, what and when will the policies of governments across Africa deploy infrastructure to academic institutions? When you don't have academic institutions have the right access to internet, and then enabling research, enabling things to work well, then we produce graduates who are very large number of people who cannot make a difference out of their degrees. So I would suggest that we really need one big challenge is the knowledge factor, the human infrastructure, what I call the human infrastructure. And the human infrastructure must have to do with retraining of the teachers, of the lecturers, of professors. I had to speak at a webinar just about a week ago, and I was talking to so many professors who can do the research, who openly discussed and said that they have a lot of outputs, but it's just for publications. Many of them have not seen the material that's the core of their field. Imagine talking to a professor of renewable technology and he has never seen a solar cell. That's a big challenge for us in Africa.
It doesn't move to implementation or application. And this is where the real value is. This is what you mean, right?
Yeah. So we really need to build that knowledge gap, that challenge of you see, we have knowledge, but there is a skill gap, and we need to face that squarely. We can't just talk the grammar, we can't just talk the theories and not do the thing. That is a big issue, and I really think that should be part of our challenge really to manage.
Thank you, Mni. I'll go to Kofi again, and then we're gonna go forward to Melissa. But first, Kofi, I'd like you to add some, if you have more challenges. We have now a list of 4 challenges that are in front of us. The infrastructure, the internet accessibility, people and their keenness with different technology acceptance level, and training of teachers with the skill gap added by Mni. So please, Kofi.
Thank you very much again, Marwan. Well, as a challenge is what I can, because other speakers have already mentioned what is needed. Yes. But as of me, I think, as I said initially, I said capacity building is a keystone for digital transformation. So it must be properly planned and maintained. So before you plan it, you need to understand the local context. What is needed? It should not be actually designed based just on international standard. Assessment, because I gave you an example about the e-learning program, who have been actually, many government, many African communities have implemented an e-learning system in the education system. But I can tell you, if we do assessment today, many of them have not been successfully implemented because it has not met the community ICT or digital needs. We need to understand the local context. So if there's a gap between the local environment, the local needs, and the capacity building, then there's a problem. So I think as a challenge is, what we need to address is, at the end of the day, how do we redress the digital inequality? How do we actually translate ICT capacity into national policy and formulation?
Yes.
Those are things we really need to address. How to reduce the gap between the capacity building strategy and national policy formulation.
Yes.
Because after the policy formulation, then we go to implementation at the national level. So it needs to be properly tailored.
And localized.
And localized.
Yes. Thank you, Kofi. I'll go to Melissa with extra challenges. You can see Melissa and the rest of your presentation, of course. Please.
Excellent. So I want to highlight 2 additional challenges, and then I'll jump back into my presentation. Number 1, access to funding for local entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm.
It's a challenge. Every entrepreneur I talk to, and granted, it's hard to access funding everywhere, but it's especially challenging on the continent. And I also think we need to have more youth at the center. Mm-hmm. We need to think more in the mindset of for youth, with youth, by youth, and how to empower youth by putting them in leadership positions. I'm going to jump back to my presentation, which highlights an opportunity for young people to share their ideas forward. So this is what I was working on yesterday to launch especially for today. I was supposed to launch this on the 7th and I decided, nope, I'm not. I'm going to share it today. It's called the IBM Z for Good Ideathon. It's on the 19th of December. It's for students, with students, by students, and to empower students to learn digital skills and to share their skills forward in their local communities. And it's going to be student-led training and workshops. I'll include a link here so you can check out the training agenda. We launch on the 7th of December with a video campaign, What's Your Coding Story? And young people will have an opportunity to win $1,000 toward education expenses. And I use education expenses broadly because it could be used toward buying a computer. It could be used toward whatever they want, as long as it's educational in nature. We'll have the Ideathon on December 19th, where young people will be provided with training on digital skills, professional development topics, and have access into real people having real jobs in application development, early stage employees. And again, this is all youth led and youth run. They'll be given a digital skills in a box event kit so that they can take the skills they learned, localize them in a way that's relevant for their local community, and share their skills forward. We are partnering with code.org, Junior Achievement, a number of different nonprofits from across the continent and across the world, as well as UNESCO. I'm open to ideas.
Congratulations.
If AfICTA would like to be an official collaborator, tell me. If any of you would like to be official collaborator, tell me. All right,
so we'll have an open invitation now.
Yes, it's an open invitation.
Yes, sure. AfICTA will be interested. We'd love to be part of it.
Excellent, very good. So we'll have student-led events everywhere from December 20th to January 17th. And then we'll have another video campaign of how I shared my skills forward, another opportunity to win $1,000. We'll have a global event, an announcement of the winners, and video challenges on January 23rd. So lots of fun opportunities. Here is where you can encourage young people to register. Sorry, Wunmi, did you have a question?
Wunmi?
I think you're on mute, Wunmi.
Please go ahead.
Continue, Melissa.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, we can hear you now, Wunmi.
Okay, I said my NGO, which is largely doing things with women and youths, would like to collaborate on that too.
Awesome. And Wunmi, you're in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
I have another opportunity for you. Hit me up with an email. Today, I have another event coming up where we can work together on a second event before this.
No problem.
Awesome. I look forward to it. Thank you, Wunmi. You can learn more here and register for the event here. Share this far and wide. Again, we announced this here before it's globally being launched by IBM on the 7th. I'll be sharing a lot of updates through my Twitter handle at Mentor Africa with a K. I'm going to zip through this so you've got everything. The last thing I want to share is a call to action for all of us. A National Day of Code, an Africa Day of Code, an International Day of Code. This is an example of something that I created in collaboration with the Secretary of State from Cape Verde, where we got a shout out from the Prime Minister of Cape Verde. We got a shout out from the Vice Prime Minister. And we brought in a couple of famous musicians to learn to code for the first time. Oh, they didn't build any mobile applications. They aren't going to go out and change the world with their technical solutions because we only did it for 10 minutes. But what it did is it demystified computer science for Dino and Jocelyn. And it also demystified computer science for the many young people who participated in this National Day of Code. So I would like to challenge my Egyptian colleagues, my Nigerian colleagues, and all of my colleagues who are here listening today from wherever you are to collaborate with me so that we can create National Days of Code in each of your countries and truly put our money where our mouth is and inspire youth with computer science. You can find my details here, my Twitter handle, as well as my email address, and let's call this an open call for collaboration.
Well, thank you, Chief Penguin, for all of these insights and announcements.
Shukran ya malam.
That's very Egyptian and African too as well. So thank you. And now we're going to shed a very important question to Imni. What we want to conclude, all of us, we want to conclude with a possible list of solutions, as we have a list of challenges. I'll read the list of challenges that we were able to sum it up in terms of infrastructure, internet accessibility, people differences of technology acceptance, training and skill gap for teachers and educational part, local context and localization and local needs understanding, access to funding for entrepreneurs, and putting youth more into the center or youth-centric approach. I'll leave Wimmy with her final remarks, and maybe we will be able to put a solution list as well. Wimmy, please.
Okay. I think my final remark would actually be talking about the fact that to help build African capabilities, we need to be strategic. We need to be able to map out a plan that takes from the primary level. One of the things you just mentioned is acculturization. And I'm happy that Melissa mentioned I want to take capability or capacity building away from just big computer science. We will need to begin to see Africans getting interested in development, in production, in manufacturing. And this will help us to do things in a different way. That means the attitude with which we learn in schools will be completely different. If from primary schools, children, secondary schools, tertiary, we are made to see that we needed to become producers of technologies, then it will help us to be better in our learnings. And then our skills will be well articulated. And then we are not just going to be dealing with certificates. We'll be dealing with skills, we'll be dealing with content, we'll deal with intellectual capacities. And of course, we can roll out a whole lot of patents. We can have spin-off companies, even primary school students, secondary students can start companies even when they are in schools. And I really feel that very soon we need to see an African man or woman, girl or boy, who indeed are techies, and they are ready to make a difference across the world. I think that would be my last and closing remark, because I feel that with all of the opportunities, like Melissa said, funding is not available to us at this side. So with the little that we have, we can harness in such a way that we can make our people to become very interested, not just to use these technologies, but to design them, to develop them, to manufacture them. We can be proud Nigerians, can be proud Kenyans, proud Ghanaians, proud everyone in Africa that it is for us and it is solving our local problems. It's for us to bring them in and then just begin to adapt them. There is good for us to do technology adaptation, but more importantly is to solve our local problems using those technologies. It doesn't matter how crude it is. We can begin to refine, can begin to have them better as we proceed. So I think by and large, thank you for having me in session, and I really enjoyed every time.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your insight. Now, Kofi, please participate with us in trying to create our final remarks and solutions list, please.
Well, thank you very much, Marwan, for giving me the floor again. First of all, I think about a clear roadmap for contextualize the digital Africa. A clear roadmap.
Yes.
Secondly, an integrated digital and data policy governance framework with tailored training resources. My third solution will be a public investment in innovative and local multidisciplinary digital policy research. Research is important at this stage. And finally, my last word will be a call. Call on public policymakers and government to pool resources to meet countries' digital policy needs. So that's my final remark.
Okay, thank you, Kofi. That's very nice with our three solution. And we close with Melissa. Please tell us your insights about solutions that might be viable for digital Africa.
Yeah, I think today I tried to provide, some examples of the solutions that I could bring to the table, through my employer, real solutions that are, available now, either for early stage entrepreneurs, or young people. We all still have a lot to learn, and I've heard a lot of people talk about the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach. I try to work through, academia, the nonprofit sector, the public sector, and bringing everyone together, because we all have different experiences and we all, don't know what we don't know. One of the things that I'm trying to do more of is figure out, how is IBM, I can, connect my startups to funding opportunities. It's one of the biggest challenges that I see. And frankly, I haven't cracked it yet. I'm trying. And it's a hard time, especially during COVID-19. But one of the things that I feel like I have been able to crack into is youth capacity building. In my last role at Microsoft, I, tried to crack into, how do we empower, the continent or beyond, with access to the internet. And, even after years of work, I still felt like we were trickling along, when it came to, building networks. But I think there also needs to be, regulatory reform when it comes to unlicensed spectrum, and more openness when it comes to building community networks, which I know is often a very controversial conversation in certain settings. But at the end of the day, I look at it like this. We all need access to the internet, and COVID-19 has shown us that. We all need digital skills to be prepared. And if a lot of things are moving online and people don't have access to that, will we be creating a fourth world? I want to be part of the change that enables people to be part of whatever they want to be part of, whether that's healthcare, education, agriculture, economic empowerment. So as I mentioned, I have a few opportunities that are available to people on the continent today, and I'm always happy to collaborate, to learn more, and to do a better job wherever I can to empower the next generation of young people, as well as elderly, to not just be consumers of technology, but creators, makers, and doers empowered by technology.
Thank you, Melissa, for everything. And thank you all. We can summarize now the solutions of our very insightful, strong panel through the need to be strategic, production and manufacturing focus, starting from school and from early educational stages, a clear roadmap for digital Africa, integrated data policy framework, public investment in digital research policy, multi-stakeholder approach, and a youth-centric capacity building. By these points, these insights, we end up our exciting panel, and I am very thankful and very proud to be part of such, and wishing all the best for Africa and for AfICTA as well. Thabo, thank you very much.
Much appreciated, Mawan El Misri. And we are very appreciative of the panelists in actually sharing their expertise on the subject matter. This is a very important subject. It deals with capacity building, and you could see that there is different or a multi-pronged approach to this problem. We were exposed to the thinking, which is the current thinking on how to deal with it, deal with multi-stakeholders, approach to dealing with this problem. Look at the citizens in general, the users, super users, as well as professionals themselves when you're talking about capacity building. It does not necessarily speak only to professionals, but we also have to educate, at least at an awareness level, all our populace. So it also we heard some of a very passionate sharing of ideas about Africa being more practical, having our students to actually be doers. It's all good to have degrees, it's all good to have all those accolades, but if you have the highest level of qualification, but you have never seen the insides of a computer, it begs to question, it's actually a master of what, if you are a master indeed. So it is very interesting to have heard such direct views that are so practical, that are very useful to us, and I hope that as the audience, you have got takeaways from what has been presented, and I'm very much challenging that we actually engage with the IBM initiatives that have been put forth. They sound to be very practical. They are accessible. Of course, we need to have access to internet to access them in the first place. And they are things that our youth actually need. If they get to be in this type of programs, not necessarily this one, but we have Melissa here, she's putting it out there, she's availing herself, she's availing the resources of her company to us, to say, here are the resources, get everybody on board. And I actually nudge and challenge each and every one of us who's here, and all the country representatives that are in this forum, to take heed of all these initiatives that have been put forth. At the least is for us to present all these initiatives to our principals, and have them to try and put campaigns around them. Get the students. I think most of the students in Africa, they actually finish their schooling in December. Those that are actually finishing at to go to the universities and all that, is this not an opportune time for them to be involved in things that are practical, in things that are making a difference directly? Is it not opportune for us to ensure that the capacity building takes off with programs that are practical, and we can see the results of at least in the foreseeable future. Instead of having kids going to universities for 4 or 5 years, they come back, they still have not touched anything of significance, and they do not know really what is what. I'm not necessarily saying we should not go that route, but I'm putting the challenge. We have got these challenges that are there, and through AfICTA, I was very excited that I heard we had our leadership here, and we in support of raising our hands. We're raising the hands. We're saying, yes, I'm in. Yes, count me in. And I think this is where we need to run these campaigns. We need to push for this initiative to at least get to the marginalized and and those who would not necessarily have access to this type of opportunities. It is imperative that we take these opportunities to heart and to bear. Much appreciated. I have to say thank you to the panelists on IT capacity building. Thanks a lot to our moderator, Mawan. We really appreciate the inputs that have come through. I do not know if there were any questions that were not addressed, but I see that there's no open question on the Q&A side. So my assumption is that all the questions with regards to this particular session, they were addressed. But I just have maybe one question. It might actually go maybe to Wunmi Hassan, because I've heard to Dr. Wunmi Hassan. She was speaking very much passionately on practical implementation, practical doing. I like so much the approach that she is actually proposing to us. She's challenging us on something that is actually very much doable. If we go this route, I see a lot of impact happening. But the question that I want to have is how do we influence both from I wouldn't say policymakers, but the industry itself, to actually be receptive more on those who've got vocational skills and skills of being able to code. Even if we have a kid that is coming directly from high school, but if they know how to code, so that they are recognized and given accolades and given the requisite recognition for them to be able to be working directly as compared to companies looking for BSc computer science graduates that they don't necessarily can deliver, because the only way to do fourth industrial revolution is to have people that we are going to train specifically, train them to do programming, train them to do data analysis, train them directly to do specific skills, and with that they can then maybe as time goes on build up to generic skills that are in the degree level. But at this point we need people who are specific. How do we convince the business to doctor, if maybe yeah, I don't know if I can't get your voice, sorry, it might be from my side. Yeah, you can go ahead, doctor, just unmute yourself.
Okay, so I think in response to that, I quite realized in the last 5-6 years that we began to explore hands-on, that it was a bit challenging. People were not even believing that it is real, that we could do it. But over time, in the last 1-2 years, I can tell you that for Nigeria, I have seen companies who send me messages. And once they see the posts for our trainings, they tell me, doctor, we will sponsor 2 people, we will sponsor 3 people, train them for us, and we will give them employment. Because the truth now is that even the organized private sector, they don't have so much funding again to be continuously training staff and training staff. So I have seen many people who are already calling me, pulling their funding to say, we saw that you are teaching them on how to do ABCD. If you have 2 good people that graduate and they can do this, then we give them automatic job. This is one of the advocacies we are pushing to government. But the question with government is, if the people are trained and they employ them in the government circle, what will government make them to do? Sit in the office and carry files? They'll be redundant. So one of the things I advocate particularly is that let us build manpower. Let us have as many that we can say these ones are good. Either they are 20, they are 50 in different fields. Then let them do something that government will come and see
and they will know that that capability is available in their own country. Because many times we celebrate what we call the expatriates, and then we bring them from international, Western world, and then we leave our locals who obviously know exactly what to do in that field. So I think we need a joint collaboration in this. And then, for instance, as I speak with you, some of the young boys and girls who are not in the university in Nigeria is shut down, and many of them are on training now. They finish their class and we give them projects on coding. So they are doing some things on community policing. And that is such a big one for them because they were beginning to see their coding to solving a local security problem, looking at different communities. I tell you, it's been an exciting more than 2-3 weeks for these young people. Apart from them learning coding, they are coming together. I gave them projects. This morning, I have told the team, I am still giving you a new project. So they come with those projects, and these young people are super excited. And deliberately, we make sure that they went through digital literacy because many of them assume they know how to use computers. But when you ask them, touch a screen, they don't know the monitor. You will be surprised that these things are real, but that is the reality. I have seen those realities, so I don't assume that even when professors come, I tell them, I'm taking you through digital literacy. And you will be surprised that when they begin the first day, second day, we didn't know that. Oh, I never knew that is the meaning of that. And that is the beginning of us rebuilding skills in Africa. We don't want to assume that we know what we think we assume because we read them every day, because we hear them in discussions like this. People think they know them, but when they see it physically, they can't point to it. So I am looking for raising such young people, youth, from schools, from those who are not going to school, but they can understand what we are saying, and they are using technology anyway. Let me raise at least minimum of 50 of them every quarter, and then they have different skills that they can be showcased, and then people will know that these people have this, and then the products will show likewise. So those are the things, and we are ready for partnership. One of the things we are looking for now as an NGO is to partner with tertiary institutions who can give affiliate certificates to some of our courses, so that way it will help, because anyhow we like it, Nigerians or Africans still like certificates. Even organization would demand for the certificate. So we want to make sure that the certificates we are giving them carry another affiliate tertiary institution recognition that will help them to be able to be presentable. But more importantly is to show their skills, is to tell people they can do it, and they show what they can do, and they are taking in. So really, I would like to work with as many as possible to make sure that we have this loop. There must be a network that takes them from one level to the next level to the next. So after their 1 or 2 weeks learning, they have projects they do. So it's not just when people ask me, is it just for the 3 days? Is it just for 1 week? I said, no, they finish learning and they have practical things they need to solve. And then we follow them up to making sure that that product is a success. And that is a way to scale them. I'm sure with Melissa's support and all that Melissa mentioned, we can scale them up to the industry and see better things out of the young people, even women these days. I remember during the lockdown, because we have a community hub, it's a very small space I'm using, but it was serving my community. So during the lockdown, we're training children. We saw parents who brought their children for coding, but when they finished listening to me, the fathers are the ones that did the coding class. That's as beautiful as it has become, because they were not doing anything at home. They were just locked down. So many of the parents started arranging themselves. So they told the children, you do animation, we will do coding. And that is becoming very interesting. So my NGO have to launch what I call the STEAM Boys Tech Men. STEAM Boys Tech Men, so that men can come in. Don't let them see us that we are just doing things for women and for young people. Deliberately, we launched the STEAM Boys Tech Men so that we can have men come in. I'm not joking. When we did the waste to wealth technology, biogas digester, and we were able to produce cooking gas from waste, I felt this is beyond us women. We need more families. We need individuals to understand that this thing is simple, it is doable, we can replicate it in other homes, and everybody can use technology at the simple levels, and then we can make a difference for ourselves in Africa. So yes, we are ready for everything, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Olmi. Much appreciated for that. It's my last question, and this is very appreciated from a practicality perspective. I just want to field a question to Melissa. Melissa, much appreciated for your presentations and your initiatives. I think most of the people are very excited. I wrote lots of notes here with regards to making sure that I do not miss. I think at some point I had missed an N in the Mentor Africa. I would have found you anyway with one of this. I would have found you. I just wanted to ask, especially with the Digital Nation Africa.
Yes.
You highlighted this resource is a very important resource. Why I'm talking about it once more. I'm highlighting it because I know a large proportion of people who are over 30, they most probably their skills are out of date, and this is going to be very critical and useful for them.
And you get badges. You get badges too. I think one of the things that you were talking about, with Wunmi was around, people liking certificates, and this solution gives you access to badges, so that you've got an industry recognized credential, from a third party that tells you, hey, this person has these skills. This person has went through this career path or this learning journey, and this person has devoted, X number of hours, to a specific topic, whether that's data science, whether that's, application development, blockchain, AI. So when we talk about, access to examples, it's in front of us. It's right there. And I think sometimes it's about knowing where to look. And if you don't know where to look and you're new to technology, it seems scary, and I think there's also this fundamental challenge with how computer science is taught. Even just putting the word science in there sounds scary. But if we were to teach it like it was a language, a foreign language, like an art, like music, like dance, like theater, it would be more welcoming. How many of us speak other languages, whether it's, say, a local dialect or, for me, I speak Arabic, I speak Spanish, I do okay in French and Italian. And if as a young person, I saw computer science like a language, I wouldn't see it as some guy in a basement hacking away in a hoodie eating cold pizza, because that's what I thought about computer science as a young girl. That's what I thought about when I saw the movie, different movies in the 80s. I thought it was something for boys. So I think there's this fundamental disconnect between how we describe computer science and what computer science actually is. It's not so welcoming. So I think there's many things that we need to do to make it more welcoming, and also to rethink the concept of education and really be welcoming to the informal sector. I know a lot of large tech companies have started to do that, IBM included, but it hasn't made its way to smaller companies. It hasn't made its way throughout the world, and there still is this fundamental disconnect between, being skilled and having skills.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the panelists. This has been very much enlightening. We will take you up on these initiatives that we are running. And I think from an AfICTA side, we will also run campaigns just to get the youth to engage on this particular campaigns.
And hopefully some of my IBM ones. I would really like that.
Oh, yes, definitely. Do that.
Especially with Wunmi at the table.
Yes, with Wunmi, we like the approach, the practical approach. While we get the courses going, we want Africanized type of solutions.
Absolutely.
Who can put skills to work. we've got many problems in Africa, and those problems, here we are, we've got solutions for them. Thank you. Much appreciated for that. We are now going to get into our graveyard shift. And for now, I will just like to ask that we have gone through the question and answer. If you've got any more questions, just post them into the Q&A. You will be able to get responses from our panelists. They are still available just to make sure that you are answered with regards to your questions. For now, let us take a break until 12:30, and just to pay our bills. I think we need to show some advertorials and the likes. Secretariat, please take over. We will come back at 2:30, 14:30 GMT, 13:30, 15:30 GMT +1, 16:30 GMT +2. So that's the time. It will be in 15 minutes time from now. Thank you. Can you? Thank you, Secretariat. Much appreciated.
What is the BC? What is the role of the BC, your mission within the GNSO and ICANN?
The business constituency's mission is to look after the interests of businesses who register domain names and business customers and users who rely upon the domain name system to reach the websites and email addresses of the businesses that have created them. And we really look at three priorities. We want the domain name system to be so trustworthy that businesses and their customers can be confident that they're getting to the domain name they were actually seeking. We also want to be sure that there's competition amongst all the different suppliers who provide domain name registration and registry services. And finally, we look for a domain name system where the unique identifiers are secure, stable, and reliable.
Thank you, Steve. And I can imagine that that must span quite a lot of interests, countries, and topics. Perhaps we can talk a little bit about your membership, who your members are, what your membership criteria is. So Claudia, would you mind telling us a little bit about those topics?
Of course. So BC members, as Steve has been saying, are usually internet business users that really use the internet to conduct their businesses. And we have small and large enterprises, and we are a very diverse group. In fact, we have, first of all, we have 76 members of the business constituency, and we have 13 members who are from Africa, 8 members who are from Asia, 10 members that are from Europe, Europe, and then 4 from Latin America, and the rest is North American businesses. So it's also, we are really diverse also in terms of gender. In fact, we have 32% of the business constituency enterprises are represented by women. And believe it or not, but in the leadership nowadays, we have 4 women out of 6 officers. So this is very encouraging to see that there are more women stepping up. And I'm very happy, as you can imagine, about that. But also in terms of criteria, you have to be eligible to be a BC member. You need to be a business that is conducted business over the internet. And I mean, non-eligible members would be typically an NGO or a political organization or a registrant that would have more than 30% of the revenues in their business. And so we have a credential committee that actually is looking at the applications, and then they would, if they need more information, they would reach out to the people, talk with the people, and but we do all we can to get diversity, to get new members in, and we are a very welcoming group of people that try to engage these newcomers.
That's very encouraging, and clearly congratulations on enrolling a number of increasing members from across the globe, and obviously diversity is very critical to us here at ICANN. Steve, you outlined earlier the mission and the role of the business constituency. Maybe you could elaborate on that and tell us about the policy topics and issues that the business constituency tends to focus on at ICANN.
Yeah, one category of our focus is the governance of ICANN itself. And the BC was proud to have been the designer of most of the new mechanisms by which the ICANN community of registrants and users holds the ICANN organization and board accountable to that community as part of the transition out of the US government oversight in 2016. And when we turn to policies that are cooking within the ICANN kitchen, we almost always are looking from the perspective of availability and integrity. The availability of registrations and resolutions in any language, 24/7, in any corner of the world. They need to be there for the business community to reach its customers. When it comes to the integrity of registrations and resolutions, we want to be sure that when you reach a domain name through an email or a website, that you're really reaching the website that you want it to. We want to be sure that there's integrity, that if promises were made about what you might experience within a given domain, we want to be sure that ICANN holds those parties to the promises they made. So it's about availability and the integrity of both registrations and resolutions.
And that seems to be a very important mission given the nature of business on the internet. Since we actually do want to have more newcomers and participants join the ICANN community, including within the generic name supporting organization, I was wondering if from the both of you, if you have any words of advice to newcomers who may be thinking of participating in ICANN policymaking or possibly even joining the BC.
Well, I would start by saying don't be shy and don't be scared about the ICANN community. We know that it can be intimidating, but actually, if you recognize our face around an ICANN meeting that you are joining, please come to us, ask questions, and engage with the community. Every point of view counts. Every questions is legitimate and it's important. So we really value new ideas. We really value new points of view, and we would be really happy to engage with newcomers.
Thank you. That generates a lot of other questions that I'm sure you'll be having people come up to you at ICANN meetings or reaching out to ask more about the business constituency and how to join. Steve, what do you think?
One of the most complex ways of entering ICANN is to walk into a meeting where you're encountering acronyms that mean nothing to you, or you're trying to understand arcane processes that you've never seen before. And the only antidote for that is to hook up early with another BC member that speaks your language, shares your culture. And I can promise you the BC member that's there to help you will explain some of these intricacies and complexities so that you can better appreciate why it's relevant to your business.
Thank you so much. Certainly, this is a very welcoming community, and there are plenty of mentors, including the two of you, I should think. And so thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for telling us a little bit about the business constituency.
Thank you.
So tell me a little bit about the new IBM HyperProtect Accelerator Program.
I'm really excited to be here today as well and launch our IBM HyperProtect Accelerator Program. We're focusing on fintech and health tech startups, less than $1 million in revenue, less than 5 years old, so early stage founders. And it's all about keeping your sensitive data safe. We know that there are often security breaches that we see in our social media, we hear about every day, and we think that instead of managing your data protection and privacy through policy, having technology that does it for you.
So what benefits then will startups see if they apply and get accepted into this program?
I would categorize it into three components. One being technology, so cloud credits, up to $120,000 in cloud credits over a 1 year period. Access to mentorship, so we'll provide both technical and business mentorship for 1 year virtual. So regardless of where you live in the world, this is available to you. And up to 2 years of technical mentorship from expert IBM engineers that can help you with your cloud storage, can help you with the HyperProtect product, blockchain, AI, all of the cool stuff that IBM has to offer.
So tell me a little bit about the selection process then and who you're targeting specifically.
Yeah, perfect. So I think the selection process is really all about choosing the best and brightest and most innovative solutions that are fintech and or health tech. And then I think the interesting opportunity for these partners, in addition to the stuff that I talked about previously, is co-marketing. Bringing IBM to the table when you're having, your conversations as a startup, whether that's with the VC community, angel investors. Our application process is pretty straightforward. You'll see that we only have a handful of questions, and we've really tried to streamline the process. A lot of startups are often applying to a lot of different programs, and there's a lot of stuff available out there, and hopefully ours, sets itself apart. And on behalf of the IBM Linux One team, we look forward to reviewing your applications.
Jameson Olufuye. I'm the chair of the Africa ICT Alliance, AfICTA, based in Abuja, Nigeria. I'm also the CEO of Contemporary Consulting, an ICT integration consulting firm. So I'm a member of the business constituency of the commercial stakeholder group and of the generic name supporting organization of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. There are a lot of businesses that are going online these days, and many of them are in the developing countries where I come from, and these developed countries. So the business constituencies of ICANN want to reach out to businesses in other regions of the world to be aware of what we are doing. We need to be sure that the policies that ICANN develop, is consistent with the fact that the internet remains stable, remain trustworthy, and is a competitive platform for new domains to evolve, just as we are experiencing, the new domain regimes now in the ICANN ecosystem. So we need to reach out to many others like myself, CEOs of reputable organizations that are very, very active on the internet, but they do not appreciate the fact that we need to remain consistent. The internet needs to remain consistent to deliver the goods for the large majority of the people. Business is about, making some profit to sustain, life and jobs and what have you. And so we should be interested in the future direction of ICANN because that is the global organization responsible for ensuring that any policy regime we have, till the direction where the internet will go. And so that is why this important platform and opportunity to engage my colleagues elsewhere that, yes, why not? Come join us in the business constituency. Now is the time to be involved, be engaged. The survivability of your business is at stake. Internet requires your input for it to deliver the benefits for you, for your business, for your shareholders moving forward.
Thank you very much for that. Those informations are very insightful. I think we are now in the graveyard shift. This is the last leg of our session. Without wasting much time, I think it is prudent for me to go straight to this item. The moderator will be myself, Thabo Mashogwane. I am the president of the Institute of IT Professionals in South Africa. I'm also a vice chairman in AfICTA. The topic in our panel discussion will be on IT infrastructure deficit. So within this topic, we will be looking at the challenges as well as opportunities that are actually being presented by this infrastructure deficit. And we need to sit and look back and ask ourselves, where are we? What has happened over the years? Have we progressed? How far have we progressed? Especially from an ICT perspective, it's very, very important to take stock. We have to look at internet accessibility, look at affordability, trust, and the availability thereof. And we have to look at which efforts are there, which can be done, and they are geared towards easy access and installation of IT infrastructure, and probably the sharing thereof. We need to look at that. I think from a perspective of infrastructure deficit, the question that usually one is asking himself on is, what is it? What gives birth to it? And in essence, what infrastructure deficit is about, it's basically a scenario where infrastructure investment hasn't kept in pace with the growth in demand or the growth in population. It depends how you want to define it. And this basically creates deficit. The African Development Bank, you would have heard it saying, infrastructure funding is here, but minus corruption. I think this is one of the challenges, perhaps, that is facing us. We are not only faced by the issue of infrastructure deficit, but there is other externalities that are complicating the problem. When you look at Africa, compared to other developing countries, we have higher access costs when you talk about technology compared to everywhere else. And this is some of the things that are making this more of a complex problem and ensuring that we do not necessarily come out of it easily. I've got speakers, well-renowned speakers that are going to come through. I've got Inyek Kema Bonta, who is a CEO at Tech Law Development Services. I've got Wale Osborne, who's the CEO at Letahos Solutions Pty Limited. And I've got Wada Fadul, who's the founder and president of the Institute of Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the panelists present their views. I will start with Wada to start on this item and just present his views, just to tell us on the landscape and to give us his view with regards to infrastructure deficit, challenges and opportunities thereof. Wada, over to you.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to actually bid my many thanks and to acknowledge all the fruitful sessions and all the insightful ideas actually have been shared during the day. I think it's an excellent opportunity during this tough and challenging time for all of us to try to share the best practices and also to have a shift in the way of thinking that actually creating a new ideas and innovation kind of platforms that actually could suit what we are witnessing and we're going to witness in this current or post COVID-19 world. So thank you, Tabo, for this introducing me. This session will be dedicated for the infrastructure deficit. And as you mentioned, infrastructure deficit is not, from a point of view, it's not only about the hardware or the software deficit that is not able, actually are not able to match the growth or actually to be altered to match any kind of surprises or any new kind of cases that's going to take place, but also it's a lack of the regulation and the policy making process. Also, it's like a bird with two wings. So we have the technology infrastructure, the hardware and the software is one wing, and the capacity building, and we do have also the policy making process on the other wing of this bird. So you cannot fly further without having these two pairs as strong as both of them together. So I'm going to share slides about the challenges of the infrastructure deficit. And I'm going also to share one very interesting case study about how the readiness of infrastructure could help the country move forward in in such times. So I'll be sharing my, just 1 second. So I just want to confirm if the slides are showing on your screen.
Yes, they are showing. Thank you, Wada.
All right. So let's just go forward the slides. So what are we witnessing now? It's a brave new world. We had this pandemic actually spreading since the last year. It started to hit the entire globe on the beginning of this year. And after that, we went through a series of full lockdown, semi-lockdown, unlockdown, and many things have been changed actually in our world since the beginning of the year. So let's just have a look about what's going on currently, or how it looks like currently in this post-COVID-19 world. So at a glance, or at the moment, we have 59 million cases tested positive with coronavirus. We have 1.25 billion workers. They are working in sectors that actually they were massively affected by the coronavirus. Now we have 88% of the organization worldwide. They have been forced to go to work remotely, or to apply such concepts like working from home, or distance working, or distance learning. And we have -3%. This is the global GDP growth, which is in minus for this year. And put in mind that the global GDP growth will be like in $1 trillion. So you can just imagine how big this pandemic actually is hitting on all aspects. So one of the things is also there have been many discussions about digital transformation, but many organizations and many leaders on these organizations, they didn't have the courage actually to take it forward and try to think forward. I think most of the countries that have dealing in a perfect way with this pandemic are those countries who they have this kind of futurist kind of way of doing things. They have the research center. They have the best of breed when it comes to the think tanks. They anticipate that things could happen. Actually, one of these countries is the UAE. I have been passing by some white papers that there is a think tank here, the governmental one. They anticipate that they had one of the sessions here in the UAE when they invited Bill Gates, and they have been talking about the Bill Gates has said that the next era could be full of threats between the viruses that's going to hit the world, that could stop the cycle of production and the cycle of the economic growth. And this is what things actually happen. So all the countries that they have strong foundation about having forecasting about how things are going to happen during this kind of unpleasant activities, and those that the countries actually they are having the full level of the readiness when it comes to the pandemic itself. So now we have 84% of the companies, they believe now digital transformation is crucial for their business performance. And so it's not like no more the CEO, the CTO, CIO. It's the COVID-19 is the main driver when it comes to digital transformation in our current world. So what are the challenges? So I tried here just to wrap up a couple of the challenges. I think they are, from my point of view, they are crucial to our current world. And let's start at the beginning with accessibility and availability. So you have accessibility and availability. We have the data protection and cybersecurity. We have the technology contracts and the logistics kind of the challenge when it comes to the ICT deficit. And also we have the regulatory management and the governance. And this is where I'm going to share one interesting case study about how to deal with this kind of situation. So let's start with accessibility and availability. And there is still the digital barrier is still there. For the access to the internet, we have only 1 or 3 people in the world, in the developing world, they have access to the internet. And in Africa alone, 19% of the population only is online. Actually, that means we have around 800 people that are offline in Africa alone. And one of the other thing is the digital gender gap. And this is something actually we don't pay attention to. We don't pay enough attention to, as an example, because sometimes the equal distribution of the resources that actually doesn't pay attention to the gender gap in different aspects, it's not going to do anything but just to make it a bit tough for you to reach your goal. As an example, in country like Sudan, for the literacy as an example, usually it has been, this percentage has been for the illiteracy has been drawn down because there is a huge gender gap. So because the country insists of having equal resources for many years. And if this equal resources, if it was not there, if it was just being altered or changed to 60 to 40% in favor of women, as an example, Sudan would be able to clear illicitity maybe in 2005. But because this didn't happen, again, we need to wait for 25 to 30 years to become a full literate country. So digital gender gap, it's another aspect. We have 40% fewer women and girls in Africa that are online comparing to men and boys. And where the global percentage is only 25%, we have a real challenge here in Africa, which is 40%. So despite the fight or the idea about the infrastructure deficit when it comes to the accessibility and availability on the hardware or increasing the capacity of the network or the broadband or the ISP network to accommodate all this raise and increase of the service, the most important thing is, do we have a meaningful connectivity? This is something very important because most of the ISPs, especially in African countries, they always claim that we covered 80% of the country's land, or we covered 70%, or we are in all major cities, but still we are struggling with having a proper access to the internet that could benefit our people. Why? Because we don't have a meaningful connectivity. So what do we have? What do you mean by meaningful connectivity? It's not enough only to tell me that you covered 70 or 75 or 80% of the country's land with the 4G, but that 4G has to be meaningful. The meaningful connectivity is a type of connectivity that will allow us to put that framework between the user, the ISP, and the governments to make sure that the internet is benefiting everyone. But access into the internet is crucial. As an example, there's a study from the UN that claims that if there is only 10 smartphones in a sample of 100 people, this would increase the GDP for the whole group by 1% minimum. So access into the internet, now we are witnessing the era of the shared economy, mobility services, delivery services, on-demand services, and all of them, they need access. This open, our government now won't be able to generate the same number of jobs like before. And we are witnessing the huge growth on all the population across the continent. Now, 1 of every 5 people in Africa is Nigerian, as an example, around 200 million in population. Sudan is going to be 80 million, I think, in 2040. So we need to make sure that we have a meaningful connectivity. So meaningful connectivity is a must. So it's an objective that has 4 aspects or 4 pillars that will allow us to understand, is this connectivity is meaningful and it's going to be beneficial for users or not. So the first pillar or the aspect is we need to maintain a regular internet access. So everyone should have a daily access to the internet. I'm talking about daily access. I'm not talking about every 2-3 days or weekly or monthly, okay? The second pillar is we want to have the right device. The right device, by the definition of the Alliance for Affordable Internet, now should be a smart device or smartphone that runs either on Android or Apple, or those are the two main providers. And we need to make sure that we have enough data. Enough data could be accomplished by having an unlimited high-speed internet in home, school, or workplace, any one of these three. So if you don't have unlimited high speed in home or in school or in workplace, you don't have a meaningful connectivity that will allow you, and you are not likely going to benefit from the internet or to unlock any opportunity in the internet at all. And the last pillar is the fast connection. The fast connection, as the definition for the A4I for 2020, is the minimum 4G broadband. So this is, as you see, this is a framework will allow now the government, the users to understand the rights, the government to understand how they are going to plan their future kind of spending and infrastructure when it comes also to their relationship with the ISPs, and for the ISPs to make sure that it's not only about having quantity of the when it comes to the coverage, it needs also to have it should be something qualitative at the same time. It should be meaningful. So meaningful connectivity also will be in the favor for the ISPs because it will encourage the user to actually access the internet more. So that's mean you're having more users. That means you'll be having more data consumed, and actually this will be in the favor of the ISP as well. So this when it comes to the accessibility and availability. And what second thing, or the second challenge is the data protection and cybersecurity. So to help contain actually the spread of the virus, the employers actually began to implementing measures. As an example, like the temperature checks in offices, taking some data about maybe random checks for the COVID-19 across the employees, splitting the workforce into two groups to avoid having the maximum number of employees in office. So this also increased some challenges when it comes to the individual liberty, freedom, and privacy. So now we are having many data. Now the offices are taking temperature on a daily basis. Now, as an example, when some restaurants, they start to send you with the bill of the food you order, as an example, a list of the people who work in the kitchen with their temperature. So this could be even a breach for these people privacy. So the challenge is the data protection authorities around the world, particularly in Europe, they start like grappling this issue by providing a guideline when it comes like how to protect the decision, or how to make protected when it comes to the data protection for the users. And this is something that's going to continue even by the good news about the vaccine, which is going to be available by the beginning of the next year. But this is also, again, to take some time. So we expect this could take more 9 to 12 months. And this is actually bring additional challenges when it comes on how to collect, securely maintain, and having a secure access and securely withdraw from the data protection to increase the level of the privacy for users, could be employees or the users or different type of users. The second thing is the cybersecurity. So in Q1 alone, as per some data from the Trend Micro, we witnessed around 900K total spam messages, actually, which are related to COVID-19 alone, and more than 737 detected malware related to COVID-19 as well. And only from Feb to March, we have 220 actually increase on the number of the spams only in this year due to the COVID-19 or having COVID-19 related. So there was a noticeable spike in the coronavirus themed kind of attacks. So since this pandemic has been declared. So as an example, the Forbes magazine reported that 2,500 infections of just 2 strains of the malware delivered in the COVID-19 themed emails, they have been just discovered in 1 day. So in contrast with this on 10 infections of the day, even the World Health Organization have been warned there is a rise number, actually, there is a rise in the phishing emails appear to be from the WHO itself. So there is a now challenge with the increased cybersecurity threats, actually should prompt the organization to reinforce their information security. And I trust that my colleague, they discussed this in the previous session, but this is a general theme of one of the challenges that we are having with us when it comes to the deficit in the infrastructure. So there's an increased security risk from the remote working learning now, because more people, they will be working learning now. And we have the potential delays in cyber attacks detection and the response. Definitely people are not in the same way of the doing business like before. So we have now separated IT departments, separated IT teams, some people in office, some people remotely. And the challenge now on how to collaborate and to pick these people to their 100% level of their performance. Also the influx of the cyber criminals, the export of the physical security, and also the post-COVID-19 cybersecurity posture, and the business continuity. One of the main issue I think here is also the business continuity plans, PCP plans, because what happened actually when this year started with this pandemic, it actually exposed many organizations, the government in the world, that they don't have a proper PCP plans. And PCP plans were just a kind of a theoretical task when some IT departments just used to write a couple of papers and the notes and they keep it. And as an example, I work with some government, and I have been actually amazed by one of the officials who reached out to me. He said that we are not able to find our PCP plan. So to this level, actually, most of the governments and organizations, they have been exposed by not only having a proper PCP plan, not only having a realistic PCP plan, when they have been exposed by it's not matching the current kind of the area we're working on. The employees were not trained on how to act during the PCP plan, and this actually makes more delayed and open a huge kind of the big doors for the deficit having infrastructure when it comes to the cybersecurity and data protection. Third part is the technology contracts. Technology suppliers, the platforms and the licenses, an example, they have been concerned about the way that the business have been doing worldwide. So one of the things that happened, we have an issue with most of the IT providers where they're having big factories in China. In fact, there are over 200 of the Fortune 500 global firms. They have an offices in one, and where this actually the vocal point where the coronavirus started actually to cover the entire world. And because of that, we had this disruption happening to the global tech supply chain across the manufacture, shipping, and the delivery, because most of the IT providers, they have their big giant production lines that are in China. So highlighting on the need of the leverage and the adopted technologies, actually, like the 5Gs and smart cities also rising the race. People now also understand to understand how we are actually, it's a must for us to now adopt new technologies like AI, and because now we have a huge number of data that we need to deal with the big data. People won't be available to work in factories like before. So there will be a big wave of going through Industry 4.0 and AI after post-pandemic, because people, they don't want to risk it no more by having an issue if the factory is going to be closed for either because there is a political or health issue, or the employees or the factory workers won't be there in the facility. So there will be a big wave that are investing in the AI. So one of the main issues as well, we need a new generation of ICT contracts. By the global race of using AI and adopting for AI Industry 4.0, we need now a new level of actually integration from the legal perspective. Because from a legal perspective, clients should be considering both existing and future transactions. We have like a written detailed note on the issues that you should be thinking about when it comes actually to drafting your future ICT contracts for the COVID-19. But you need also to pay attention to the global disruption could happen in the global scene of the logistics, and focus. One of the main issues also about the disruption happening to the products or the products delivery or the IT projects across the globe. So one of the best approaches that many organizations have been reporting back, that the focus should be from the delay on the delivery towards encouraging the client to look at the collaborative way of working. So it's like we are all in this together. So we have to deal with it. This increases from the channel, the distributors, the IT vendors, providers, and also the clients. So in order for this to work, we need all of us to be in a such kind of a collaborator, rather than having this hostile kind of mindset and way of the thinking that actually would makes things even worse. And when it comes to the need for new generation for ICT contacts, we need a new generation of ICT contacts that pay attention to the different kind of actually incidents could happen, like the coronavirus or similar stuff could happen in the future, and also how to deal with it when a global disruption in the logistics cycle could happen, and how to deal with that, and also how to adopt the ethical part of the data protection or the massive data collection, and also the ethical part when it comes to adopting the artificial intelligence. So the new generation of the ICT contact should pay attention to all of these, and to make sure actually all of them, they are going to be combined. Last part is the regulatory management and the governance. This is a real challenge from my own perspective that actually affect our infrastructure and made a big deficit when it comes to the infrastructure, because it's not only about hardware, software, and the skillful people who run it, and also about the regulatory management and the governance, and actually the role of the regulators in each country and how to deal with it. So I'm going to give one case study about how one regulator in the United Arab Emirates, which is the Regulatory Telecommunication Authority, RTA, actually responded to the big shock happened in the educational sector in the UAE because of the coronavirus. So this actually will give us an insight also about the role of the policy making and the regulatory management and governance, and to actually avoid such kind of challenges when it comes to ICT infrastructure deficit. So there are 1.2 million students in the UAE. So this case study about how the UAE actually IT infrastructure and regulations saved the educational year during the COVID-19 for this 1.2 million students in the UAE. So what happened actually when this pandemic started hitting the UAE in second week of March, when the UAE announced there was 27 cases in the country, and they are in the process towards having a complete lockdown. So the TRA actually started to work in couple of quickly adopted level of initiatives, and also they quickly adjust their legal notes and their cooperation kind of strategy paperwork with the ISPs in the country, in order to actually having set of measurements that should be in place to make sure that no disruption is going to happen to the internet access and the provider for the internet itself, to make sure also no disruption is going to happen to the education year in the country with this big number of students. So there were three aspects has been targeted by the TRA, is to speak to the parents and the students. This is one aspect. Second one, actually, to also unlock level of initiatives and opportunities when it comes to communication with schools and teachers. And the third part, which is the most important one, with the ISP, and actually having such kind of quick decisions to be implemented when it comes to the deal with the ISP, and how ISP should provide and access the internet in the country. So when it comes to the TRA and the internet ISPs, the TRA actually started, they initiated one note early in April. They say that they are suspending the deactivation of mobile services. So if you have an incomplete papers or something, your line is not going to be connected. This is to make sure that if there are some students, or if you yourself are a student and using this form bad to access, no disruption is going to happen to your service because of some kind of maybe incomplete papers, or this will lead to deactivation to your line or the service. And also the TRA informed all the ISPs in the country that they should provide free internet data packages to all families that they don't have an internet access in home. All families in the country who don't have an ADSL, the TRA informed the ISPs they should give them a kind of a decent speed of free minutes of the internet package per month, for allowing them actually to access it, the internet, to make their kids won't be able to have any disruption in their educational process. And also it informed the ISPs to increase the fixed broadband speed to up to 100 Mbps, 100 megabits per second, in order to make sure that to combine the raised use of kind of the video calls and the internet calls and the big files shared happening because of the educational era in process on the distance learning. And also, it enables some applications where some of them were blocked. Now all of them will be open now to avoid any kind of disruption and to allow the expat to communicate back to their homeland with their beloved one and their families, or also to keep them in a good state of mind so they can focus in this educational year. And also, they inform the ISPs not to do any do engineering to the network capacity enhancement and re-engineering, and not to do any major upgrade in the network. So the TRA informed the ISPs no major update in the broadband network should happen, because in 2017 there was a big upgrade happened by Vodafone in Qatar, which is it went wrong, and it led to like couple of days up to I think to 2 weeks where the services were very bad and there is no internet services for the broadband users of Vodafone. And actually this was a killer for Vodafone. Most of the users, they have been moved to the second ISP, which is Ooredoo in Qatar, and helped also to make some disruption for businesses and for educational year in Qatar at that year. So the TIA informed the ISPs no unnecessary kind of big major update in the network should happen, to make sure that nothing is going to go wrong during the year and which make disruption, because there are only 2 big ISPs in the country, and this actually one of them down could take 40% of the internet access in the whole country. And also, the TRA provided an alternative satellite operation center in order to have an alternative satellite-based internet for the rural areas, to make sure that the students in the rural areas won't be having any disconnection when it comes to the internet service. So satellite-based internet connection will be provided. When it comes to the how to deal with the parents and the students and the school and teachers, the TRA unlocked a couple of initiatives. Actually includes increasing digital skills, because now you have many students, 40% of them, they are 8 years old or younger. So you are telling now, you are outsourcing the job of the teachers now to be actually on the shoulders of the parents. And not all parents are equipped enough or are skillful enough when it comes to dealing with the Teams or Cisco WebEx, or to deal with Google Classroom or all this kind of apps. So they started an online mandatory kind of digital skill through all the parents to make sure that they'll be able to use of this application. Therefore, they will be able to help their younger students to deal or to reach to the platforms where the distance learning is going to happen. And also, there was a big, a massive security awareness campaign for the parents and students, make sure that with this big number of students or the access coming from home now is not going to open the door for new level or big level of phishing for financial and personal data for the parents and for the students that they are now accessing most of the day from home. And also, the TRA introduced a platform for the schools and teachers across the country. It's called We Are All in This Together. And that platform, actually, it helps the schools, teachers, and also the parents to share the best practices when it comes to the educational process. So they can tell the parents, they can tell what to be or do, pros and cons of the applications are in use or the systems are in use. And also they can report back if things could be a bit better, anything could be enhanced, or anything could be developed. And also the schools across the country, they talk to each other about the best practices, how to use this app, how to use the best on chemistry to use, how to teach it in the best way, how to teach physics or mathematics in the best way, to the distance learning, what apps to be used, what the good time to actually having this scientific subjects to be taught in the morning, afternoon, and the evening. So all of this actually had been shared. So the result was 1.2 million students in the country successfully migrated from the school-based kind of university-based system to fully distance learning, and this saved the whole educational year. And actually, this is something got recognized big time by the ITU, International Telecom, the authority in the world of the UN, that one of the best practices in the world that the TRA has been done to save the education year in the country. So what we can learn in Africa from this as an example, it's one thing I would like to share. ICT regulators in Africa have a critical role to play, and that is not only limited to licensing and competition policies. We don't want our ICT regulators in Africa to only be a kind of a circ handler or only paperwork manager or something. We want them to be innovative. We want them to deliver more and more kind of the new ideas and to be innovative. This because the key is innovation. So the more you'll be innovative, the more you'll be able to handle tough situations like coronavirus and actually unlocking more opportunities within this. And that's why for that we must also pay attention to the role that the regulation and the regulation management, the regulatory management and the governance and the policy making in order to overcome all the challenges when it comes to the infrastructure deficit. That's all. Those are my ideas, and I hope we could have some fruitful discussion based on them. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share in all my ideas during this fruitful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wada. Much appreciated. I'm not seeing any questions and answers from that perspective, but I just wanted to, I liked the item. You highlighted something called meaningful connectivity, which is based on certain pillars. My question regarding that is, how is that to be accomplished and who is to ensure that it happens?
All right. So when the concept of the meaningful connectivity actually introduced first time by the Alliance for Affordable Internet, A4II. So because one of the big issues that when we have one of the big issues we have when it comes to the accessibility and the affordability of the internet, that we don't have a common standard from the perspective of the government, perspective of the ISPs, and perspective of users. So what is the good internet access? So that's actually made a big delay when it comes to the investment, policy making, and strategy process, investment from the side of the ISPs, and also the review when it comes to the users itself. So the A4AI wanted to create a standard, and they called it a standard at the beginning, and then they felt afraid that the word standard could implicate some pressure on the ISPs, because at the end the ISP, they are private companies, they seek profit at the end. So the more pressure you put for them to invest, the more other things they could do and alter in order also to play around this area. So we don't want to push the ISP or to corner the ISPs. Some of them, they are foreign companies, they're working in foreign countries. They want to transfer this money back. They want also to have a level of margin when it comes to the profitability. So you don't want to corner them because they are a key pillar for this to be a success for the internet connectivity. So we recall that as objective. Previously it was called standard, but now we call it meaningful connectivity objective. And this has been done through 3 years, a whole study done by the A4AI to make sure that how people across all the developing countries are benefiting from the internet. So that's why we have these 4 big pillars. So we have to have a regular internet access. We benefit most from internet when we can use it regularly. As our societies grow more in the digitally and internet is integrated in our daily lives, connecting occasionally is not enough. So daily access to the internet is the minimum we need to see in order to see the real benefit of the work, education, and communication. The second pillar is the appropriate device. To experience the full power of the internet, we need the right device for sure. So what's the right device? A smartphone gives you the functionality to create, consume, to learn, to innovate, and to have the content in the way that the basic phones cannot do. So the minimum level should be a smartphone. And this is also something that the government should pay attention to. We could have maybe a license from Google for Android. So now in Rwanda, as an example, there is a factory now for smartphones. So we could invest in this. We could even have an occupation of this industry in Africa itself, because we cannot benefit from this revolution of the internet or the access that the whole countries in the world they are benefiting from if you're still using the classic or the basic phones. You're not going to benefit from this revolution at all. So ideally, you need a smartphone. The third pillar is the enough data. Enough data, while some people have unlimited data packages, others they are still struggling. And they're experiencing actually very low speed. Very low speed and not enough data. These are 2 things that are not going to allow you to benefit from the internet at all. It doesn't make any sense if you have a coverage of the internet for the whole country, if the average speed is 256 kilobits per second or something like this. No one is going to benefit from that at all. So this will be the waste for the infrastructure, will be the waste for any digital transformation policy and strategy made by the government, and definitely is not something going to be beneficial for any kind of user. So minimum, we need an unlimited port path connection at home or workplace or offices, because these are the 3 places where I spend most of the time during the day. having a reliable, high-speed, unlimited broadband in these places will help us to benefit from the internet at the most. And last and not least, the last pillar is the fast connection. So the fast connection, based on the research done by the FOAI, that tells that our internet speed can make or break our online experience. And we all know about that. You could have the latest device, you could have everything ready, you have subscribed to this platform to study or something, and you have a very low speed that could kill your entire potential that you are going to have. So any potential having regarding, leave alone the distance learning, we're talking about things like telemedicine or all this kind of thing could not happen at all if you have a very low internet speed. So we don't have an internet speed that will have a buffering kind or unstable kind of the service. We want a minimum a 4G mobile connection, and this is the threshold will allow you to unlock all these potentials when it comes to distance learning, when it comes to working from home, when it comes to telehealth, and all of other aspects. So these are the objectives that the government now can see and can seize and can build their detailed transformation strategy based on it. And the users, they can also have their own rights as a consumer to judge and to classify and categorize if they have a good service or not. And for the ISPs, in order how to invest and how to implement and how also to deploy and install their services in order actually to match all these three pillars at the same time.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Wada. Just to continue on the point and to hear other views from other experts, can I have Wale to come in? Wale, on the challenges and opportunities we're seeing from infrastructure deficit, can you come in?
Hello, Tabo. Thank you.
Hi.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Let me see if I can share my screen. Wait. Let me see. Is it coming? Yeah. Is it visible now? Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay, good. Okay, hello everyone. This is Wale from South Africa. And I will be talking on the infrastructure deficit, the challenges and the solutions. Though I think my co-panelist, he has said much, so I'm just going to be adding more on what he has said. Okay, one of the internet penetration in Africa, one of the sources I was able to get, the one on the internet from the Internet World Statistics, which is showing, the report is showing Africa is still sitting back at 39.3% in comparison with the world average, which is sitting at 58.8%, and in comparison to the rest of the world, which is at 62.9%. And that is, I mean, talking about, and this is about a first quarter of 2020, just at the start of the lockdown of the COVID-19. And this state about 526 million Africans plus was able to have access to internet penetration. And if you compare that to African population, which is standing at about close to 2 billion, if I'm correct, you understand? I mean, that is still very much that should be about 1/4 of the population. Yeah. And some of the challenges that we've been able to identify is the lack of accessibility. This is just the summary of it. There has to be an awareness. We need to raise awareness about accessibility. I mean, relative to the study from I just talked about earlier on, and connectivity as well. We need to invite government bodies in to discuss and see how we can execute policies and regulations and how infrastructure development in IT can actually be improved in terms of network collection in rural areas, which will definitely create a number of jobs as well, and for global, both small and big companies. Affordability is another one. We need to be able to build connectivity that will be independent of user location with more IT companies to come on board. And the focus has to be introduction of packages that will be more affordable in terms of data that will give accessibility to a lot of people from the rural area. Because that's where the majority of the population is sitting at. And if the majority of the population are not able to see, if they're not able to have access to internet, that's definitely going to have a deficit on the economy as well. And talking about the shortfalls and solutions to infrastructures, to IT infrastructures. Access to IT infrastructure components that are fundamental for IT services. That is still limited to a percentage living above the national poverty line, which is where my cousin and my colleague spoke about it, the digital divide as well. And people residing in rural settlement with connectivity, it's not as it should be. We're very far behind with that. The network connection, for example, South African population currently ranking at almost 60% of the population that are not really having the good network connection to the internet. Without a stable network connection, access to laptop, smartphone, any other gadgets, that has a little significance with it. Also, affordability of the IT components, which is directly proportional to one's social circles. It's still very expensive, especially the ruling class, which is the high class status in the society, economical status, are the one who can actually afford the unlimited 5G coverage. The middle and the working class, those will be able to afford limited coverage, but the poor can be only able to purchase data as at when they can be able to afford or funds it's affordable to them. The COVID-19 has presented a lot of opportunities, which is good, and which has brought a lot of awareness and to the government and made most regulators and policy makers to be aware of what needs to be done to improve the infrastructure deficit in the IT. The COVID-19 has allowed communication in ways other than the traditional face-to-face, which is the power of the virtual connection, which is one of the things Zoom has done. A lot of companies are doing that now, even the public sectors are doing it, and the schools as well, private sector. And technology has been framed as a panacea for development issues. It's the bedrock, everybody knows that. Everything comes down to technology, so which is good. And as Lutz notes, at the highest level of government and intergovernmental organizations, this newest form of information technology is viewed as a ticket to everlasting peace, progress, and prosperity. Hopes will remain that the application of information technology will solve many of these problems now confronting the planet, and which is a good thing going forward. I believe the government and intergovernmental organizations with the private sector will be able to come together, and we will all be able to see how we can bring solutions, better solutions to workable solutions to the problem at hand now. And e-commerce is certainly driving the demand for IT professionals, but it's also required IT expertise to be coupled with strong business application skills, thereby generating demand for a flexible and multi-skills workforce. There's opportunity there for the young, the population in the country and in the continent, which is the millennia, with the highest population, for them to be able to be scaled up in the IT professional, coupled with the soft skills application for business purposes. Yeah, and there are future projections that we've been able to identify. That means there will be rapid increase of internet use going forward. Technological processes inevitably creates dependency of technology. That's certain. And economy directly proportional to the speed of digitization. That's definitely going to happen as well. With digitization comes globalization, and globalization begets connectivity for sure. And technology utilize communication infrastructure that are both global and always up, thus enabling 24 hours activity and asynchronous as well as synchronous interaction among individuals, group, and organization. and African digitization rising with inequality deepening, which present more space for innovative leaders to be able to come on board and create and tap into the opportunities on ground. And definitely, as I mentioned earlier, there's room for skills development programs for the youth to be upskilled. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wale. Much appreciated for the presentation. It was very much insightful. Let me look at the question and answer. I do not see any questions that are being posed on that. However, I'm very interested to hear on the items that you highlighted, which are the challenges of lack of accessibility, connectivity, and affordability. I just wanted to understand how in a context of South Africa, do you think an issue of affordability, connectivity, and accessibility can be resolved?
Okay, when it comes to accessibility, we really need to raise awareness in the sense the government cannot do it to the public sector, which are the regulator and the policy maker. There has to be a very strong relationship that needs to be built with trust, and trust is what is most needed in this aspect when it comes to access to IT infrastructure development, so that we can be able to deal with this deficit. But definitely everybody knows the public sector, which is the government, don't really have the money. They depend on bonds. But the private sector is sitting with the capital, and capital is king. I mean, that's a given. So the building a trust relationship, it's what is very important, so that there can be a public-private partnership for infrastructure development on a long-term basis. So if he's going to build a build, operate, and transfer, whichever terms and conditions it's going to be, I think that's what is definitely going to be, it's what's going to make accessibility to be more visible in that aspect. And if we can be able to do that, connectivity we increase, as my colleague said, that meaningful connectivity, and that will lead to meaningful connectivity. And because there will be a lot of the accessibility is going to increase, which is going to increase the connectivity. So affordability is definitely going to be visible as well. That will be, because it will be cost effective.
Thank you, much appreciated for that. Can we just let me see if I've got questions. I don't have any questions that are further to this. Let's go to Inyeke Mabonda. Can you hear some views from your side?
Okay, a bit of sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, sound check. That's thank you very much. I would like to quickly share. I want to share my slides. Well, I live in Nigeria, so I would be talking about Nigeria, and I want to make a simple argument. Sorry, let me get that slide up. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I would make a simple argument and a short presentation. My argument will be centered on how best to stimulate demand so that the deficit we experience can be bridged. I won't spend a lot of time on the well-known facts or causes of the deficit, as has been already very well articulated. But I will give a bit of the background as it is Nigeria. had a bit of a challenge moving the slides anyway, as you can see. So the ICT infrastructure, already we know the computing power that's available in Nigeria, the submarine cables landing at the shores of the country, up to 40 terabytes indeed. But the main challenge has been how to pull this up country. It hasn't happened at any significant level. And there are reasons why. But it's so bad that it's sometimes cheaper to buy bandwidth from outside the country. However, we've made some progress. Internet penetration is at 61.2 thereabouts %. But unfortunately, delivering broadband at 10 Mbps, which is really low, unable to do much. Now, what has changed over the period? Now, the federal government of Nigeria wanted to bridge this gap, infrastructure deficit, and licensed 7 infrastructure companies and had a plan to subsidize their programs to help pull these fiber optic cables up country. The government created sections and divided the country into parts and gave each part to an infraco. But an unfortunate thing happened. The provinces, the states, were not willing to grant right of way to these companies. And they charged multiple taxes and exorbitant rates to grant right of way. So it became a major problem. There is enough internet, enough bandwidth, enough broadband, but it can't go around the country because state governments through which these cables will pass wanted to charge heavily, and it was going to bring a lot of cost to the people. So that created more and more problems. However, the advent of COVID, the COVID pandemic did something interesting. Because it was not possible to communicate the normal way, the education sector suffered like many other sectors. Virtual learning was difficult for most schools. So governments, the state governments realized that if they didn't grant access right of way to these infrastructure companies, they'll be virtually cut out. So this had an effect of reducing the cost. Some states even began to volunteer to say, come and get the right of way free. Some reduced the taxes. This was in addition to the effort of government, recent effort of government to still negotiate with the state governments. The federal was negotiating with the states to say, let's bring this cost down, let's harmonize the taxes. So both angles helped to begin to encourage governments at the state level to reduce the taxation and begin to grant right of way to these companies. We're yet to see the heavy, or what I would say, appreciable impact. So there is still some deficit. Now, what more can be done in spite of the positive effects of COVID on things like virtual learning, changing things in support of the digital economy, in support of the internet? What more can be done? Now, my argument here is availability, affordability, and accessibility do not necessarily translate into adoption. Now, this is where I take my point of departure. This is my argument. Now, broadband may be available, affordable, and accessible, and yet not used adequately and purposefully for growth in the economy. That's what we have seen, we're beginning to see. The problem, in my view, is not whether it's affordable, it's not whether it's accessible, it's not whether it's even available. That's not the main problem. So what do I argue? The greatest demand driver for broadband is actually online services, government to citizens, business to business, business to citizen services, not devices. The driver is not devices, not even infrastructure, and not even the AAA, the availability and affordability and access. Those are nice things to say. Those are the after effect, the positive effect of something else that is at the background. And that's what I will be talking about in a few minutes. So the question is, If it isn't those things, so what is it really? What services do the citizenry and businesses need? What is the demand drive? What are the needs that will drive the demand? One is education. Now, citizens want education. I'll give an example. Many years ago, I was in a class, postgraduate class of about 17 people, and the university said to us, before you could take this course, you would have to resign from your job. We were just 17 in class. And I said, but this class can take 5 times more the number. And then even 100 times more if you had virtual option, because I was doing a 7 to 8 hour journey once a week to attend lectures. I didn't have to. So access to education is an important thing. There are about 13 or more million children out of school, and no amount of infrastructure from a country that owes over 31 trillion naira would enable those kids go into brick and mortar schools in the next 5 years. That's not going to happen. The cost is enormous. Also, there are, out of the 2 million applicants for placements in Nigerian universities, only 1/3 get admitted because there are no spaces in these universities. No spaces, because universities run an analog system. You have to go there, rent a house, and attend classes physically. Imagine where there is a learning managed system and thus the learning is virtual. So those 1 million plus students who don't get admitted every year, amounting to about 15 million or more in the past 10 years, would get educated, would create a critical mass of educated young men in Nigeria. But because there's no access, virtual learning access becomes a problem. So there is need for education. So how would you solve that problem of education? It's simply for universities, most of which are in the urban areas, doesn't matter where they're situated, but they have all of them actually have internet access on the campus. They do. I've had a tour of many universities. I've had conversations with vice chancellors. They already have internet access provided by major carriers. But these are underutilized because none of those students have to do their assignments and submit online. They have no need for even laptops because they take their notes in hard form, in hard copy. They write exams in hard copy. Imagine what those universities said to those students: all take-home assignments, all project work must be turned in electronically. Those kids will be forced to buy tablets or laptops, right? Which you don't have now, they don't need now. Even if you give it to them free, they won't use them because there's no need for it. There is no compulsion to be online because everything is analog. So the need for education could be satisfied if universities were able to have learning management systems and digitize their processes so you can, from your remote location, access content. How would you access that content? It's not because you're being given bandwidth by a service provider. It is because your university says you should have it. If that happens, then data management companies will begin to have data plans for students. They would have, for instance, a 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. data plan for students. They would know, because every businessman will invest where he sees business. So if they know that students are online mandatorily, they would have data plans for students. So what drives that internet? It's not availability or affordability, it is usage. And usage is driven by need because there's a simple regulation that says go online. Same thing for health. The man in my hometown, or the village, the fisherman at the creek, has a cell phone, but it's not a smartphone, right? It's a feature phone. Why does he need a feature phone? Because he has to send text messages to his son to buy him his medication. Now imagine where he knows that he can actually speak to his doctor, even from the creek. He will have a smartphone because now he has a feature phone, which he really didn't need 10 years back or 20 years back. But he needs now because there's need to send text to his son in the city to get him his drugs. But if he were to consult the doctor electronically, he would buy a feature phone. He'll get his son to give him a smartphone so he can be online. Even if it takes him to 10 minutes or 1 hour data, he can get it. His son can pay for it. So that's my argument, that what catalyzes demand is not even accessibility or availability in real sense. It is need of the services people want. So what do people want? They want communication. That's why the fisherman has a phone. That's why the farmer has a phone. But they're not smartphones, they're feature phones, but they need to communicate. They need to use USSD code to transfer money. They also want digital products. So if the biggest employer and the biggest service provider is able to put its services online, which is where I'm coming to, the solution to the deficit problems. And I've said here, government and corporates need to digitize and digitalize their data and processes first, because people want the services of government and the corporate businesses, but they pay a lot of money to get it because they're analog. They're in hard forms. The data is in repositories in a building, in files, not digitized, so nobody can innovate around them because they are dead data as they were. But give life to them by digitizing them. You'll see a lot of businesses will begin to emerge. But how would you achieve that? How would you achieve such digitization? So that's why my second point here says government need to use creative regulatory options to stimulate demand for broadband. How is that possible? Now, let's say, for instance, a point I mentioned a moment ago, that the Nigerian government comes up to say, for every take-home assignment in all sectors of the university, of the education system, they must be done electronically, turned in electronically. What would happen? Families are going to buy desktops if they can't afford laptops for each child, because their children have to submit their work electronically. When they do that, data companies will know that there is a desktop at least in every home. So what will data companies do? They're going to have data plans for family data plans, where you have a 5 to 10 p.m. data plan. And in that family, there's a lady, there's a woman, there's a mother who is not in university, who can earn a degree, because e-learning solutions providers will begin to market to her. Oh, you can go to school now because universities already have learning management systems and have virtual courses. So the woman at home, the mother at home, can take a degree, still being at home. What more will happen? E-commerce sites will begin to market to her. They know she's at home and has money to spend, however little. So they're going to market e-commerce products, digital products to her, because they know that that desktop at home has internet. So from a simple regulation of saying, do your assignments digitally, we have created a chain that simply transforms the country, because now everybody has a desktop at home. What would that do to the economy? The manufacturing sector, now that is selling computers for less than $1 million annually, will be making millions, tens of millions, because everybody's going to have a computer. So rather than buy that TV set at Christmas or Salah, you're buying a desktop, because there's need for a desktop to access services given by government and by the corporate, because there's data plan on those systems. And because the data plan on those systems, e-learning sites are going to reach you, e-commerce sites are going to reach you, the other services of government that have been digitized are going to be available. So things will happen automatically, and the businessman sees that there's business. So even the infrastructure, the cables will be pulled up country at no cost to government, because the businessmen have seen business where it goes, so they're going to invest in it. Which brings me to my summary slide. I call it a demand flow. At the top of it is a digitized process, which is a responsibility of government. As AfICTA, as businessmen, we need to prevail on our governments that have some resources already, that have access to internet already, as we do have in Nigeria. In the cities where government resides, there is available internet. They can afford to use local solutions to digitize their data and their processes. Once that is done, you will find that it can then, that government can then use what I call stimulating regulation to make simple rules that would say, for instance, all pharmacies, all hospitals should have digital records from 2021 or 2022. So if you go to a hospital, you don't get a paper card, you get an electronic card where data is, if you've done a test, it's on that electronic card. So you swipe it, and wherever you go, you carry it with you. So it stimulates demand. And when that happens, you're going to find, instead of just now that we have fintechs, you're going to have health tech companies emerging, because there's data upon which they can innovate. So those two things belong to government squarely, using regulation to drive demand, digitizing their processes, and layering on it a simple, soft regulation that creates a demand. And it happened in the history of Nigeria. A particular president came up to say, we will do e-payment. A simple rule, e-payment, and they stuck to it. Political will was there. What happened? It was at a time Nigeria had no infrastructure at all. And so I was working in government, and the argument was, how can we do e-payment without infrastructure? But what happened? Because businessmen saw that government was adamant, determined to implement it, they built infrastructure towards it. The telcos that came built the infrastructure because they saw need, they saw a demand, they saw government policy, they saw a direction, they saw a regulation that was driving demand. So adoption of broadband, therefore, will come because people have seen that their services are already available online. And when adoption comes, competition will come. Service providers will come because in Nigeria, we have multiple service providers competing. So if a Glo is not giving you service, you go to MTN. If MTN is not giving you good service, you go to 9Mobile. What does competition do? Competition therefore drives availability, accessibility, and affordability. That's at the end of it, not at the beginning. So spending taxpayers' money in providing subsidy for availability or subsidy for accessibility doesn't really work. What works is to do the first things first, to create a need in the minds of people, give them the services in the form they want it, and they even will be the ones to build the infrastructure to give them the access they need. Those are my points for the afternoon. Thank you for listening to me.
Much appreciated. Thank you for the points. They were very concise, to the point. I like the last parting shot that create the demand. If you ever want to sell anybody a pencil, ask them to sign a paper. Then they ask for a pencil. Very critical.
Precisely. Very
important to actually do that. We are at the point where we are left with a couple of seconds. Can we have maybe closing remarks quickly from my panelists? I can start with Wada. Just take about 10 to 15 seconds just to close and give us just your closing remarks. Wada?
Yes, so thank you for this. So in the same way that we want to focus on the infrastructure in terms of software, hardware, and bridging the skill gap, we need also to make sure about we have an inline level of a strategy that doesn't have any kind of drift inside it, and also the policy making process is going inline. When it comes to the accessibility and affordability, we need to make sure that we have a meaningful connectivity. Without that, we won't be able to benefit from all the potentials actually can be unlocked using the internet.
Thank you. Wale?
Yeah, thank you, Tabo. Yeah, from my side, I would just say we should focus on how to build a better trustworthy relationship between the private and the public sector for infrastructure development in IT, and regardless, I mean, the cut across every sector of the economy, and that is very important, a trustworthy public-private partnership for development growth. Thank you.
Thank you, very much appreciated. Inye?
Yes, please. You know, I wanted to end on your powerful statement, which is, if you want a man to sign a paper, to buy a pencil, give a paper to sign. So that's for me. So we need to find a way to drive the real demand and not spend money on subsidies and keep crying about affordability and accessibility. We need to go to the roots, give people what they want. And that is the digitized services. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, Tabo, yes, yeah, we have the representative of Mr. Pierre Dejunu is also there. He's supposed to be one of the panelists. Bob is there. Maybe we want to chip in a word or two as we go.
Okay, Bob. They can come in. I also see a hand from Olanio Adibayo. Maybe let's start with the representatives. They can just come in, closing remarks at 20 seconds, I'll give them, if they can come in.
Okay, that's Bob.
Bob?
You can unmute yourself.
Secretariat, if you can help Bob to unmute.
Yes, the gate with him, we cannot actually turn it on from our side.
Okay, Bob, can you unmute yourself and come in? In the interest of time, I'll go to Olaniyi Adebayo. Come in. I think he left the meeting. Maybe he was trying to unmute or something, then he left the meeting. Bob? I think Bob can write his question or his comment on the Q&A so that we can take it. There's a challenge in okay. He wrote something like, if I can do that tomorrow, much appreciated. I think he's unable to come through for today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for availing themselves, sharing their expertise with us, and also all the contributors that came through into today's session. Your contribution and support into AfICTA is highly appreciated. Also, to our sponsors, all the companies that actually came through to be in support, in particular IBM, then Galaxy, and also ICANN BC. Much appreciated. Your support is appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, in this particular time, I would like to say thank you, and we can meet.
Tabo, maybe before you finally put a hand to it, I got Bayo called me. Adebayo, you are calling earlier. He called me and he raised the issue of the chats being disabled. So Secretariat, they said there are many people that wanted to put in some messages or questions on the chat or even introduce themselves, but they could not. So you need to look into that. How come chat is disabled? And then Bob has said that he has an issue with his Zoom that tomorrow, maybe if the opportunity is there, he will be able to say something. And that it has been a very informative presentation. So also to thank our moderator, the vice chair, Tabo. You've been speaking this morning. So maybe you will take a very good chill water after this. Thank you.
We applaud him. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Much appreciated. I will urge Bob to speak to the Secretariat so that we can put him on one of the slots tomorrow. Meeting is adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Goodbye, good evening, and good afternoon for those who are still in the afternoon.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Tomorrow.
Cheers. Bye-bye.